And gentlemen, good morning. You're welcome to the Violence Space. Thank you guys for always coming out for us whenever we call. Thank you. I appreciate you guys a whole lot. Today is a very, very special one for me. Why? Because I really love to appreciate people. I really love to appreciate the hard work we do. People do, especially when in situations where you feel like you're being gagged or you're being pushed or you're being cornered. I've always wanted to do this, and I needed some push, and people pushed me, and they say we have to do this. Honestly, we're having a double violence space. Yeah, so from the whole topic you guys can see, we have done a whole lot of digging as usual. My Mbappe and Messi are always up here with me doing the hard work. My own is just to go and score goal like Neymar, you understand? Yeah, so thank you guys very much for sticking with us. Today we are exposing alpha beta. It is something that people have not done. Probably people are scared to do. Probably people don't have the information that you guys are going to listen to today. It's an expose that I think everybody should listen to. We have a whole lot of digging. We have a whole lot of stuff to talk about today. We have a whole lot of knowledge to share today. So please, ladies and gentlemen, you can really do us the favor, as we always do on this space. Please tweet with the hashtag VawulenceSpace. Let people know that we are up and running. As you all know, this is the number one uncensored space on Twitter where you're allowed to come and vent and you're liable to what you say. You're welcome today, Thursday, 11 p.m. from my side of this world. I believe 10 p.m. from your side in Nigeria, and all of you listening from everywhere around the world. You are welcome once more. Thank you very much. I see our regulars already in the building. We are 7 minutes in and we have over 175 people, so I need people to get in more. Let's get more people. Let us know that we are up and running. Send messages, tweet with the hashtag, please. We are going to be having a hashtag also. And as we did in our last space, the cable exposed. Cable exposed was trending all through the night into the next day morning. So we must have alpha beta exposed trending all through this day. It is a must. I'm going to put up the hashtag right now. So please, you guys just copy. For those that don't know how to trend, just copy and paste on your listen and tweet. Tweet with the hashtag alpha beta exposed violence space. Let us get this topic trending today. Let them in Baudouin understand that, listen, this is our own space. This is our air. We're going to speak and we're going to speak loud. We're going to educate our people. Let them understand that there is something big that is about to happen to Nigeria. It's a two-way thing. Either something big positively happens to Nigeria or something big negatively happens to Nigeria. And we are standing on the part of the positive side, and we're going to speak and we're going to make our voices heard loud and clear today. And as usual, my brothers are up here with me, N6 and Omar. They have been doing the digging, as I told you guys. Omar, my DM don't full. I wanted to start digging. They just send me info links. And as we always say on these spaces, whatever you're listening to today on this space is what have been there for you guys. But the problem is that we, as normal Nigerians, we don't go out of our way to do this research. My David Hundeis are up here with me today, and they are going to drop stuff for you guys that have been there, lying right in front of all of us, but we have done nothing about it. We have kept this news under the cover for too long. Nigerians should understand. I'm going to say this to Tinubu. Tinubu, if you wanted to remain as a godfather in Lagos, probably I don't have a business with you. You can continue to run Lagos the way you want to run it. It is not my problem. But you choose now to come out to run Nigeria. I have a problem because my interest is now there. My life is at stake. My families are at stake. My people are at stake. Nigerians are at stake right now. So we have to expose you for who you are. We are not here throwing mudslings or shading you. No. What we are doing here is letting Nigeria understand who you really are and what you're bringing to the table for them. So Nigerians on this space, as you always know, we do this is a fact-based space. It's a fact-based violence space. We come for you. If you're coming up here to disapprove what we're saying, or to, how do I put the language right now, to say what we're saying is wrong, please, you must come with your facts. Let them know APC, and this is one space the APC and PDP guys, they hate. And you guys know it. They hate us. They hate us. They hate us. So right now, I thank you guys for coming on this space. Please tweet with the hashtag, please. I'm gonna edit the while Omar is having the submission. I'm gonna edit the topic so you guys can tweet with the hashtag Alpha Beta Exposed. Let us get it trending. Let Baudouin Agbado Master understand that something different is happening today. Thank you guys for always coming out. Thank you for tweeting. Oh, we have over 200 people in the building already. Thank you. We're just starting, and you know how we do our emergency spaces is always going to be a long one. So stick with us. If you have not eaten, please go get something to eat. Get your popcorns. Get your how do I put it down? Get your popcorns. Get your soda. Whatever it is, get your beer, whatever it is, get it by your side. I have another request right now. Please, today is a special edition. Please, I'm going to be very, very, very biased with my selecting of speakers today. Today, I'm having mostly my Yoruba obedient people to speak in today. Please, today is their space. So if you're not from the Southwest, you're going to have to wait and wait. We're going to have a lot of our Southwestern obedience. They have done a whole lot for this movement. In fact, for me, this movement belongs to them because I am not looking at Atiku in this battle. Our battle is against Tinubu because power needs to come to the South. And to me, if power is coming to the South, power needs to come to the South is for justice, equity, and fairness. And that is just my opinion. My opinion might be wrong, but we know that is my opinion, yeah? So I'm coming up here and I'm saying, I am looking at right now, we have a very, very divisive campaign about to come up. We're looking at people that are going to throw this campaign to the dogs. They're going to come up with the whole ethnic, they're going to come up with the whole religious lines. These guys already, you have seen their hands already outplay themselves. They already come out with a Muslim ticket, they already come out with the Emilokan slogan. You understand where Tinubu is going with this campaign. He is going to make this tribalistic, as he has always started, and religious based. And where our job here is to expose him for who he is and what he represents. So I'm going to give much preference to my Yoruba speakers today. Thank you very much for all those coming up already. Uncle Waju, I see you. Thank you. Kibati, thank you. Ayodeji, I already see you in the building. Thank you guys. I've invited a whole lot of my Yoruba obedience, and they're going to be up here today, and it's going to be an interactive session. Let us know what you guys are passing through in the Southwest, how it is going over there. I am so gassed up, man. I saw what you guys did. In the rally in Ogun State and Ibadan. I was shouting. I was screaming. It was something. I'm so proud of what you guys are doing. We appreciate you guys. We love you guys. Uncle Guyemi, thank you very much. We appreciate what you guys are doing in the Southwest. This is your movement. You guys understand that Nigeria needs to be liberated. Let me just give you guys a brief story before I hand over the mic to Omar. I was one of my friends here where I am, and this guy is he's a very good friend. He's a Yoruba. Probably he's on the space right now listening to me, and I've never discussed politics with him because I don't want to spoil the relationship we have built over time over in this country. Because over here, we're all brothers and sisters. We don't even care about ethnicity or anything. And yesterday, we had this discussion why we went for grocery shopping. And I was quiet, waiting to hear him speak. Come in, please, mute your mic, please. Don't do that, please. I'll have to drop you if you come up here and unmute your mic. Please don't do that, please. Thank you. And my friend and my brother had this discussion, and he was telling me a whole lot. How obedient this guy was. I was scared of bringing up this political discussion, but we had to do it yesterday, and he's even more obedient than I am. The guy is a diehard obedient Obi fan. He's a diehard. He was giving me stats upon stats, and I was shocked. Probably he's on this page, and probably I'll bring him up. If he's not, I'm going to call him and say, bro, please come up, let's speak. He had a whole lot of stuff to tell me about the man we are discussing today, and the role of how they are pushing his people back home and energizing them, his mom, talking to them, because we understand that we are two generations. What happened in the past, the generation of our fathers, not our generation. The Nigeria is not working for us. It probably worked for them, but it's not working for us. But let him not speak too much. Welcome, Uncle Waju. Welcome, Uncle Green. Welcome, all our South brothers. Let me hand over the mic to my brother Omar. While I stay in the background from Omar, please, we'll go to M6. Let's have this conversation rolling. Omar, welcome, my brother. And this John is, sorry, please, Omar, sorry, please. This is another preferential treatment. Normally, I hand over the mic to M6 before Omar, but this is a Southwest edition. And Omar. Oh, that's absolutely fine. And I support and I concur. Thank you, my brother. Omar, you have the space now, my brother.
Thank you so much, Saddam. Thank you so much, N6, for your understanding. Thank you so much for giving me this preferential treatment. I really appreciate it, because those who have made their time to be out here, of course, we have to respect them as well. John chapter 15, verse 13 says, "Greater love has no man than this, to lay down his life for his friend." On the 29th of July, 1966, Francis Adekunle Fajuri paid the ultimate sacrifice as an honorable man, as a respectable human being. He had a guest. His guest was the Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of the Nigerian state at the time, Lieutenant General Thomas Aguiyi-Ironsi. Where they were staying at the Oyo State Government House was completely surrounded by military officers. Both of them were taken. Fajuri committed no offense. He could have decided to side with the coup plotters, and they would have spared his life. His son was in the house at the time, alongside Ironsi's son, who later became a chief of army staff in the Nigerian Armed Forces. Fajuri surrendered himself to the coup plotters simply because he said, as a Yoruba man, it is my culture that when I have a guest, I have to protect my guest. And whatever happens to my guest happens simply because he is with me. They were taken to a bush somewhere along Iwo Road, and they were both beaten to death. With that short story, I welcome you guys to the Violence Space today, a very special edition that is centered around the southwestern part of the Nigerian state. Electioneering season is here again, and the political juggernauts are here with their rhetorics. They are trying to motivate you along ethnic lines, making you believe that it is the turn of the Yorubas. We call ourselves Omoluabi. What does Omoluabi mean? A man who does the right thing. What is the right thing in Nigeria right now? In terms of politics, the presidency should go to the southeast. That is the right thing. Anything anybody else tells you is a blatant lie that is centered around selfish interests. And I enjoin you, my brothers, do not fall for this rhetoric, because they are here again. They are here to promise you El Dorado. They're here to promise you that life is going to be better simply because the presidency would come to the Yoruba land. It's a lie. They've held Lagos by the throat for donkey years. And that is what they want to do to the Nigerian state, riding on the back of a Yoruba agitation for presidency. As a matter of fact, I dare tell you that there is no Yoruba agitation for presidency. We're not that power hungry. Obasanjo did 8 years. He did 8 years. We've had a vice president who served 8 years as the vice president, and he's from the Yoruba extraction. We're not that worried about the presidency. But one man is trying to rile people up, is trying to use the street lingo to ginger people on the basis of ethnicity. And that is not right. And I refuse to stand for anything like that. We're going to get to the Alpha Beta scandal. That is a completely different discussion entirely. But one thing I want you guys to know as you're listening to this space is that history would remember you for standing on the right side. Fajuri, when he was making that sacrifice many years ago, would not have envisaged that his name would still be spoken in political circles this day. But some of us remember him. I was a student of UNAD at some point. I have a very strong connection to Ekiti State, and Fajuri is from Ekiti State. As a matter of fact, I have a family connection, technically. and I feel the pain. But what greater love can a man have than to lay down his life for his friend? Igbos and Yorubas have walked side by side for years. Jaja Wachuku was right there beside Obafemi Awolowo when we were asking for independence. So why would a charlatan, a drug bearer, somebody who stands for nothing other than selfish interest, why would he be able to rile us up and motivate us in a way that would make us so ethnocentric and myopic that we would start to think evil towards people who have existed side by side with us for donkey years? Igbos are my best friends. I've lived in 3 countries on 3 continents, and I can assure you that I've made a lot of Igbo friends. They are amazing. The Igbo man will tell you how to make money. That is all they know. The Igbo man will tell you how to turn 10 naira into 100 naira. Why do we have so many negative stereotypes about the Igbos? Tony Elumelu is an Igbo man. Think about it. The owner of Airpeace is an Igbo man. His name just went through my head, but
Alan Onyema.
Alan Onyema is an Igbo man. There are so many Igbo men. Victor Banjo fought in the Biafran Liberation Army. Yorubas have always been on the right side of history. Don't let one man's sentimental views, don't let one man's selfish interests, don't let one man's rhetoric, don't let one man's blind ambition blind you into making a decision that would make Nigeria a non-existent state in 15 years. I implore you, my brothers, history beckons. Choose the right side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Omar. God bless you for that. As you started with a Bible verse, I feel it to be good. I do the same. I'll start with a very simple Bible verse. I actually posted it up on my page yesterday. And it's one that every Christian knows. Proverbs 14:34. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. I'll read that one more time just in case you're not Christian, so you know how powerful these words are. These are the words of God. Proverbs 14:34. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Where if a nation wants to move forward, if a nation wants to be exalted amongst the committee of nations, righteousness must be placed at the front burner, and sin will be a reproach towards us. Righteousness means when we are running a political campaign, let us be righteous and truthful about the people we are running this campaign with and about their achievements. Because where Nigeria is going, we are either going for exaltation or death. Today, the Nigerian police force, in some things I've read, some news I've read, went on strike over unpaid salaries. That is scary. Just in case you don't know, when the people who are meant to protect law and order, no matter how atrocious they handle this job, are going on strike, be very scared. I'll also go into a statement where I'll say that Tinubu's aspirations, where I commend the Yoruba, you might not understand this, but Sanwo-Olu said it himself 2 months ago. Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, urged the Yoruba people to see the aspiration of the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, as their priority to enable him, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, actualize his dream of becoming Nigeria's president in 2023. I read that again. These are not my words. These are not Omar's words. These are not Saddam's words. These are the words verbatim that comes out of the mouth of the current Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. He urged the Yoruba people to see the aspiration of the APC candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, as their priority, to enable him, not you, not all of you, to enable him, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, actualize his dream of becoming Nigeria's president in 2023. It's right there. It's on this day newspaper. Sanwo-Olu to the Yoruba people. Consider Tinubu's aspiration
your priority. So we didn't pull this conspiracy theory out of our ass. This is an actual working line for this. Emi local later moved to our local when questions started being asked. Today, I have more than enough information on Alpha Beta. I'm going to introduce you guys to a company that will blow your mind. On Google, Alpha Beta says that their job is very simple. I'll read it for you. Alpha Beta claims that they are a tax consultancy firm. Hold on, my people. That they're a tax consultancy firm, and that all they do is Alpha Beta is a consulting firm handling the computation, tracking, and reconciliation of internally generated revenue in Lagos in return for a commission. This is simply Google's definition of Alpha Beta. It's not mine. I didn't pull it out my ass. One more time. Alpha Beta is a consulting firm that handles the computation, tracking, and reconciliation of internally generated revenue in Lagos in return for a commission. I'll go into details later on as we go along in this space to make you understand, has Alpha Beta really done what they have been told to do? Why is it that in January 24th of the year 2022, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu boosted the monthly financial allocations to Alpha Beta from 800 million naira under his two immediate predecessors? Just listen to this. The last two governors have confidently, Fashola and Ambode, been paying Alpha Beta 800 million naira a month. But now Sanwo-Olu increased that money to 2.5 billion naira. This is not me. It's right there on the internet. Sanwo-Olu increases Alpha Beta's monthly payment to 2.5 billion naira to fund Tinubu's presidential election. People's Gazette, September 8th, 2022. So you need to understand that this company is a hot mess, and we're going to do a lot of breaking down as the show continues. But I will tell you this. Let us base this election on facts, figures, and we must say Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not the right person to be running either under the APC under the auspices of the Yoruba nation. And we're going to further show you how embarrassing his candidature is, both to Nigeria as a whole and to all of us as a collective. Thank you very much. I yield the mic. Cheers.
All right, thank you very much. Oma, you want to say something?
Yes. Before I hand the mic back to Saddam, I want this to do like a bounce back. I'm going to tell you the story of a young Nigerian tech guy. Smart, intelligent, went to school, got the best grades, finished from school, and joined a firm. His name is Dakwa Para. Are we jumping off the deep end, or do we waddle at the beginning of the pool a bit, or do we jump off? I'm diving onto the deep end now, bro. Right? Let's go. I'm a good swimmer. Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Okay. So the story is the story of a young Nigerian tech guy, smart guy, solid guy, get brains, sabi job, real job, legit job. And he decided to, put his head right at the end of the pool. A Nigerian chartered accountant has accused a former governor of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu, a consulting firm, Alpha Beta, and a former commissioner in the state, Akin Doherty, of money laundering, fraud, tax evasion, and sundry corrupt practices. Mr. Para, in writ of summons deposed at the Lagos High Court, claimed that Mr. Tinubu and Alpha Beta reneged on certain agreements reached in the past about the management and the control of the consulting firm. Alpha Beta is a consulting firm handling the computation, as N6 said, tracking and reconciliation of internally generated revenue in Lagos State in return for a commission. Now, Mr. Para, who claims to own 30% stake in the company, alleged that Mr. Tinubu has directed and dictated the affairs of the company by diverting assets to himself at the detriment of the claimant, Mr. Para. Now, Mr. Para claimed that apart from owning 30% stake in the company, other stakeholders are Michael Ogumola, trading under the name and style Mono Consulting, 40%, Tunde Badejo, trading under the name and style Able Consult, 15%. And again, Tunde Badejo, trading under the name and style Integrative Services, 15%. He also claimed that the company was being used for massive corruption purposes, including tax evasion, bribery of government officials, diversion of funds, and money laundering. The 40-page writ of summons seen by Premium Times was written by Mr. Apara's lawyer, Tade Ipadiola. Details of the claims include an order compelling an account of all sums due to Mr. Apara from 2010 to date, an order tracing all funds and assets due to him from the inception of the company to date, an order of specific performance of certain clauses of the partnership agreement that created the company by extant partners, an order for payment to the claimants by the defendants. All sums adjudged to be due to him on the submission of the accounts, and payments of 10% interest on the sums adjudged to be due to him. Now, let me break it down for you. From the story, the inside story that I know, that I verified this morning from an inside source, Dakwapara is a tech guy that was working in Alpha Beta, working with the big guns, the big guys. And then they told him, you know what, you're going to do this, and this for us. And that's fine. And Dakwa was fine to go with that. But then Dakwa realized what they were using his expertise to bring into their own pockets. So this particular court summon is about asking for more. Now, in case you don't know, Dakwapara is not a safe man. He has disappeared, literally and figuratively. He has completely disappeared. He has no digital trace whatsoever. He has no internet trace whatsoever. They searched for him all around the world, from the Middle East to Eastern Europe, to Western Europe, to Northern Europe. They tried to find him even as far as North America. But for a tech guy, of course, who understands the manipulations of the internet and has no trace whatsoever, Dakwapara remains unfound till today.
The case is not swimming with the fishes?
I would like to believe that he's not swimming with the fishes, but you never can say never when it comes to people who questions hang around them when it comes to how certain opponents in the political space have passed away in the time past. But we cannot go into that without verifiable evidence. So, of course, people have passed away. How do you know that Dakwapara is not having the Luca Brasi experience if you've seen the Godfather movie? Anyway, I'll yield the mic at this point. Sizzle, I got the reference as much as you think I didn't. I got the reference of swimming.
Correct, guys.
Nice.
All right.
One. So I have so much back to Saddam.
I have so much information. So, Saddam, we can pick a few calls, and then obviously I would come right back and just to pace the show. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, my brothers. And I don't hear now, my people. You've seen my Nema and Messi here. Today is fact-filled. Today is going to be entertaining. So please, and please, we have close to 500 people on this space right now. And before we pick any speaker, please, I need 500 tweets now. Please. Just go and tweet with Alpha Beta Exposed VawulenceSpace. Let us trend this stuff right now. Please, Saddam, and please.
Do you know that one interesting thing that Darren called my attention to in my DM right now is the fact that on our space on Sunday on People's Parliament, we had Ibrahim, who was a founding member of the CPC, of the Buhari whatever support organization that morphed into the CPC and then eventually morphed into the APC. Do you know that Ibrahim mentioned on that space that Alpha Beta registered APC?
See, bro, look, this company, and Nigerians will really understand what's happening right now. Honestly, because the company is all shade of debt. It is all shade of. I'm just imagining and thinking that if Peter Obi as a president opened one company and the company's remitting taxes to him, how these vagabonds we'll be dissecting and eating the man up now. But it is not normal for Nigerians as in we're not even complaining.
Let me make your submission easier.
Please, NCP, before you I want us to bomb up this place now. Please, okay. Please, guys, please, and please. Me, I sabi beg, I only beg now. Please, let us get this topic trending. There's no point we doing all this hard work. I will leave it within this our chamber, our echo chamber here. Please, let us make it understand. Let them open up their trend space and see alphabet are trending, VawulenceSpace trending, and wonder what's happening. So they come into this room and get educated. We need to educate as much as we can. Please, let us tweet with this hashtag. And also, please, people that are in my DM asking me, telling me that once the lady say I married from the Southwest, I should speak. Please, we are not saying that nobody from other regions will not speak today. Please, just like it's a special edition, I will have preferential treatment for our brothers and sisters from the Southwest. I hope
because, Saddam, they have been insulted. They have been. I look at my mentions every day. I look at the DMs that people send me. Because we host these spaces, people try to refer stuff to you when they see it, and they tell you, "Oh, guy, come and see this." I get a lot of DMs where people try to emotionally blackmail these guys on the basis of, "Oh, you're a Yoruba man. Why are you supporting an Igbo person?" And I'm like, guy, look at me very well. You may not have never seen my real face, but the truth is that I stand for what is right. I'm sorry. Nigeria has happened to me. I have personal pain that if not for the state of Nigeria, I wouldn't be feeling. Let me even choose to see.
Omar, let me make these things easier for you guys. I need you to understand how much easier this thing can be. Let me take you guys to January 25th, 2022, the National Daily newspaper. The headline is Presidency 2023. Sanwo-Olu funds Tinubu's campaign with 2.5 billion naira monthly transfer to Alpha Beta. Please remember, unlike their spaces where they freestyle, anything I'm reading for you is on the internet. This is published by Editor 1. The Editor 1. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has been alleged to be funding the 2023 presidential campaign of the national leader of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, with a purported monthly transfer of 2.5 billion naira to Alpha Beta LLC. The Lagos governor was said to have allegedly increased the monthly share of the state-generated revenue to Tinubu through Alpha Beta from 800 million naira to 2.5 billion. Two former governors of the state, Babatunde Fashola and Akinwumi Ambode, were said to be allegedly making a monthly transfer of 800 million to Alpha Beta, believed to be controlled by Tinubu. Now, according to reports by the Gazette, an online publication, they allege that state officials and financial records detailed how Mr. Sanwo-Olu started paying 2.5 billion naira to Alpha Beta, the controversial tax processor for Lagos state government, about a year after he assumed office, in an arrangement officials said was aimed at warehousing funds for Mr. Tinubu's campaign. So please remember that Sanwo-Olu started warehousing funds for Tinubu's campaign a year into when he came into power.
So it then makes sense when you look at the clips, the video clips of the APC presidential primary.
God bless you.
And you see Sanwo-Olu literally functioning as an extra wallet.
Thank you. And you see, Sanwo-Olu becomes his Rivers State, the Rivers State to PDP normally. So now you all these people supporting him online, you people, they are dropping 2.5 billion every month. They're not giving you money. You're using your own data, jumping from space to space to be supporting someone that will match you like President Rog, like Dio Olusegun. Anyway, Mr. Sanwo-Olu started paying 2.5 billion to Alpha Beta in warehousing funds for Tinubu. It was alleged that Tinubu still maintains firm control of the Lagos state government purse after over 20 years of governing the state, and has extended the grip of the state to Sanwo-Olu's administration in piling up funds for his presidential bid. I will stop here, but just to show you that these things are not far-fetched. It's not the opposition cooking these things up the way they cook up nonsense. These are facts and figures on ground. This war chest has been in plan since a year into Sanwo-Olu's administration. 2.5 billion naira a month times, let's say, 20, let's remove, times 2-3 years. You do the math. and it's staggering. Lagos should not be in this condition at all. I'll do a lot more reading on Alpha Beta for you guys as we continue. I drop the mic here.
All right, thank you very much. I think I'll hand over the whole procedure of getting our speakers up to you. But please, as you guys can see on the space, our first set of speakers are all our brothers from the Southwestern region. Please, I appeal to you guys to please indicate by raising up your hands. All my bonds and my big sis, please, so we can have a queue. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to start with my seniority. Seniority matters a lot. Yes. Uncle let me just give you a cue of how they'll go first. Then you can continue.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. Uncle Gunyemi will go next. Then we'll take a lady. Then Uncle Waju will go next. Then you can now take from Ayodeji, Oladipo, and just you do it the way you want to do it here. But please give special preference to Dr. Olu. He's always on the emergency ward, so he always sneak out from the ward to come on our spaces to speak also. So please, Uncle Gunyemi, go first. 5 minutes, sir. Okay, Dr. Oluwase, you'll be here for like the next 3 hours. Okay, thank you. Ogunyemi go first, then the lady, then Waju, then you can do how you want to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Saddam. One thing I just want you guys to know is that irrespective of whether you've seen him or you've heard of him or you've never heard of him, Dapapara is a human being. Dapapara is out there right now, living in the world. He's alive. One thing I want to assure you of is that he's alive.
Someone asked, are you sure they didn't give him the Jamal Khashoggi treatment?
Oh, no, they didn't give him he's a tech guy, a very smart human being who managed to transport his family out of Nigeria away from the prying eyes of the ruling class. He also managed to make sure that he has absolutely no digital trace whatsoever. So there's no way you can find him. But he took them to court. As a matter of fact, Ebun Adegoruwa, a senior advocate of Nigeria, I would like to believe, if I'm wrong, anybody can please correct me, is currently representing me in a Lagos court right now, in charge of this case. Dapapara is very much alive. And all I can tell you is that there are people who have experienced what these guys can do with public funds at close quarters. And they are very, very serious about ensuring that they no longer find their way into the higher echelons of power. I'm going to start with the queue, as Saddam suggested. Uncle Ogunyemi, good afternoon from here.
Good morning from here, Omar, N6, Saddam. Thank you guys for doing what you are doing. For me, while we are talking, it's not about we hate the person in question. Like some people have accused us that they felt that, okay, maybe you hate Tinubu. And I've said it to YPA. I even sent him a DM that even you are in London, just call on me. I will invite you over. We had dinner together. I don't hate people. But what we are saying is that in life, there must be inclusion. In life, there must be justice. In life, you must give people their own right also. We are all saying Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. If you are saying Nigeria, and everything is like people hate the Igbos. And I told them, I've had Igbos, I've had boss who are Igbos, I've had friends who are Igbos, and then what allegation and things you say is not true. It's not true. Some people say Igbo do this. I will tell them I have had Yoruba that have often done that. We have had Hausa people that have done that also. So there are good Igbos, there are good Yorubas, and good Hausa. There are bad Hausas, there are bad Yorubas. So that is human being in any society, good and bad and the ugly. But what we are saying that now is the time for the Igbos. Number one, I'm even surprised that Tinubu, even Oshibajo contested the APC primary. That APC primary should contested by Umai, Onu, Ojiuzo Kalu, Okocha. Those are the people they should allow them to contest the election. The same thing with PDP. PDP should allow the Igbos who have committed competence. The two major parties decided, say, no, we are not going to look in that way. We allow money, dollar to control the transaction politics. But thank God, one man came out of the place. It's like a shining star that came in the day. It just come up and people saw the star. Wow, this is the sun. This is star. This is the light we've been looking for. And that person, the person of Peter Obi, for me, Peter Obi is a man that is credible. I don't care whatever people write, whatever people say, whether Yele, Sagani, Reno, all those lies, the propaganda against the man. The man have lived in UK. If you live in UK, if you don't have integrity, UK will not. I can tell you, the man was given a black card of American Express when American Express used to be American Express. You can't have their black card. I know that. Two, the man cannot access the £7 million in UK if you are not a man of integrity. They won't give you. This is a country they do a background check. And the guy did a business at a young age and is successful in his business. He has done well. He has achieved a lot for himself at a younger age. And the guy he told us the story how he became a bank, how he became the chairman of Fidelity Bank. Also, he told us the emir of Sokoto, they lived together. These are no things. These are things on ground. You can affect history, know things about it. And then you know what he did when he was the governor. No governor apart from Yaradua that saved 5 billion. None of them. No governor has ever left the treasury of the state. They left them in mess, debt. It's only 2 people that have done it, which is Peter.
30 seconds to go, Uncle Gwen.
So what I'm just to say that the reason why we are supporting Obi is that we are not supporting it because they are Igbo man. We are supporting it because the right person, the right candidate, the right man, the competent man, the man that God has raised the most of our time, is the one God wants us to use to save Nigeria from the hand of the hawkers, from the thief, from the criminal. People have lived their life on our national wealth and make our people to be probably suffering.
Thank you very much.
Majority of them died. They supposed to die. Nigeria, my mother, I brought her here. Everything that happened to my mother-in-law, and she was very okay, and she went back to Nigeria nice. Because I wanted to bring my mother, I couldn't access visa then. But thank God for everything. I want to thank God for you guys. I appreciate you guys for giving me that opportunity. It's an honor. Thank you.
The loose translation is welcome to the land of milk and honey. This was a time when Yorubas, Igbos, and Hausas stood side by side to host the World Youth Championship in Nigeria 1999. Why does it feel so different in the political season? Simply because some money bags have chosen to exploit your naivety. Simply because some money bags have chosen to exploit your lack of education when it comes to the political landscape of Nigeria. That is why they would confidently come out and tell you that after 8 years of a Yoruba president and 8 years of a Yoruba vice president, it is also the turn of the Yorubas again. This is a blatant lie that we're out here on this space to debunk this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to take our next speaker. Toyin, good afternoon. Toyin, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Sorry, I have to put someone on the mic.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm really glad that we are having this space, because I also agree that Alpha Beta has not been talked about enough. I watched the interview on channels yesterday where Mr. Bank Anthony had a face-off with someone from Tinubu's campaign organization, and I was really pleased that that discussion was had. He asked a very pertinent question. He said, "Where is the IGR?" That's a question that I've been asking for years as well, because people keep saying, "Oh, Lagos generates this, Lagos generates that." But like I always say, to whom much is given, much is expected. Where is this IGR? Lagos currently generates, I know this because I still had a discussion with someone who works with LRS. This was sometime around June. And she mentioned that this year, there was a time they did 61 billion naira in 1 month. So, and I keep asking, what exactly does Lagos do with all this money? So much money is being generated in Lagos, but there's very little to show for it. They mentioned that there's a blueprint, there's a 25-year master plan, and like Bank Anthony said yesterday, next year is going to make it 25 years. Where exactly is the result of this so-called blueprint? There's a lot of money being generated in Lagos, but there's nothing to show for it. Lagos has no running water. Lagos has poor road networks, which is why I feel very upset when I see people who live abroad campaigning for Tinubu and saying, "Oh, he developed Lagos." And I'm saying, you've left Nigeria, you've lived in cities that work. How on earth can you say Lagos is working? The last time Lagos came close to being okay was during Fashola's regime, and during Fashola's tenure, rather. That was a time when people could see the attacks being put to work to some extent. But right now, since then, and it's even worse during Sanwo-Olu, so much money is being raised, but Lagos is still very dirty. Well, I read a tweet this morning and someone said, "Oh, Lagos is shitty, but it is still the best state in Nigeria." And I said, on what basis? Is it that you've never left Lagos? People that live in Akure, that live in Osogbo, that live in Abeokuta, they have a better quality of life than anyone who claims to live in Lagos. What exactly makes Lagos so wonderful? They say, "Oh, Lekki, this is the same Lekki that they do not have water that they can even use to cook." People live in Lekki and then they buy sachet water to cook. So what exactly, when rain falls, the entire Lagos becomes submerged. What exactly has Bola Tinubu done in Lagos that is going to make us decide to hand over the rest of Nigeria to him? I haven't seen it.
I had to pause your time, and I'll let you exhaust the remainder of the 2 minutes and 22 seconds. But I have to come in here. What do you mean that what has Lagos achieved? Is there any other Venice in Africa? Have you been to Makoko? Makoko is one of the finest cities in Africa.
Jesus.
Makoko is a city on... No. You guys can say whatever you want. Makoko is a city on... I almost said
Omar, let me just help Tony add some facts and figures to her speech. All right? This will just make her job much easier. Now, according to Bode George, Lagos politician, has described as sacrilegious the collection of internally generated revenue in Lagos State by a private firm called Alpha Beta, and earns about 7.5 billion naira a month. So Alpha Beta collects 7.5 billion naira on record. So this is not Bode George that he's in PDP, he's a hater. This is their fact. 7.5 billion naira as at then, because this was 2 years ago, is $19 million. Alpha Beta earns $19 million monthly. He said there are so many leakages in the Lagos State government purse. Take this Alpha Beta, for instance. Who owns the company? No one knows. What is the essence of Alpha Beta? Where else in the world would you have an inland revenue service who have their own staff who are supposed to go out and collect the fees, but you have an independent company to be supposedly collecting the internally generated revenue from the state. Lagos State grosses about 50 billion naira a month, which is about $130 million. Alpha Beta is paid 15% of that amount, which is 7.5 billion naira every 30 days, which is $19 million. All right. Now, if you, Dapo Alara, the Alpha Beta Consulting LLP managing director, Dapo Akpara said the firm got over 150 billion naira as 10% commission.
Wait. I beg, wait.
Hold on. Okay.
Just wait first, please.
Make it one breathe first.
I beg. This billion way the color is. I beg, please. Please.
This is not be me talking. The managing director, the MD of Alpha Beta, Oladapo Akpara, when he sued them, he said the firm got over 150 billion naira as 10% commission.
Hey, Sizu, Saddam, it be like say una no understand the amount of money. Even that Akpara himself was able to make.
Hold on, this is all on Tony's time. Now, let me tell you why this amount is crazy. The Lagos Rail project, according to Babajide Sanwo-Olu, cost over 100 billion naira. According to Sanwo-Olu, these are not my words. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has revealed that the rail projects embarked upon by the state government will go up over 100 billion. But technically, Lagos makes 150 billion naira a month. But the rail, where is the money of Lagos State going? Where is this internally generated revenue going that we cannot see?
Thank you very much. I like that you mentioned that, because I also wonder what exactly Alpha Beta does. Because I know people who work in LRS, not one person, not two, and they do a lot of work. LRS operates like the private sector. It doesn't operate like a regular public sector office. They work for their salaries. They are not paid fantastically well, and some of their staff have to do their own deals on the side, which is another discussion entirely. But what exactly does Alpha Beta does? Like you said, what exactly do they do? It is the staff of LRS that go out. They are giving targets every month. They are giving, and especially at periods like this when there's an election coming, and apparently they need more money. The staff, they are put under pressure. They are given targets that they have to meet. So and then I wonder what kind of consulting that Alpha Beta does that they've not finished doing since they've been established. They've kept on doing it. And I think people really need to, especially people from the Southwest, Lagosians, they need to wake up. I see a lot of, I love Jagabans, Jagaban. There's this thing, as if all of them are under a collective spell. They will say things like, Jagaban, I can't vote for him, but I respect it. What exactly do you respect? Is it the fact that they've been able to run Lagos like a mafia organization? If you have watched, while I don't agree to the fact that Kemi Adetiba's movie was inspired by Bola Tinubu, but I can definitely make some references. There's a way the woman in The King of Boys would do things for people, and then once it does things for you, you are beholden to her. She's going to collect one day. Exactly the way the mafia does. There are lots of people that have their own straws in the bottle that Lagos State finances. They have their own ways. They've been plugged into several conduits where they also get their own monies from, and that is exactly what Bola Tinubu uses to perpetuate his dynasty in Lagos. There are some set of people that are gaining from this guy, and then the rest of you see that and admire it. And I wonder what exactly do you admire about someone who is greedy, someone who is a corrupt?
You have 34 seconds left, and I paused it. Just so I can ask you this question. Let me take you through a journey. You said Kemi Adetiba's movie does not have any reference to Tinubu, in your opinion. And I think Sizu shares the same opinion from the last space we held together. But I've gone back to see that movie. And the political brain that I have, I've tried to use it to match certain characters. Who do you think Are was?
Well, I initially, from the beginning, when I watched that movie, I felt like Are was Obasanjo. I don't know if I'm correct.
No. Are, in my opinion, was Basharu MKO Abiola. Think about it.
Abiola. Who is the Are on Akakanfo again? Whose title was that again?
MKO Abiola. That was the title he held when he was alive.
Snap.
Are was in jail when Tinubu wanted to become president. Don't forget, when he came back into the country. Yeah. Are died in prison in the movie. MKO Abiola died in prison. Think about it. It's not that deep. When you try to look at the characters from the prism of an understanding of the Nigerian political stratosphere, you can easily merge the characters. It's not that hard.
Let me make this double easy for you. So, let me make this even
Tony,
easier.
You have 34 seconds left.
Tony, my love. Tony, my love, we'll give her 1 minute. Yeah. Let me drop this on you. Alpha Beta is paid 7.5 billion. The LIRS people do the hard work. They take all the money raised, give to Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta takes out her 10%, and somehow the money of Lagos, we don't know what is given back to Lagos to work with. It just looks like a shit show. But now let me blow your mind by taking you to Google, so that you can then find out if Alpha Beta is such a fantastic company and so well paid and doing the world's best computing fucking job. Why is it that a simple Google search, which state is the highest debt in Nigeria? Lagos. The DMO data from businessday.ng shows that Lagos, with a total debt of 780 billion naira, as of March 2022, is the most indebted state in Nigeria. Not Anambra of Peter Obi. Lagos State of the visionary. Accounting for 16.26% of the subnational debt. So Lagos's debt alone is 16% of the subnational debt. Ogun State owed 242 billion as of March 2022, and Rivers State, where Wike is dancing up and down, came third, owing 225 billion. Followed by Imo State of APC, where the governor who was fourth became governor, owing 204 billion. But Lagos, as we speak, as at March 2022, Lagos owes 780 billion naira. I'll take this a bit further. At the end of 2021, Lagos State's domestic debt stood at 658 billion naira, accounting for 14.8% of the total domestic debt owed by the 36 states, including Abuja, and over 49% of the entire Southwest domestic debt. So if Lagos is so fucking fantastic as these guys are willing to wank over every day, and the brain has been working it on a 25-year calendar where Alpha Beta is making all this money and Lagos makes 150 billion a month, how is Lagos the most indebted state in Nigeria, accounting for 16.26% of the subnational debt, and Lagos is owing 780 billion naira as at March 2022? Are you listening to this madness going on in this country?
N6, I have a confidential DM. I cannot reveal the identity of the person who sent me this DM. I'm very sorry, guys. It is confidential, but it is straight from the horse's mouth. It says the problem started when Ambode realized it wasn't 10%. Note the names. Akinwumi Ambode. The problem started when Ambode realized it wasn't 10% they were taking from the taxes collected. They were precisely taking 28% after they did the auditing, and after he had ordered the taxes to stop being paid to Alpha Beta, which triggered Dapo Apara to request for an extra 40 billion naira to be paid to him, because he understood the racket that was going on in the firm, because he handled their servers and all the information collected related to the taxes were with him. Now, if you don't understand how much they searched for Dapo Apara, the confidential DM that I received is from somebody who was in the know when it comes to how they actually looked for that guy. They searched every nook and cranny of this earth to find him. But we'll come back to that later. Tony, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds to round up. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to mention again that, from what he said just now, he mentioned that Ogun State also has a very high debt. And then you wonder that what exactly has Ogun State done with other money? And you find out that there's a pattern between in the states where Tinubu has had a say in who becomes the governor. And that's another part that, like, and that reminds me that I wanted to mention this. There was a space yesterday, the space where the Commissioner of Finance for Peter Obi was invited to. And then someone said Peter Obi should have made a succession plan. He should have, so that whoever comes after him. And I really wished I could comment when I heard that question, that this is a democracy. Why should anyone determine who becomes the governor after them? It should be the people's choice. You shouldn't have to be the one. You can't say, okay, because I have a 25-year master plan that nobody has ever seen. So with the people that have to be governors in that period, they must be determined by me. And then people will clap for you and say, oh, he's a visionary. He did a succession plan. This is not a monarchy. What's a succession plan in democracy? People should have a say. Why do we call it a democracy if you are the one that will tell us who the next governor will be? So if, God forbid, Tinubu becomes president, they will tell us that, oh, because he's president, he has to tell us who the next president will be. And this is what this guy is all about. Thank you. I will yield the mic so I don't...
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to use my timer. I hate to use it, but it's fine. We're going to...
Omar, let me throw in a 1 minute here.
Okay, after Sito, we'll take Uncle Waju. Uncle Waju, please get ready. Waju, I miss you so much. No homo, man.
So, contrary to reasons given for the 9, this is a write-up from 2021. Apparently, contrary to reasons earlier given for denying former Lagos State Governor Akinwumi Ambode a second-term ticket by national leader of the APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, and the party's hierarchy, AF24 News reliably gathered that the termination of Alpha Beta's juicy revenue collection contract with the Lagos State government by Ambode was the real reason why he was not allowed to run for a second term on the party's platform. Ambode, it was learned sometime in 2018, terminated Alpha Beta's contract, a company secretly registered by Tinubu, stirring the hornet's nest in the process. It was reliably gathered that the move was the beginning of Ambode's political troubles in Lagos. Ambode's decision to terminate that contract was seen as an effrontery and direct challenge to his godfather, Tinubu. This is what broke the camel's back. Now, though the contract was swiftly restored shortly after it was terminated as a result of what was described by sources as immense pressure, it was not enough to convince Tinubu to forgive and trust Ambode for another term in office as Lagos State Governor. It was reckoned that should Ambode get a second term, he could terminate the contract again and probably go after Tinubu's other business interests that have become a drain on the state's purse. I yield the mic.
A drain on the state's purse. I think it's about time people start to look at this thing from the prism of a man who is trying to leverage our collective interest to his own maximum capacity. And that is a threat to my life. It is a threat to my generation unborn. It is a threat to my family. If somebody feels that the collective wealth of our national state, let me put it that way, is the next target for him after milking the commercial capital of our country for donkey years, then I should be worried. Then you should be worried. Then you should not be motivated along tribal or ethnic lines. Then you should not be motivated along religious lines. You should be motivated along the lines of character, competence, and capacity, in the words of Peter Obi. We'll move on to our next speaker, the very cerebral Waju Akin Emmanuel. It's such a pleasure to have you on the space.
The honor is entirely mine, guys. I don't really know where to start, but let me first and foremost appreciate the very commendable job you guys are doing. I'll call you the cerebral triumvirate. You guys make things happen. Your violence is such a very, very intelligent one, and I love it. And I'm also grateful to God for the birth of the Obi movement. This particular movement has not only awakened the political consciousness of young Nigerians, but it has actually set us on a journey to what I call redemption. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria can only get better moving forward. Now, I'm going to imitate you guys by starting with a quote of the Bible. Ecclesiastes 10 verse 16 says, "Woe to a land whose king is a child." I'm going to make this as interactive as possible. What are the attributes of a baby? What do you see a baby exhibit on a daily basis? First and foremost, a baby wants to have all. A baby thinks what he has is the only thing that exists in the world. A baby is all self-seeking. A baby does not think about other people. A baby just wants to enjoy life. One of the greatest injustices that has been done to this nation is that we have never, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, just a few set of people will qualify, but we've never really truly had leaders who were not babyish in their conduct. Buhari rose on the back of being an integrity-driven man, but we know that when it got there, what we have been able to witness is nothing but an ethnocentric presidency. And guess what? The worst of us all is trying to do the same thing, insulting the intelligence of great minds and great forebears of the Yoruba nation. Let me start by saying this, that in all of this discussion, the people I feel the most for are actually the true Aboriginal Lagosians. Those that you could call the founders of Lagos, the Fernandes, the Kosokos, the Adeniji Adelays, the Bakantonis, very many of them who really were there, who really their fathers provided the foundation for the Lagos we talk about now. Now, guess what? The greatest politician to come out of the Yoruba nation, the greatest nationalist, Awolowo, in his days, never for once made a statement that a Milukan, there's nowhere in the Yoruba nation today, no, and I say it again with all emphasis, nowhere in the Yoruba nation today that you will not find his footprints and his imprints. Now, if such a man with that qualification, with that level of sagaciousness, never said that, it tells us the kind of leaders we have today. And see, for once, I'm going to say this. It's going to be the most violent statement I've ever made on space. If what qualifies you as an Omoluabi are the yardsticks designed by Tinubu and his kind, I would rather be a bona fide Omali. And if you are the true Omoluabis as designed, as defined by what Tinubu and his ilk have called Omoluabi, I'll tell you without missing words, you are the greatest Omoali that the Yoruba nation has ever had. Now, I'll say this again. If you all have not noticed, I have been able to work in at least 5 states of the Southwest. I've worked in Lagos, worked in Oyo State, worked in Ondo State, worked in Ekiti State, and by God's grace, I've worked in Osun State. And I can tell you for a fact that it's good that we are waking up. For such a longer time, we have been foolish. One of the individuals that Tinubu claimed that he actually, brought to power, who has eventually, turned to his enemy now within their political circle. I'm talking about Aregbesola. One of the very, very most stupid things any leader has ever done was what he called Okmoima. And guess what? Billions were wasted to project that sham of a project. Today, there's nothing called a Koimo in Osun State. See, for people who do not know, a certain man by the name Olusegun Mimiko, God bless him. See, it might be bad in very many areas, but the fact that he never relinquished the supremacy of Ondo State to the control of Tinubu is something as an Ondo State indigene I'm forever proud. A lot of people called him all sorts of names, that it was an Odale, it was this, Tinubu did this for him. And I said back in the days that maybe you guys are so forgetful of history. Maybe you guys don't even know exactly how Tinubu himself, rose the ladder to get to where he is. I'll tell you something, without exaggerating. It was also because he was perfidious and traitorous. But today is not the time to talk about it. Guys, I'm begging you. if we do not want a nation that to even pee, you'll have to probably get, a permission from somebody. Yorubas, for once, let's use our brains. What is wrong with us? Lagos that we cry about today, is that the legacy? I ran from Lagos because I just felt like that was not a city to stay. I've stayed in Ondo State for more than 10 years. I mean, whatever they claim they're enjoying in Lekki, I enjoy it a lot. Alagbaka. I'm sorry to say it might not be at the same level. But what are you looking for? You're looking for class. You're looking for people who are cerebral. You're looking for cool ambience. You get it at Alagbaka. And should I bust your bubble? Alagbaka just some 10, 15 years ago was a bushy environment. People, those who really were ready to develop their own state, they did it. Today, for you to get a piece of land in Alagbaka, you are looking at around 25 million naira, which tells you that if people really are driven by purpose, they want to get things done, they will get it done. Enough of these, charlatans and traitors and comedians who think they know better than you. Can you imagine in 2022 somebody telling you that Iwolo are Emiloko and you are foolishly buying into it? What exactly has Tinubu done in the Southwest? Just give me one thing that you can say that this is a landmark achievement. I've said it severally on different spaces. We've had the opportunity of APC, governorship since in the last 23 years in Lagos State. No single world standard health facility. The same Lagos where billions on a daily basis are being realized, and you claim that individual will come and replicate such evil at the national level. I pity you if you cannot think. You all are saying that it's Yoruba stand. What did Obasanjo do? He's not a Yoruba man. What did the guy called Osinbajo do? What did he do? What is he doing now? Is he not a Yoruba man? If we're truly for justice, no Yoruba should be throwing their hats in the ring. It's just because for such a long time we have all been self-seeking. We have been thieves. We have been inconsiderate. That's the reason we're talking about this. I'm Waju. I'm from Ondo State. Ikare Akoko to be precise. Oloke Meji Takotabo. And I say it again. By God's grace, the one that made the heaven and the earth, may we never be afflicted by the presidency of Tinubu. The Yoruba nation will experience peace. And I know that God helping us, come 2023, we'll have a man that truly wants the best for Nigeria, not the best for their pockets. I yield for now, guys. I'm animated. I'm angry that we still have fools amongst us. Those that should know better. Schools are not in session. For very many years, you all went to school to get a degree that you could have gotten for less than 4 years. You were using 7, 8 years. You still didn't have the best of certificate, and still you are talking about those. I mean, I went to secondary school with half castes. Let me bust your bubble. It was a public school in this Nigeria, in Oyo State to be precise. I had a girlfriend who was an half caste, Biola Yorinde, in this Nigeria. But today, before you can find someone that can speak good English in secondary school, you have to go to a private institution, and you all are there and saying that this is what we deserve. May God punish you. I so yield.
Amen to that. They say ọmọ ẹni ò lè ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ káfílẹ̀kẹ̀ sídìí ọmọ ẹlòmíì. Now that is the biggest lie that anyone has ever told Yoruba people. They say that your daughter cannot have a nice roundy ass and then you would have a bead and place it on the waist of another man's child. Olusegun Obasanjo reinterpreted this proverb when Tinubu, a day after Tinubu visited him in Abeokuta, Charlie Boy went there. And he reiterated this proverb to Charlie Boy that in this case, Nigeria is my own daughter. And I have to put the best waist bead on the waist of the best person. Not because the person is my child, because Nigeria is my child in this case. And I want you guys to see it that way. I mean, for all of the white beards and all of these APC guys, I understand the fact that you cannot see the bigger picture. It's completely understandable. The meal of the day is more important to you. But see it from this perspective. Your children, the people before you, they suffered the same fate. Are you actually advocating for the people after you to suffer the same fate? To be slaves to a gerontocrat? Someone who is largely motivated by his own personal ambition and his own desire to milk our collective wealth. Is that your motivation? I'm not here to convince you, because some of you cannot be redeemed. I say that categorically. I mean, when some of you knew me on this space, you knew me as the violent guy, the guy who would come at you, and I will still come at you. Take it or leave it. It's not because N6 is here, I have relinquished my violence. You are dreaming. If you come here and talk nonsense, I will nonsense you. Take it from me. I'm saying that categorically now. This one is a Yoruba space. We go tear each other clothes. Me, I believe in one proverb that I used to hear when I was young, that if you are not ready to tear each other's clothes, don't invite me to a fight at the market square. Please. That is what a lot of you have done. You have invited me to a fight at the market square. You are joking with my future, my own destiny. I've been living abroad for over 12 years. Coming to Nigeria has its own fear in its own right. I'm afraid, because I don't get kidnapped money and I don't get mopo wey go guide me from Lagos to Ibadan or from Ibadan to Lagos. I want to live like a no. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say one thing on this space this afternoon. If you leave Nigeria today, you need 5 straight years to get over the trauma of Nigerian police before you start to see policemen as normal people in the outside world. I tell that to you categorically. Some of you cannot even have a conversation with a policeman in an outside country simply because the police in your country has created some kind of fear in your head. Me, I've been coming from club before, semi-high, and policeman stopped me on the road. He asked me legitimate questions. Your license, your residence, I provided it to him. And he was like, you know what? You're not in the... He gave me a breathalyzer to use. And I fell under the test, just about under the test. And he was like, you know what? You are right under the test, but I won't let you go home with this car. So what you're going to do now is that you call a friend of yours who can drive you home. Or better still, I will call a friend of mine, a policeman, to come and drive you home, and you go home with your car. That was as simple as it got. In Nigeria,
because in our police, I be angel you meet for road. This don't be like police be.
Baba, policeman, you know one thing. Since
policeman see me when I get accident, when my bumper fall, when I put her for back, wind everything.
I couldn't imagine what you had to. I couldn't imagine what you had to.
Is it? Honest. So you don't go give boys money because you just get accident now.
Can you imagine the level of Baba? Now only Nigeria, I don't see say police they carry assault rifle for streets. Only Nigeria. I've never seen it in policemen carry sidearms in insane countries. When BMCs are telling you about Senna climbs, I put it to you today. My name is Omar. Quote me anywhere. That policemen in Senna climbs, they carry sidearms. Sidearms, very decent. They wear body cams. Whatever kind of conversation or interaction you have with them during the course of your arrest or interrogation is being recorded by the police force itself, so that they can have some form of accountability. In Nigeria, we have Baba Yusuf and Baba Khadija and Mommy Isafwa at the police station. The policewoman will be slapping you back to back and telling you that move here. You know, we are used to oppression. We are conditioned to a system that actually I often enjoin every Nigerian to go and watch a movie on Netflix. It's a Spanish movie. It's titled The Platform. You should watch it. It's very important. Because if you watch that movie, you understand how the Nigerian society works.
I've posted up on my Twitter before.
Baba, you don't see that movie, yeah? That movie
where they hand the food from top down.
God bless you. Where they hand food from top down. That movie tells a very satirical story about the Nigerian state. I saw that movie from the prism of being a Nigerian. Look, Go and check my previous write-ups. You can find my name on medium.com. I wrote an article about Buhari during NSAS. I did a video with my own voiceover. The Nigerian police is a criminal organization that works like a mafia. So you have the godfathers, you have the capo regimes, so you have the underbosses, and then you have the capo regimes. The capo regimes are the SARS guys. They go out on the street and they rake in revenue. They rake in revenue and they pass it up top to the underbosses. The underbosses passes it up to the godfather. And then it goes around like that. And then you are expecting a government that is also immersed in that corruption to come and reform that police system. Look, guys, if you're talking about our local, Buju I don't know where he comes from, but he lives in Lagos. There have been so many Yoruba celebrities that have been harassed by the police. There have been so many Igbo celebrities that have been harassed by the police. There have been so many Hausa celebrities that have been harassed by the police. What I am here to tell you this afternoon is that bad governance is a stray bullet. It does not discriminate. Whether you're Yoruba, whether you're Igbo, whether you're Hausa.
I mean, they just arrested Ice Prince recently.
You're going to die. You are going to die. I put it to you today, you will die if you continue to let this country go on the way it is. I've held the mic for long enough, and I'm going to take 3 speakers next. I'll start with my very, very good friend, who I haven't heard from in a long time, but I was happy to see the rally in Ibadan the other day, and I saw the work that he's been putting in on the ground, so I understand that he might not have the time to come on Spaces and speak. Ayodeji, God bless you for everything you've been doing. You can take the next 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you very much, Omar, Saddam, N6, my friend Waju, thank you, and every listener. So good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Let me start on this note. I'm quite having mixed feelings. I've been having mixed feelings for a couple of days now. And in actual sense, Omar, your observation as to not seeing me on some spaces for quite a while, especially since Saturday's rally, is it's not far from the truth. However, aside from of course, the aftermath of the whole rally we had in Ibadan, trying to get the body back in shape, I've actually been facing a whole lot of threats, and probably this will be the first time I will be making it known. I kept mute. I decided that I would wait till we have this space today. So I would like to start on this note. So yesterday was okay. So Tuesday evening, it all started Tuesday evening, and of course this is different from the usual, bashing online, the whole jab, the whole you're Mali, you are this, you are that, the whole emotional blackmail. I mean, we're quite used to that online. But it all started on Tuesday evening when I received a call, an anonymous call from an unknown person, an unknown guy, who called and was more like, never introduced himself, and gave me a quick summary of my identity, my name, my businesses, a whole lot. Now, my marital status, everything. And then hung up the call. Of course, because it was an anonymous call, I couldn't call back. And there was no way I could actually even say I want to trace the line. Now, so I just felt, okay, well, it's just one of those things. Of course, I was a bit scared. Then yesterday morning, probably around this time yesterday, my dad called. Okay? Now, and it was like someone just called him now and said he was asking of me, an anonymous call as well, that was asking of me, blah, 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 gave him the lowdown of myself to my dad. And was like, my dad was like, oh, okay. So my dad was not quite, he didn't get the picture at first. So my dad was trying to act nice, like a normal, typical Yoruba man, and was like, oh, okay. So it was actually the second line of my dad. And actually, the line in question actually was a line I used quite, probably 12, 13 years ago. Okay, one of my business line. So I guess they got the number from my website. From my company website. So, and then called them, blah, blah, blah. So, and then my dad was, oh, no, it's no longer using this, blah, blah, blah. And then gave him innocently, my dad gave him my own primary line to call because my dad felt it was just like a business call. Then later on, when the person, my dad called me to say, oh, somebody called, and I said, okay, who called actually? What's the number? That is, my dad said, it's an anonymous call. Anonymous call again. I said, okay, no problem. So 5 minutes after my dad called, the same line called me again, saying, you know what, Atimo number that day, Atimo, it's crazy. All, of course, in normal typical Yoruba language. Now, what am I trying to say is this. All through yesterday, I was very, very disturbed. That's the truth. I was extremely disturbed because I was disturbed in the sense that I understood. Of course, when I started all this movement way back, in April, I knew what the risk was all about. I knew that we are not just fighting against people who wanted power, but we are fighting just like that popular biblical phrase, verse that we are fighting against. We're not fighting against flesh and blood, but we are fighting against principalities. We are fighting
against powers in high places.
Powers in high places. Thank you. And truth be told, of course, I'm human. And I understand the fact that, of course, you can only kill the body, you can't kill the soul, you can't kill the spirit. And I was scared, very scared. I have to own up to that. But when I woke up this morning, I got a renewed energy, a renewed faith in the movement. And that's why you observe that probably since Tuesday, I didn't make any post, I didn't thread on any anti-bat thread, because most people know that that's what I do. Most of my articles are always anti-bat. I didn't make that yesterday. I have some that I've actually drafted. These things comes. The lift gate of heavens also always open up for me, and I just find myself writing those things about Tinubu. So I have some of those drafts ready, but I just felt no. Let me just soft pedal. But then I woke up this morning seeing Tunde back Anthony's video. I woke up this morning seeing Obafemi Awolowo's daughter's video, and then it gave me a renewed strength. That you know what, AY, you are doing the right thing. Do not be discouraged. For the sake of course, I'm married, but for the sake of your family, for the sake of your parents and my siblings and everything, for the sake of the unborn generation, you cannot afford to give up. Now, when I created, for some of us may not know, I'm the convener of the Southwest Citizen for Peter Obi. Which of course some of us are already using the RV. Now, when the whole idea, which of course came 3 or 4 weeks ago on this same space, I think Bishop was on that space when we saying, okay, we need to do something for the Southwest, we need to create something and harmonize and connect with the Yoruba people from the diaspora, and then we'll take it for Peter Obi and everything. And then the whole idea of the name came, and then we registered it and everything. At that particular moment, I knew that I was stepping into another territory different from just being a Twitter guy, doing my own support at the grassroots level and everything. Now, taking it up into another extra gear now. I know on this space that we have Tinubu people here. We have Batified. You've sold yourself. You've sold your soul to the devil. And just like Omar said, there's nothing that we will say on this space that will convince you guys. You are not advocating and rooting for this guy because you actually care for Nigeria. You are advocating for this guy because just like a typical mafia, your loyalty lies to the Capone. So you're just doing everything humanly possible to ensure that this hegemony continues. Because obviously, if you could actually play this script in Lagos, what stops us from actually duplicating this script in Nigeria and make Nigeria your possession? But I make bold to tell you this, that Nigeria can never be your possession. Because Nigeria is the right of every individual, cutting across all the geopolitical zone, cutting across both the majority tribe and the minority tribe. So there's no individual that has a sole right to the soul of this country. And I also make bold to say to you Lagosians, the average Lagosians, many of you, I respect many of you. I work in Lagos, I live in Lagos, I live in Ibadan. I grew up in Osun State. And I can say with that fact that many of you that call yourself Batified Lagos branch, you are, sorry, please, because of the, just give me an extra minute because I just really have a whole lot, sorry.
Go on, how did you go on?
Now, the fact still remains that many of you are what I call, you, for lack of a better word, you guys are you are political naive. You are mediocres. Yeah, I listened to my friend Waju speak earlier. Truth of the matter is that when you come to Yoruba politics, I can say it vocally. You, majority of you Lagosians, average Lagosians, you are extremely naive. Extremely. Of course, no, you guys, when you come at us in the sense of, we speak against Yoruba race. I've never speak against the Yoruba race because I'm a true Omoluabi. I know where my father came from. I know where my mom is from.
To interject you quickly, you have 1 minute for 57 seconds left, and I paused your time, so I'll let you continue once I'm done. One thing I want to highlight, I want to attract your attention to, is the fact that these people often feel like some of us have not done Baba Sokwe politics before. I did it before. I did it in Ibadan. I was a supporter of Alhaji Lamidi Adedibu. If you understand who that person is in...
I was just about talking about him, actually.
Yes. In the early years of my life, when I was naive and less educated, I supported Alhaji Lamidi Adedibu's political whatever, because he never had a political ambition. He was
Amala politics.
It was pure Amala politics. You go to Adedibu's house in the morning, you can have...
the old body loan.
Yeah,
that was Ibadan's body loan. Adedibu was a different kind of politician. Even body loan cannot stand beside him. Let's be honest. Adedibu chased out sitting House of Assembly members in Oyo State with thugs who were wearing bedroom slippers and Mopo uniforms on top. Check and balance it. You will find it in public space. Thugs who were wearing Mopo uniforms and bedroom slippers in Ibadan. They went into the State House of Assembly and they chased out sitting House of Assembly.
Let me talk about Adedibu for you to know that I know. I mean, there's a part of Adedibu that most
so
of us...
So if these guys are just getting used to Baba Sokwe politics, I dare tell you this day that go and sit down. It leads nowhere. They are going to abandon you. Adedibu died, his empire collapsed. His entire empire collapsed. It crumbled. None of his children are in the Nigerian political discourse right now. And that is what is going to happen to the chairman of Body Law. 1 minute 57 seconds. You make reference to Adedibu. Now, okay, so let me just rush some of my point. Now, there was a book I read. I think I have one of my friend here on listener section, so he can as well bear witness. In those days in OAU, because I finished from Obafemi Awolowo University, that should be roughly probably 15 years ago. I stumbled on a book titled "The Owners of Nigeria," written by one professor. I've forgotten, a Yoruba professor. The Owners of Nigeria, that's the name of that book. And in that book, that was the day I knew that Adedibu, the late Adedibu, was one of those that orchestrated the death of Abacha. In that book, that was, I can't forget. I mean, my friend is listening here. We both read the book together. Okay, and that was the day I knew that, forget, there are people in Nigeria that have played this dirty politics way even beyond the level that Tinubu can imagine. Way beyond the level that Tinubu can imagine. So if you are doing the whole, you feel, Tinubu is the master planner, it just shows that you guys are not dynamic. Because if you leave the old Lagos Island, leave Alimosho, leave Lagos and then travel outside Lagos, you understand that there are people who have played dirty politics even than Tinubu, that you guys are actually now making him look like a god. Now let me round up by saying this. Enough of the rant. Now the truth of the matter is that all of this hatred that some of you have been sowed, the seed of hatred that have been sowed in your mind, started from 1951. Between Awolowo and Azikwe. No, but I always say this because of course that's the script that's been replayed now. 1951 script, 1979 script, and then 2023 script. What do they have in common? In 1951, we had an Igbo man
and a Yoruba man contesting for the same position. In 1979, we had the same people, again, replicating again in 1979, an Igbo man and a Yoruba man. Now, in 2023, we are having an Igbo man, a Yoruba man, but this is where we are getting it wrong, because I need to just speak to your naivety. In the two earlier instances, we had two great individuals that can stand shoulder to shoulder, okay, they have the track record of actually having served their people. Azikwe and Awolowo. Please, how can you compare that of 2023 with Peter Obi of 2023? For goodness sake. A person with unknown age, unknown identity, unknown source, no parents, no source of wealth, nothing. You cannot trace anything tangible. You cannot trace anything consistent to a man. You're not going to compare that individual with somebody that actually built a state that came out of civil war and made that state what it is right now. Oh, you guys have not gotten the latest memo. In terms of FDI in Nigeria, I wrote an article on that. FDI in Nigeria, Anambra State is number 3. And peradventure, you may think that actually happened out of miracle. No, it didn't happen out of miracle. It happened as a result of what Peter Obi did in that state. I wrote an article. You can check my page on that. So what are we talking about? You all are just shameless fools. You all are so naive. You are so ignorant. You are so dense. Like I'm talking to you, most of you that call yourself Batify Lagos branch, you guys are extremely dead. You are extremely irritating. Like extremely. I'm ashamed to be associated with you as a Yoruba man. Because you guys are extremely. You are a version of what we call Alimanjiri in Yoruba land. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Ayodeji. You are not.
Let me come in here.
Adam, please go on.
Let me come here briefly. Honestly, Ayodeji, thank you very much. I'm about to share your own sentiments also, because I understand firsthand what it means to be threatened because of what we do for this movement. I have been threatened. Mine is that I've told not to even come back to Nigeria. If I come back, they called my name, my business, and everything. They came to my DM with the whole information that was, and I was like thinking, I thank God I'm in the same environment where I know that despite everything, I'm still watching my back, because I know there are some one or two of their stupid people that might probably be around here. Yeah, but I understand the struggle you guys are doing, and that's why I am so grateful for what you guys are doing, especially our Southwestern brothers, because I know these people who are fighting are not normal people. These people are people that they don't mind burning down Nigeria to get what they want. So you guys are, especially from the region, are people that at first hand you get first hand threat and everything. Please, it shouldn't stop us from doing what we're doing. We know what we are fighting for. It is better if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. So it's better we talk and die. That is just the truth. This is the last thing we're going to give back to our kids and the unborn generation by exposing. So nobody will come out and say, we did not hear that he's a thief. We did not hear that he's a drug dealer. We did not hear that we don't know his parents. He has no lineage. No person going to the ballot going into the elections should be able to have that as an excuse. We have brought out facts, figures, everything to you guys to see and listen and understand. We are doing our job at the risk that it takes. I don't care what it's taking me and my friends and my brothers doing this work here, but we're telling you guys the truth of who this man is. This is not who Nigeria needs. This is not who Nigeria deserves. We deserve 100 times better. There is a man that is junketing around the whole world, talking to Nigerians, speaking on the issues, granting interviews, asking him the hard questions. He's answering them, even the ones he cannot answer. He tells you there is somebody like that. But instead, some people have chosen to be slaves to a man that they're telling us to go and watch his throwback documentary. I've never heard that man on any live interviews. It's just throwback they're giving us, throwback videos, throwback pictures, throwback quotes. Nothing to say about the man in today's world. So thank you, my brother Ayodeji. I understand. I'm happy that you're fired up again and ready to go. No amount of threat should deter you or stop you from what you're doing. Just be careful around your surroundings. Keep moving, keep pushing. And I believe with God, no weapon from the fashion against us shall prosper. We're going to go. We will live to see a Nigerian that works. It's a must as long as we do our part. Thank you very much. Omar, back to you. And
thank
please,
you,
guys, 1 minute, please. Please, guys. Please, we have over 800 people in this room. For those that was just at 500, I just come in briefly, allow my co-hosts to handle the whole space and everything. Please, tweet with the hashtag VawulenceSpace and Alpha Beta Expose. We have to trend this topic. We must trend Alpha Beta Expose today. And if everybody on this space right now tweet with Alpha Beta Expose, we have that topic trending. So please and please take 1 minute out of your time as you're listening. 1 minute, 30 seconds out of the time as you're listening, and just please tweet the hashtag Alpha Beta Expose. Whatever you have to discuss about the topic. If you N6 have a whole lot of, I'm slowing him down, sir. He has a whole lot. Omar have a whole lot to unload here. So please and please, you can join the conversation. You can add us. You can request for the mic, especially for our Southwestern brothers. We'll give you guys preferential treatment today while we allow every other person to speak on the issues. Thank you, and Omar, back to you.
Thank you so much, guys. So I'm going to give you 1 or 2 references. If you're interested in understanding Nigerian politics, there are books you can read. I understand that Nigeria has a very poor reading culture, but you can check out All Politics and Culture by Mark Silon. You can also check out Soldiers of Fortune from 1980-something to 1993, and then the Obasanjo years from 1993 downwards. Those are books that can educate you on the current politics of Nigeria. One thing I'm going to add before I take our next speaker is that it is important for people to understand one thing, that Yorubas, I've seen this on the timeline, over the last week. Yorubas are not your enemies. Please, if you come from the Peter Obi extraction of the country, let me put it that way, it is important for you to understand that you cannot judge the larger percentage of us by the decision making and the behavior of a small bunch of idiots that we have amongst us. There are idiots everywhere, and I can assure you that in Yoruba land we have an abundance of them. I'm not going to mention names, but there's a man who describes himself as a man with a different color of beard. So then you obviously understand the person I'm talking about. But there are so many of these clowns out here in public space who believe that because they are Yoruba, it is imperative for them to support a candidate whose candidacy does not even benefit the Nigerian state as a whole. I'm not going to hog the mic, but I enjoin you, my guys. You have the right, you have the chance, you have the opportunity. If a lot of people have asked me, I have a friend who listened to my own People's Parliament on Sundays, and he asked me yesterday, and he was like, what is your plan for this whole thing? What is your idea? Is it that it's just a contribution of you to Nigeria's democracy, or you're doing it for a certain reason? And I'm like, for God and for country. That is the only idea behind it. For God and for country. To see Nigerians make a decision that reflects on our collective future as one voice for the very first time. That is why I'm in this movement. I've checked out Peter Obi with things that I would never even come and say in public space. I've tried my best to dig into the man. He said it categorically in one of his speeches. He said he received over 500 billion naira as the governor of Anambra State. And he says that if you have anything that links into any financial misappropriation, then he will stop campaigning. The truth is, my friends, does he have anything that actually links him to any financial misappropriation? My answer is no. So if we have a guy that for the very first time we can trust with our own instincts without anybody coming to tell us anything, are you telling me because of your own selfish interest this man is not eligible for office? I choose to disagree with you, especially when you have candidates like Emilokon and Nwoke Bomb Shots, as my friend what's his name, Ajibusu, what's the guy's name, Afam Deluxe. Afam would call it because he Nwoke Bomb Shots. And I agree. Dude took a picture in bomb shots with one leg, of a different color, and one leg Fanta and one leg Coke. But let's leave that aside because people will say that I'm getting back to the very violent Omar. So let's go to our next.
We can't verify that on Google, sir.
Oh, Baba, we can verify it. Oh, his picture is there. Senior man was wearing bomb shorts with one leg Coke, one leg Fanta. I have the picture here.
Yes, bro, I know. I see what I'm saying, man. Don't be like.
Bro, that one is verifiable. Though. I'm not going to come here with unverifiable.
Nice one.
It is verifiable. Baba was wearing bomb shorts with one. He actually took that picture to show that he can. You see these guys, one thing that makes me laugh about them is the fact that Peter Obi has presented them with a new set of problems. That Peter guy is a very wicked man. Let me be honest with you. That guy don't be a nice guy at all. So what he has done is very simple. Set himself aside, put himself in public space, put his credentials forward, ask Nigerians to go and verify. Nigerians go and verify, they fall in love with the man, and then you, his former principals, he's telling you that, okay, guy, I'm not holding you back. I'm not going to speak against you. You are my former boss, but go to America if you can. Obi is a very wicked person, I'm telling you. Because if you are my former staff and you can go to America, I cannot go to America. Who do you think you are?
Let me just come here before taking the next speakers here. Look at the politics these guys would have been playing with us right now. FFK versus Dino Melaye. Just imagine this is what, as in, if there was no P2B, this is what would have been choosing the
content creators.
Hey God,
Kata is Sydney Walker.
I'm gonna reason say I go there on the side of Dino or hey my goodness.
Madam, that is what you get when you have content creators as politicians. Dino and FFK are content creators who should be on Instagram and be reeling out content every day for people to watch. Funny content.
Let me remind you, Peter Obi is really a wicked guy, as you said, Omar. If you remember in the beginning, they thought this game was going to be business as usual. One of the first activations Atiku did on Twitter, some guy said he took Atiku to a joint and they were eating in a corner and some boys were watching football. Then Atiku joined them and they all watched football. Who remembers that time?
I saw it, Baba.
Yes, I swear, yeah.
He was one of the first. Are you joking? He was one of the first. I saw it. Who remembers? And Atiku was in Polo. That joint today. People don't ask, where that joint stay for Abuja? Where Atiku they fall in once. Maybe we go there, go hold our contract. No, whether we feel give her one or two things where we feel build for Adamawa for her. So if you remember that happened, they were so looking forward to going to one or two primary school and eating jollof rice with poverty-infested students out of metal bowls. Oshibajo was warming up, that is world famous photographer, for all the sharing of 5K. Do you remember that Oshibajo, there's some things I would tell the Southwest. They said, we thank God we put Tinubu forward. That is a strong candidate. I heard it on one of their spaces that if we had put Oshibajo, they would have still dug up stuff to do. I said, yes, we would have still dug up stuff on Oshibajo because he was so silly that one of the smartest ideas he put forward was to be sharing 5,000 naira to market women. And that's why he share. He nearly died in a helicopter crash for doing nonsense. That is the best idea his head came up with. Not to share laptop for secondary schools, but to be sharing 5K and 10K in a world famous welfare scheme. So, my brother, I thank God for Peter Obi every day. He's in my prayer point. He's part of the few people I pray for, that he's protected, his brain stays strong, because if not, I repeat, this election would have been voting between one dustbin and one canal. I say this because there's one street opposite my street. There's a smelling canal with one overflowing dustbin next to it. So if you pass that place, you don't know which smell wants to kill you more, the dustbin or the canal. So Peter Obi for me is like air freshener. He's my ambipol, for sake of calling a brand name. He's clean for this election season, and I thank God for him. And he's refreshing to the point that all the tribes in Nigeria, for once, they started with Muslim tickets. Do you know how and then you said that, his wife will go and he's a pastor from Redeemed and that is enough. We asked again, is it that?
If is a pastor,
this is crazy. If she's a pastor, I'm a bishop, I'm an evangelist.
I'm a priest.
We have not even talked about Bishop Gate, where they brought 30 fake bishops.
Can you imagine?
Why if the Muslim ticket was so important, why would 30 imams not be more important than 30 bishops? So a lot of things have happened already in this electoral season. And for someone like me who has a strong political memory, there are some things that if I start bringing them for you, I will show you that just even in the last 2 months, forget Tinubu and the Lagos State angle for where he has no linkage and they're trying to draw parallels that don't exist. The fuckery he has engaged in already, pardon my French, within this political season. Within this political season alone, who remembers the controversial time when they had to get all of the APC candidates to do a 2-day meeting in front of a panel, and all the videos from that panel were not encouraging. We would have expected somebody of his caliber to have his entire video out there, and you could see they said was it John Oyego, one of the governors, was not satisfied with. A lot has happened already, but it's so sad that the generation of Nigeria who let Nigeria rot by simply keeping quiet and pocketing a few dollars were at it again, and we say no. Google has already shown you 70% of the current Nigerian population of I would say about 220 million people, since 1 in every 4 person, every 4 black people is a Nigerian, is below the age of 30. 70% of Nigeria is below the age of 30. It is always taught if you're trying to get into the army that you need less than 0.5% of the population to march out in the street. Basically, 3 people for 1 police officer, and you already have a revolt of your hand that the nation will struggle to quell. So you can imagine when they talk and they tell you confidently that they don't even care about this young demographic, they don't care, they are talking about their structures. Their structure already mathematically is 30% of the population, which they're going to share between themselves. So we already have this election in the bag. I repeat, I always say this to Ginger, all obedient. We have won this election. What we are doing now is the formalities of democracy. What we are doing now is all this discussion. I say, there's no any candidate that has collected this amount of ass whooping that the VawulenceSpace has done over the last 1 month plus already should have been disqualified by INEC in any decent and civilized society. We are here talking about drug linkage, fraud linkage, money laundering. What can't you throw against this guy that won't stick in a plaster of shit? It will stick. So it's so sad, but it is what it is. It's Nigeria. I wish it was maybe more candidates that made this thing a bit more formidable on a political scale. But I thank God, because one more time I reiterate that who the gods want to bring down, they first make mad. And in no time in history have APC looked like mad people than in this election season. I bid you all good day. I drop the mic.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker should be Mr. Taiwo. Mr. Taiwo, are you there? Okay, Mr. Taiwo is gone. Let's move straight to Dr. Oluwaseyi. Okay, Dr. Oluwaseyi is gone as well. Mr. Taiwo, you're there. I can't hear you. Mr. Taiwo. Oh, unfortunately, Mr. Taiwo left. So I'm going to take him down, and then we'll take Odun Tutu.
Oladipo has been here.
Yeah, Oladipo has been here all along. I mean, I have him on the queue, but I'm going according to the queue. Yes, please, Odun Tutu. 5 minutes, please.
Okay. I'm not sure if I won't swear that I'm at work, so I have to rush this. Okay. Good morning. Good morning to Saddam, Omar, and N6. Good morning to everyone. I'm happy that one of my state persons is there. I'm from Ondo State. We can be, people perceive us to be a bit stubborn, but we stand what it is. And I still remember the episode of the former governor of Ondo State, which that the Agbado man claimed to have helped and wanted to turn Ondo State Treasury to part of their extension. But then I trust my governor, then he knows where he comes from. Then let me just put it this way. I listened to this discussion between 2 Agbado people. I call them Agbado people now. And I just try to listen, just to hear what they have to say. But one of the funniest narratives they've been pushing, which I know, but they even re-emphasize again on national TV or national TV. One of the things they normally say about this Agbado man, he increased the finances of the state. He took it from 600 million to blah, blah, blah. Which some of them have only been exaggerating. But even by the 100 members on that program, Tinubu took the finances of the state, according to them, from 600 million to just to 6.9 billion.
But when you listen to them, when they speak in the space, public space on TV, he took it to, it didn't take it to any 50-something billion. He only took it from 600 million to 6.9 billion. And from, I do my little math, that's 8.7%. It was Fashola that took it from 6.9 billion to 17. That is 40%. So, technically speaking, and I look at the fact, like, where are these people coming from with these statistics they normally bandied around? And I've challenged people, even some people around me who support this, I don't is Yoruba word for that, people. Can you point to me any specific landmark physical project that Tinubu started and completed in the 8 years? Any physical one with the general.
I have one. I have one.
Please, you can mention it.
MC Oluomo. That is a physical project. That is human development.
Those are the kind of funny things you see. You can't, apart from Kule Godoti, which is partially, half driven by private enterprise, who are his boys anyway, at a huge cost, we share the money. That's all. You can't pinpoint anything. And I've repeatedly tell people, the so-called goodwill, in quotes, the success, in quote, I had, that still banking on, was based on what Fashola did in 8 years. But, and I quickly call to people to remember, this same Fashola, he wanted to push him out after first time. That's the reality. All of us were here. He wanted to. But because he realized that, well, if I kill this guy, I don't kill my torchlight. So, grudgingly, he left him there. It has always been this rent system. I look at the last year, what do you call it? The Lagos State internal general revenue was 535 billion. That is, we're talking about average of 44.6 billion every month. In all sincerity, are we saying that 44 billion is being fully utilized for the benefits of this state? These are the same set of people that were hoarding Indomie. This same state. Few years down the line. So for me, it's all scratch. And whatever, the latest thing they are using right now, it's Omale, Anomoko. For those who don't understand, let me break it down. So Omale is supposed to be, now they have two meanings. That's a direct meaning, which is, a son or a daughter or a child that is not from the legally married husband. So maybe the mother decided to play hanky-panky. That's physical one. But then there's also a figurative expression where it's assumed that, anybody that is properly born should act with a certain level of decorum and character. That's what you call Omoluabi. But when you behave in a way that is contrary to that, they normally use the figurative expression of Omale. So you can still be in reality and Omoko, you are the child of your father, but you behave in a way that is uncultured. They can use that language on you. And I put a tweet, I think from ago, I said, look, we have people who are supporting somebody from Iraq BG or somewhere in Osun State, in Lagos State, and calling the people here for supporting him, Omale. And I understand. I'm trying to find out who is Omale now, who is not Omale. And now, I have been challenging some of them I know. This person, they claim build Lagos. And I keep asking people, if you say Tinubu build Lagos, okay, I'm so round up, thank you. What did Gowon did? What did Fashola did? What did Jakonde did? Jakonde spent only 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Only. Nobody has been able to do half of what he did. Half. So I just a reminder for those who are still falling over themselves, over their Agbado man, you have the destiny of your future children to play with. And if I pray you will not do something you will regret. And I believe that, look, the best option we have as at today, as at now, remains Peter Obi. A lot of people who are outside this country, when you are living in those places they don't ask you, where are you from? You just plug in. Why? Because the system there is working. So we must make sure and wake up from this madness of Agbado that, look, we have legacy that should be beyond Agbado. We are looking at people who can bring solutions to the challenges we have. Not somebody who will be calling and be collecting rent and feeding his drug organization, so to say, and the likes of Uloma and them. Thank you.
Hello, Omar. Can you hear me?
Please.
All right, guys. Just to take us back to the topic, Alpha Beta exposed the Southwest Obidient edition. Welcome one more time to VawulenceSpace. Saddam is the host. I come on here once in a while to do my thing alongside Omar as co-host. But I want to read you guys something. If you support Bola Ahmed Tinubu, fine. But you can understand where people like Mr. Bank Anthony yesterday were complaining that do not distort history while our children are still alive. We cannot sell them a lie. They will call us liars in our old age. I take you back because when they campaign for Tinubu and show you Oshodi, I think it's unfair considering what they did to Ambode to use any of Ambode's achievements to campaign. But they also tried to campaign, especially with Fashola's achievements. And I think it's very, very unfair, considering our memories are short as Nigerians. But Bola Ahmed Tinubu also put a lot of pressure and harassed Fashola. I will take you all the way back to the year 2010, so that the name Alpha Beta will pop up again, and you also hear about a certain man called Dele Alake. So follow me, everybody, to the year 2010. This is Vanguard, Nigeria. Sources inside the Fashola camp attributed the genesis of the acrimony to the governor's preference to directly collect taxes in the states instead of outsourcing it to a private consultancy firm called Alpha Beta, which is said to collect a princely sum of 4 billion naira every month. This is the year 2010. Why was Fashola and Tinubu having issues in 2010? The governor wanted to build his mega city, but he felt the pang of being forced to engage in elitist model of development, which Fashola regarded as being anti-masses. Are you listening? That his godfather wanted an elitist model of development, which Fashola regarded as being anti-masses. One more time, one of the major issues that started all of this was because Fashola wanted to directly collect taxes in the states instead of outsourcing it to a private consultancy firm called Alpha Beta, which was said to be collecting a princely sum of 4 billion naira every month for their services in the year 2010. Alpha Beta is a company which Lagosians allegedly has links to the former governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu. On December 29th of 2009, the former Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Chief Dele Alake, remember him, issued a full-page advertorial in newspapers where he credited the company Alpha Beta for lifting the IGR profile of Lagos from 600 million naira in 1999 to 9 billion naira in 2007. So far, none of the feuding camps have revealed the brains behind the company, and the Lagos House of Assembly has not deemed it wise to look into the direction of the ownership of the company. Also, the second problem, Fashola was said to have voiced his growing dissatisfaction with the idea of the state being the major financier of the national activities of the political party called the AC at the expense of Lagos. He has made great efforts to nurture and financially support the Action Congress to be the only vibrant opposition in the state, but it was costing Lagos State a lot. Third, the governor Fashola was said to be displeased with the fact that he had no control over his cabinet, which is made up of Tinubu's loyalists, which is the same with the State Assembly. For the residents of Lagos who desired development, Fashola made sense when he said he would step on the toes of area boys, market women, artisans, road transport workers, the foot soldier that risked their lives to put him into power. And this was going to be one of his major issues. The philosophy of BRF is that a mega city project will bring Lagos in the same purview with other big cities of the world. It was a concept that favored the elitists at the expense of others, and it could not work. I'll continue reading for you later on to show you that Fashola and this man did not even have a good arrangement. And the Lagos they are boasting of today were the things that Fashola managed to squeeze out and achieve while being bled dry by this same fellow Bola Ahmed Tinubu through Alpha Beta, if as at 2010 he was being paid 4 billion naira a month. I yield the mic.
Talking
N6,
about
please.
Alpha Beta.
Before you go, N6, please. People are in my DMs asking you post this link, so I think you could just do like half read, and when next you're dropping a submission, please just do like a half read, post the link up on the Jumbotron, or you could just, I don't know, most of those links you sent me in the DM. I did a link.
Okay, I'll DM them to you. I'll DM this one to you. So as I read it, I'll DM to you.
Okay, great. So guys, please on the thread, on the space thread here, I'm posting some of the links to the articles that are being read here, so you understand that these are not my words or N6 words or Omar words. These are facts from the internet. Google have done the hard work.
This one is called Understanding the Tinubu and Fashola Cold Feud. It's on Google. Understanding the Tinubu and Fashola Cold Feud. March the 8th of the year 2010, Vanguard Nigerian newspapers. Understanding the Fashola Tinubu Cold Feud. I'll post up I'll send you the link.
Right? Thank you.
Saddam, I have one very interesting part to add to what N6 just read. N6 is the greatest researcher on this platform. He actually puts in a lot of work to actually dig out all of this stuff, because I see these things myself, but the stress and the work that it involves going inside of it and reading, because before you can bring these things to public space, you should have vetted it to a certain extent. And this is an article from the Premium Times in October 2020. It says that, this is a part of the article. It says Alpha Beta Consulting Limited was incorporated in 2002 with the shareholding ratio that shows that 30% was allocated to him, Mr. Apara, 40% to Mr. Ogumola, and 30% for Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, the current governor of Osun State. It says it remains unclear. Wow. It says it remains unclear. Follow me, guys. It says it remains unclear.
Please wait. Hang in, please. Oyetola is not the outgoing governor of Osun State.
God bless.
Yeah, his cousin actually.
His cousin.
Allegedly, yes, his sister's son.
Now let me give you one interesting part that the article. I like the writer of this article. He understands the concept of plausible deniability. It says it remains unclear. It remains unclear if the said Mr. Oyetola is the incumbent governor of Osun State, a close ally of Mr. Tinubu. And now it goes ahead to say, Mr. Apara said that upon the commencement of business operations, Mr. Tinubu directed that 30% of shareholding of Mr. Oyetola be transferred to one Tunde Badejo, and this was done. He added that although he was a signatory to all the bank accounts of the company, payments from the bank accounts required only 2 signatories, which was mostly handled by the 2 other partners, Messrs. Ogumola and Badejo. All right, let's move on so that we don't hog the mic. This is very interesting because there's a lot to read.
Let me come. Some people, one good thing about this whole conversation and this whole election period is that so many people that don't even know Twitter are on Twitter today, and a whole lot of them are following this movement. Yeah, because they understand that the first-hand information is coming from here. So please, so many people are asking me, don't know where's Jumbotron. If you look, I don't know how to describe Jumbotron now for people that don't understand. But please, if you can see the topic where you see we wrote violence.
Yeah, it's very easy. I think you should go back to the top of the space where you can see the speakers and the co-hosts.
Above them.
Yeah, right above them, you would find the Jumbotron. It's like some kind of space where a little small column where you can find information posted on this platform. It's really simple, honestly. I think we should go straight to. Okay.
Can you post that link you just read now on the Jumbotron also?
Oh yeah, I will. I will post it right now on the Jumbotron. I will. It's an article from the Premium Times, written by Olade Olawoyin on the 8th of October 2020. The reading time is 7 minutes, so that shouldn't take you much time. It's an interesting expose because there's a lot of detail that is embedded in all of this article. But we can't go into it right now because we don't want to make this an echo chamber, and we're going to try and take speakers. Oladipo, my very good friend, thank you for your patience.
Good morning, Oma. How are you?
I'm good, and you, Oladipo? How's your family?
Everybody is fine. My network was attacked on like 3-4 days ago. I was meant to be on the Morning Digest as a guest, and I could not even find my own router or my own network because of what had previously happened on Saturday. Now, the attacks are coming, and I will tell everybody that they hear. Can you all hear me?
Oh yeah, Oladipo, we can hear you, but if you can do us a favor of sorting out your background, it's a lot.
Okay.
Yes, Oladipo, your background noise is a whole lot. I'm very sure that I'm not the only one who can hear it, but I think it's just a lot. So let's go with Ayomide until Oladipo gets his background noise sorted out. We'll go to Ayomide for now. Ayomide, the next 4 minutes, please.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Saddam, for bringing me back. When my network was going off, calls were knocking me off. So, yeah, and I would also like to thank NCs, for the ever detailed research works. I'm not going to be talking about Alpha Beta as much because, yes, all of what NCs has been saying, very detailed. I've been looking forward to hearing from him every time. So, and then thank you for Omar. Thank you for the fire, Omar. Thank you for the great job you are also doing. All right, so people get to ask me why, like Omar said the other time, I just want to see a Nigeria that works. I want to see a situation whereby, we are able to live life the way we ought to live life. As a procurement person, I was again touched with the infirmities of Nigeria today again. What happened? This is a guy that supplies us goods, and right there, it was leaving Kaduna to Kano. He was kidnapped yesterday, and right now, ransom of about 15 million naira is being demanded from this guy. So, it's a crazy thing, really. And, thank God, I would like to quote this man. There is this man, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, this Kenyan professor. He said something. He said, the politics of the 21st century is the politics of ideas and competition of ideas. Peter Obi has, done a great harm to these guys. Their politics, the usual politics, they are never going to be able to play it this time around. He has been hammering. One thing that he normally ends all of his speeches with is, this election is not going to be about tribe, connection, religion. It's going to be about competence, character, capacity, and commitment to deliver. Let me now go back to this man that we all are talking about, this Bat. I will go back to that thing that he said in Abeokuta. He said something that carries much weight. He said, Egbe kini yiwa. Egbe kini yiwa. Egbe kini yiwa means bring this thing. In Milokan, I am the next in line. So that carries weight in the sense that, okay, if they are saying this, I am the next. So what is it that Iwolokan, like, what is the next thing that, you are supposed to do? Why are you the next person? Does it mean, okay, there are some goods, there are some things that you must go and lay hold on and say, okay, yes, all the goodies of Nigeria now, all of these things that you guys have been eating in the past years, I am supposed to be the next person to go and eat all of this. That is trash. And, all the while, I have not really been on Twitter Spaces because my phone was having issues. When you had me as speaker, it just crashes my Twitter, and I'm currently using another device right now. So, I get to do much of my advocacies on my WhatsApp, and I have people coming to me, and, I've had at some point, there's somebody coming to tell me that I am going to become an old person as well. I'm not supposed to be making a mockery of Tinubu and the like. So, and I was like, okay, what are you saying? Old age, I believe, is honorable. We only just have greedy old bunch who belittle it for unholy greed in Africa. And that is one of our major problems. We have these old guys who are so greedy, who just want to get there, no matter what you guys think, they are supposed to be there. And they keep telling us that, okay, we are the leaders of tomorrow, whereby, they just want to hold on to power. Look at Atiku, what he said the other time. Look at the arrogance, saying, okay, if young guys also want to get there, they should compete. They should come and compete. Competence, talking about this competence thing, I can literally mention to you all of the things that Peter Obi has done concerning learning and personal development since he started being a governor till date. I can literally mention all of these things. But we have a bat who is there in Lagos, whose only daily task is to play politics in Lagos, enthrone this guy, dethrone this guy. Okay, this is not the person that's supposed to be there now. I saw this video, somebody saying, we are not going to vote for Ambode, we are going to go for Sanwo-Olu. That video, it goes a long way to show us how these guys operate in Lagos. And it's just so interesting. And thank God for what this guy, said yesterday. I was about leaving office when when I saw the video, and I had to watch everything. The Tunde Bankantoni, interview with that guy Wole Badmus. That guy had to get to a point. The opponent, the Wole Badmus guy who was in Abuja studio, had to get to a point and say, "Oh, this Tunde Bankantoni is aggrieved, and we are going to be reaching out to him. We are going to contact him. That's our own approach in our party. We are going to reach out to him. He's saying all of this because he's aggrieved." He beats that guy hands down yesterday. And my time is up, but just give me some few more seconds. I'll just round up. We say something. There are a lot of other persons who also say, I don't do politics. I'm going to be quoting this guy and this lady on Twitter. She tweeted this thing on in July, the 6th of July, 2022. She said, I don't do politics. Well, baby, politics is going to do you regardless. So one thing all of us must realize is that, okay, if you are going to say, oh, you are going to neglect all of these things that we are doing. No, see, my guy, this politics is going to happen to you. Some of us that have even traveled out of the country, the politics might not really be affecting them as such, but I can tell you the politics apparently pushed all of us out of this country. So, and then when we're talking, looking at this guy that we have that has been presented before us right now, compared to these other guys, he is immaculate. I don't tell people anymore that, okay, you have the right, you try to, make them understand that you have your own candidate, you can support him, blah, blah, blah. I don't say that anymore. See, support Peter Obi is the only person you should be supporting at this point. Because yes, this person, I can say he has developed himself to the point that, okay, yes, he is prepared. This guy has been living his life as though he knew that one day he is going to become Nigeria president. So if you have this guy and you have some other guys whose only responsibility daily is to go to, is to tell, maybe if they do these true phone calls, oh, my guys, that guy, make sure he doesn't come out for primaries, and we have a guy who is sound, who has equipped himself all along. Who should you rather go for? It is clear. I had to do a thread on my WhatsApp, one day like that to explain all of these things to them that, okay, we need a guy. Everything rises and falls on leadership. So if you have somebody who has a will, who is knowledgeable, who is sound, would you not rather put that person there? Peter Obi is the kind of a leader that you will have today. And if he is going to put Minister of Electricity there, he is going to be able to, checkmate the person that he has put there as a minister. The same thing for education. He knows about education. So if your education minister is going to be coming to tell you trash, he knows what he's going to be saying as a response. So you can't be delivering 6/10 when he knows that you can deliver 9/10. He knows these things very well. And then talking about, the Igbo people, let me just leave all of these other things. But one last point that I would like to say is that, the Northerners are marginalized more than every other person in Nigeria, I must say. The Igbos, yes, in a way, we understand how they are being marginalized right now. But look at the guy that I spoke about earlier now that was kidnapped yesterday is a Northerner. There was this video that was shared a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago about a guy who was talking, one of the leaders of Labour Party in Kaduna or in the North. He was saying that my people are more marginalized even with my own people ruling. And that is the fact. The Northerners today are being marginalized more than every other person because, yes, they are not free. Look at that guy who is going to be having setback because he has to go and pay ransom of 15 million naira. Maybe he has not even made that kind of profit in his life, but now he has to go and use his profit.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ayomide?
All right, yeah.
All right, let's post an hypothetical situation where a friend of yours invites you to a funeral that involves his own family member. Hypothetically, let's say his father. Is it possible that you cry more than that person at that funeral?
Yes, definitely.
Is it possible that you cry more than the bereaved?
It could be possible at some point, depending on the relationship.
I don't think it is. I completely disagree that it is possible because there's no way. Pain is something that is very, very distinct in the way that people feel it. If pain is directly targeted at you, you feel it more than anybody else who sees the pain that you're feeling from an outside perspective. And in this case, the people feeling the pain, a large number of them are still judging their decision-making process, or they're still basing their decision-making process on this ethnocentric view. And how do I help somebody with that? There's no way. That is the truth. Bro, if you say that the North is more marginalized than every area of this, that is a very untrue statement. The last Igbo president that Nigeria had was Lieutenant General Thomas Agoyinronsi, from January 1966 to July 1966. And since then, we've had Olusegun Obasanjo as head of state for 4 years, military regime. We've had him for 8 years as a civilian president. We've had Oshibajo as a civilian vice president for 8 years. We've had a northerner for God knows how long. Shagari, Buhari, Babangida, Abacha, Abdusalam, name it, Yaradua.
To give him some leeway, I would say maybe
how
the
is
usage
it fair
of the
that
word
you say that the northerners
marginalized.
are the most marginalized?
To give him some leeway,
I'm coming.
I think he used the word marginalized wrong. Not that
Let me come in here. When he says marginalized, I'm coming on my please, because sometimes we need to understand when people say this. I grew up in the North, and I'll say this. The Northerners, when they say not politically marginalized, I think that's why.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. They are
not politically marginalized. That's what I'm trying to say.
I won't hold him too specific,
Thank you for the
no. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. You got what I was trying to say. Not being politically marginalized, definitely. I am for the Igbo presidency. I have been pushing this Peter Obi thing since 2016. I have been following him since that time. That was when I got to know him. And I said it that the day this man says he wants to become president, I am going to give all of my energy into it. So I was saying that to make us see the reasons why the Northerners are supposed to see the reasons why they should put aside ethnic mindsets, all of these are ethnic bias and everything, and put them aside and look at it that, oh no, see, even with your own people ruling, you are supposed to put aside all of these things and look at the person that is competent and let the person lead us in this country. So that is what I was trying to say. I was just trying to paint a scenario there. Of course, talking about political marginalization, definitely, we all know the people that have been marginalized. So, but that is what I am just going to say. And talking about the Igbo people, as of today, I don't have the figures right now, but talking about commerce, talking about economy, we can say that the regular day-to-day commerce, that the Igbos do, everything, talking about our economy today, they have contributed greatly to the economy of Nigeria. Take out the contribution of these guys, Nigeria, the economy of Nigeria will not be where it is even today, like as it is. So, they are, so talking about them right now, we are supposed to look at it and say, okay, oh no, like if we have a competent person coming from there. I was telling somebody a while ago that let's say it's a northerner that ticks all the boxes that Peter Obi ticks today. This is not what we are going to be talking about. Thank you. I'll just use the mic for now.
Thank you very much. I would like to say something that for all of my Igbo brothers that are on this space, I would like to say one thing categorically. If Akinwumi Adesina, the current head of the African Development Bank, was the one that was contesting for president right now, I'll support him. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you categorically that Yoruba Lokan, as crazy as it may sound, I'll be so ethnocentric.
I said if it's
because
Fashola,
he's competent, and I can argue for that kind of person.
Let me make this even easier for you. If they brought Fashola under APC with the nonsense he did that is in lasting memory at the Lekki toll gates, and they brought Ojus Okalu under Labour Party, I will vote for Fashola and vote for APC.
I can tell you that Igbo will vote for Fashola.
Finish. We are voting for performance here. We are voting for performance. There are 1,000,001 Igbo dons, Igbo politicians that if they were running right now, I would tell you the Igbos are not behind them. After all, there's still a lot of Igbo names running. Do you get me? Peter Obi is quintessential. He is. I as an Anambra man, I live in Lagos, and I go to my village regularly. So I'm telling you that I saw the difference. Matter of fact, when Peter Obi was governor, I was even schooling in UNN. So this Chimaroke Namani, I witnessed Chimaroke for 5 years. If you add strike, 5.5, 6 years. So Chimaroke is not talking to somebody that does not know him. I was in UNN. Then if Tinubu wants to talk about when he got into Lagos, by the time he got into Lagos, I was already getting into university. So he's not talking to a baby. We know Lagos. Okay, the other day, First Ladyship posted Checkmate, the series. And, just as historically as it's the intro of Checkmate shows all the landmarks in Lagos. When Shetima said Lagos didn't have any ambulance. I wonder, because when we used to fall ill, we go to Eko Hospital. And Eko Hospital, even had Eko Hospital Sulere. And that time, there was really no difference between private hospital and a Yinke house. So I don't get it. It's good that this. I posted a video on the Jumbotron. It's 1 hour old from True Day Media.
Sizzle,
look at that video.
I'm very sure that considering your wealth of experience in the Nigerian political space, you've had your fair share of experience with Nigerian ministers of information, over the years. Do you remember Wadanas?
Yes, I went to King's College with his son. His son studied in Essex. Very good friend of mine.
It makes Lai Mohammed sound like a very genuine person.
No, Lai Mohammed should have been fired several years ago. Lai Mohammed is one of those people that should have been used to get into power and dumped immediately. It shows also Buhari's ineptitude. You see, I always tell people, I do a quick scientific brain check for them. I said, 25 years after Olusegun Obasanjo's administration, I can ask you to give me the names of 10 ministers from Obasanjo's administration, and any Nigerian can do that at the drop of a hat. And these will be very easy names to call. I will not even go into the tribal dynamics of the names you remember. But obviously you remember the Akunyulis, the Okonjos, the Soludos. You remember all of these names, even down to a man called Ernest Ndukwe that was in charge of communications while you can hold a mobile phone today. So when we go into all of this history, then you now come into a more modern history, and somebody tells you that this tribe is nothing. With Dora Akinyuli and everything she did in NAFDAC, that the Igbo should be thrown away and should be disregarded every 4 years. And it's so sad. I put a video on the Jumbotron. Tinubu helps out of a Land Cruiser, and you can see Ganduje supporting him. He nearly falls down. And I ask you, would you rather have this guy or a guy that can go to 7 American states in 9 days? Please, Nigeria, this thing is no more a joke. Nigeria, by nature and by all statistics, always does worse with every government. It always does worse. If we had Buhari, who was worse than Jonathan. We had Jonathan, who was worse than Yaradua. We had Yaradua, who was worse than Obasanjo. Please, let's break this cycle in our lifetime. Please, I beg you. I yield the mic.
N6, we're going to take Waju next. And I'm going to say something. If we look at it categorically, Peter Obi is an emotional abuser, because if you're not an emotional abuser, why would you be going to places that I cannot go to? Why? Is that not a form of emotional abuse in its own?
No. But let's all agree on something. We all joined a gang because the gang said this was the way to rule Nigeria. Now in the gang, I no beg you make you go keep person. If the plan was all of us will make money, I no beg you make you go carry drug. Do you understand? Me, I was importing. You are doing your own. So any gobe you collected from it, I no beg you. Me, I did my own the way I did my own. Do you understand? So The fact that you cannot go to America is not my business. After all, I promise you, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu could go to the USA, he would be there today. He would be there right now. He would have toured more states. He has a private jet. He can land anywhere he wants to. Peter is doing this thing with commercial flights. You can see him. I have a friend who started supporting Peter Obi because they got stuck together for 3 hours at a local airport flight. And the guy said that if my president is going through this thing with me, it's better for him to vote this way. At least this person will solve local flight problem because of the amount of local flights it takes. And it makes sense. It
does make sense.
Thank you very much.
I remember an ex of mine who has a very funny saying that anytime something is going on and you are trying to nag at her, she will be like, please, don't come at me. I'm not the cause of your predicament. And I can feel Peter Obi. I can feel Peter Obi saying that to all of those guys. And I'm like, guy, I beg, if you want to go Yankee, go Yankee. I know you. If you reach airport, when they turn you back, that is on you. I, Peter Obi, I'm a legitimate Nigerian, and I have my credentials, and I have my passport, and I have my documents. If you want to go,
let me read you a hilarious tweet, Omar, and just rest this here. It comes from Dr. Ayo Shogunro. He said, like Buhari, Tinubu will campaign as Emilokon, then turn around and govern as Kilokomi. You better vote wisely.
On that note, we're going to go straight to our next speaker because that is a very important part to note. He said he would campaign as a Milokon. In Yoruba language, that is literally translated, it is my turn. Now, he is now going to rule or govern as Kilokomi. Now, if you want to understand what Kilokomi means, look at Whitebeard and all of these APC guys. Whenever they come on these spaces, what is their first line? I don't care what you feel. It's not my business how you are feeling. I'm here to state my opinion. I'm going to say
you don't have to like it.
They do not care about your pain. They do not care that you've been home for the past 8 months if you're a Nigerian student. They do not care that people died at Lekki Toll Gate. I saw a tweet some days ago where some girl posted that she came back on Twitter a day after Lekki Toll Gate and she started to ask herself, like, wait, am I running mad? I saw people dying on Instagram Live yesterday, and people are telling me today that nobody died. And that is why I'm going to use this medium to actually advise all Obedience. Please, if you see a tweet out there, do your best to fact check it. If you see anything about an opposition candidate, do your best to fact check it. Let me tell you one trick these guys use. They used it during NSAS. There are so many tweets I can reference, but there's no point in going into that now. What they do is that they will post false information on the internet, and then they would wait for you guys to retweet it. Then they will come and debunk it, so as to make it look like everything you guys have been posting is a lie. It's a very simple social engineering tactic. It works like magic. I can tell you that if I do, it works like magic.
They have a website already. They have an online news website already for fake news. Podium.
All those websites, it will.
They have one now that this man, this pot-bellied tout that calls himself a son, Keyamo is the most shameless. Keyamo, if you're here,
come on.
Keyamo, if your children are here, if anybody that knows Keyamo is here, tell him that Saddam said you are a foolish man. You are an idiot.
Saddam, you know one thing I realized.
I'm telling it to your face, sir. Anywhere you hear, cut out this place out and post it to the man and tell that Saddam said that you are a stupid man. Keyamo,
Saddam, you know one very interesting part that
I'm coming home, man. Let me just vent more, please. Let my life.
Please do.
Make I not vent more. Keyamo, you don't get sense. You are a disgrace to humanity. You are a disgrace to the law, to lawyers. You are a psycho. Same Keyamo that 20 years ago you were jumping around saying Tinubu certificate. They have paid you now. Still your belly. You don't even have a neck anymore. Your neck have joined to your shoulder. You have swallowed money to the point that your neck now you can't differentiate your head and your neck. You are that shameless. You now come out and you'll be posting up stupid links for Nigerians from a stupid website, a website that is filled with fake news you guys created. I think that this generation will drag you. It is Abdul Karim's time. It is when gave you small dragging. We will drag Satan out of your body. Useless man. Back to you.
Hold on, my brother. Just to add to this, Festus Keyamo is an embarrassment to himself. It is said that if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. Festus Keyamo both stands for nothing and falls for anything. Festus Keyamo is a disgust. He's a disgrace to law. He's an embarrassment to the legal profession. If the law had a scale of justice on a balanced scale and Festus Keyamo was put in it, he would flop. Because Festus Keyamo, the worst part about people like him is that he's a charlatan. If he was given a pulpit, Festus Keyamo would act like a bishop in the night. And if he was given leadership of the 40 thieves, he would be Alibaba by the evening. Festus Keyamo is an idiot. He has zero IQ. I tell you this because Festus Keyamo is one of those men in society that society will be better off not listening to. Festus Keyamo is proof that when stupid people don't die early, you have stupid old men. So I tell you this. So just hold on, and I stand by everything I said. Festus Keyamo is cheap. He's a whore from a whorehouse. I say this because there's no scandal that this man has ever stood for that he did not turn around in less than a decade and a half and go against. Look at him today. He's nothing better than a content creator for political jingoism. Anybody who puts Festus Keyamo in a pedestal is an idiot. He really should be dethroned from any place that has been considered sacred and holy. If the Nigerian Bar Association were any better, Festus Keyamo would have been brought out, ridiculed at the NBA conference and derobed. He's an embarrassment. Any cases, Festus Keyamo does not know that his conduct in the public space hinders any court case that he has ever won in his life.
Has he won any court case?
I said if any. In politics, he's a pedestrian.
He was once a
bad career for Tinubu. It's on record. It's on
EFCC.
record.
He was in charge of EFCC, yo.
He would do anything to ride in a private jet.
Nonsense, man.
Festus Keyamo is a silly
Guys.
Let other people speak, I beg.
Let's before we have people speak, we're going to tone it down a little bit. If you cannot remember who Festus Keyamo is, I have a little reminder for you. Now, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, the political space had its Segalings and its Deji Adeyanjus. They existed at the time. Festus Keyamo was that man. An apprentice of Gani Fawehinmi, a guy who learned under the very best, of course, to use his knowledge for the most sinister motive you could possibly think of. And that is what Festus Keyamo represents. But I'm not going to hog the mic. We'll go straight to our next speaker. Ayo Media has already spoken, so we have...
He's a political small fry. He's not even worth an entire
He's not worth it at all.
He's a political small fry.
That's why I told you now. You know, there was a time we were discussing that we should open a space on him. I said, open for who is Keyamo? Open space for Keyamo.
If we open the space for Keyamo, it will be a 1 hour stand-up Netflix special.
You know that Keyamo was the spokesperson. Keyamo was the spokesperson for Buhari's campaign. Now he's also the spokesperson for Tinubu's campaign. Think about that.
Very useful.
There has to.
First of all, to even show you how much of a political jobber Keyamo is, because I have a different set of memory. When Keyamo was trying to mock the Shettima challenge, it was shown a picture in the background of his office where Bola Ahmed Tinubu's face was put there, but it was shown as Shettima Vanguard to show you that even within the Bola Ahmed Tinubu support group, Festus Keyamo is one of those people who stands in the conspiracy that Tinubu might not finish that tenure, and he's already aligning himself and his purse with Kasim Shettima. Festus Keyamo has no honor. If he was a samurai in ancient Japan, he would have been forced to commit harakiri a long time ago. Please, let's move forward. He's a waste of insults, to be very honest.
Can I go now? Honestly, I enjoy hosting spaces with you because this Japanese culture that you mentioned, I want to remember the exact name for it. It's
harakiri and seppuku.
Seppuku, that's the word. God bless you. Seppuku is a form of self-disembowelment where you stuff yourself with some kind of knife in some kind of honor killing. And I think that is what a person like Festus Keyamo deserves.
When you are considered an embarrassment to yourself and your society, the entire nation comes together and gives you a knife. You're meant to walk into the forest, dig your own grave, stab yourself in the stomach, and move the blade in both directions. So you embalm yourself and die, and do the entire state the favor of using an executioner to kill you because of your worthlessness. Festus Keyamo should really commit seppuku and do the entire Nigerian political space a favor. He's a disgusting human being. Whoever gave him Twitter, at some point he would definitely lose his handle. He's nothing better than Simon Ekpa with a legal degree. He's a retard. He's a waste of insults, please. Let's continue this space. I particularly hate that man.
If you're just listening to this space and you're joining us for the first time, this is the Violence Space. Please, I enjoin you. Get your whatever kind of high blood pressure medication, whatever you use to regulate your heartbeat, please do, because this place, we give it to them woto. And my friend N6 and Saddam, N6 and Saddam, they are pouring it out in detail this afternoon. I enjoin you. I got a DM some weeks ago from somebody I'm not going to mention, who said somebody came on this space, he was, shot down and blah, blah, blah. I think he was one of these secessionists. That is what you get when you come on the Violence Space with nonsense. Here we have a very brilliant bunch of Nigerians who discuss intellectually. If you're coming here with nonsense shenanigans, please put it in your pocket, because you will not be entertained. If you're entertained for whatever benefit that you serve to anybody, you will be challenged. And when you are challenged, I'm not going to come to your rescue. As a matter of fact, I might be the one dragging you by your balls. But in order not to hog the mic, let's move quickly to our speakers. We're going to take Waju, then we'll take Oladipo. If you have your mic problem sorted out, that would be nice.
Please, let's start with this guy, please. One Voice he was the first person on this space, please.
Yes, he was the first person on the space, actually. I thought you said Waju wanted to make a very quick submission.
So that's why after Waju, then One Voice can go, then Oladipo, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we go with Waju, One Voice, Oladipo, Timi Olagunju, Adeba King, Dare, Suza Oluka, and Dr. FOJ. In that order, please.
Sorry, guys. I'm sure I've had my time, but I just want to quickly chip in something and permit me to actually say this.
Friend of the house, please go ahead. I'll give you 5 minutes.
But no, I don't need up to that. Permit me to do this in Yoruba language, because I actually want to reach out to my guys from the Southwest. Now, there's this usual saying in Yoruba, wani ọ̀pọ̀ èèyàn ló lọ́yọ̀ọ́ kí Aláàfin tó dé, ṣùgbọ́n Aláàfin gangan ló lọ́yọ̀ọ́. That's the same narrative being propagated by the Bats, who believe that in spite of the fact that...
In case you don't understand that, our listeners, a lot of people owned the Oyo Kingdom before the Aláàfin arrived. But upon the arrival of the Aláàfin, the Oyo Kingdom automatically belongs to the Aláàfin, to put it that way.
What that simply means, no, let it go. That's exactly the narrative being propagated by the Bats people. Some of them already know that Lagos does not belong to Tinubu. It has never belonged to him. But for them, their own history, sense of history is warped. The only time they started following history was when Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State. So what that simply means is that people that were there before the emergence of Tinubu, they never existed. The ones that were there after Tinubu ruled Lagos, they also do not exist. Now, I'll tell you something. What that simply means is simple. Yorubas will say, Oma leyanin forward babae. Now, I'll tell you that in my own way, anyone who does not truly know where he hails from is nothing but a bastard. I'm not saying somebody does not know where he hails from, but we know someone is claiming Lagos, even though it's not from Lagos. Now, let me now say this. I want to again dub my heart for the ingenuity of Omar and Cizo. I'm proud of you guys. I don't know you, but I'm proud to know that we have young, vibrant, cerebral individuals like you, and the way you guys have coordinated this space thumbs up to you. I'm going to just chip this in. When we're trying to talk about Tinubu, don't let us forget about APC too, because the reason for this rot and this level of idiocy that has become a major talking point within our political discourse is because in the first place we allowed a disaster like APC to actually be the ruling party in Nigeria. I think it was Caesar that was talking about former ministers of information. Now, you should know that one of the areas where APC never really camouflaged that they didn't have anything to offer Nigeria was in the choice of individuals who occupied different, offices within the cabinet. Now, I'll mention 5 names that they are held the position of the Minister of Information from 1999, and you will tell me the one that Lai Mohammed is close to. When I say close to, I'm talking about in terms of even qualification and then delivery. Professor Jerry Gana, Dora Akunyili, Chikwemeka Chikelu, Frankie Weke Jr.
Later went on to become a professor in Harvard.
Oh, don't calm down and Labaran Mako. Now, all of these individuals, I intentionally mentioned them so that you can look at their educational qualifications, what they were able to do even after leaving office, and what our present Minister of Information has done to that exalted, portfolio. I'll tell you why. Everybody knows that the Minister of Information is the image maker of every administration. What image has this individual who occupies that position has been able to build for the Buhari's presidency? The truth is, just as you have it in the communication and information, ministry, that's how you have it in all other ministries. They don't have individuals who are qualified. That's why you'll have an Adamu, a mere journalist. I'm not sorry to say that, occupying the position of the Minister of Education. It has never happened before. Now, I'm not saying, don't get it twisted, I'm not saying that you have to be a professor or you have to be a PhD before you can actually be a good administrator as it affects education, but you would know that the individual.
Waju, are you there?
Yeah, I think Waju lost his connection.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah,
yes, we can now.
We lost you.
Okay, so I was saying that you only need to look at individuals who have occupied those positions. You can talk about Fabian Osuji of this world, Tunde Adeniro from Ekiti State. You can talk about Chinwe Obaji. You can talk about, these were professors, education. Now, they didn't do extraordinarily well, but at least you would know that there was an intention to put people who truly possess the ability to lead you in such offices. You go to all other areas, Ministry of Health, where we've had Lambos of this world. We've had, ABC Wosus of this world. We've had Adenike Grange of this world. All of these people I've mentioned, they were all professors. But guess what? Who are the people that have occupied this position within the APC? So it tells you something. Foolishly, gullibly, Nigerians, people like you and I, we failed for the propaganda sold to us in 2015 and brought on board this disastrous lot, this disastrous set of people to come and rule Nigeria. 2023, ọmọ Yorùbá pàápàá jùlọ yín tẹ́ wá láti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, èpè ò ní jà wá, a sì ní ṣòfò. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ṣe ohun tó yẹ ká ṣe, kọ́lọ̀ má jẹ́ kí ọmọ ẹlẹ́ran wá padà wá jẹ gungun. Ẹ má jẹ́ àtọ́ra wa jẹ. Ẹni tó bá pèrè ẹ̀ ní pé ọmọlúàbí kì í jẹ gàba lórí èèyàn, kì í dàlẹ̀ àwọn yòókù, kì í ṣe pé èmi nìkan ni mo mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe tó, òun náà mọ̀ pé ó yẹ ká máa ṣe bó yẹ ká ṣe máa ṣe. Ẹ má jẹ́ àtọ́ra wa jẹ o. Tinubu ń ṣara wa, ọmọ Yorùbá gidi, ọmọlúàbí la máa ń ṣe. Tèmi mo sọ kọ́lọ́hún kó bá mi gbà á. Ẹ ṣé o.
Thank you very much, Waju.
Recruit 50 million youths into the army and
Is the idiots clapping him? Who are the clowns clapping?
Cassava, àgbàdo, corn, and the morning. a.m. in the afternoon. It's growing here. You get
Holy sweet Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Are you messing with my brain? This is somebody's manifesto. This is the person you are campaigning for. All of these
people are clapping. People are clapping.
Baba, I have a bigger problem with the people clapping, not with Tinubu himself. Like, if you were at that event and you clapped,
Psycho fans.
What the? And all of you people singing, on your mandate, we shall stand, Bola, Bola, on your mandate. You are standing on a dead mandate. Because, let's face it, ask yourself a very interesting question, a very simple one. Why do you think the northern oligarchy will be so invested in a southerner? An old southerner who obviously has problems with his health. Why would they be so invested in him becoming president? It's very simple. The plan is to kick him out a few years into his tenure, and then you have Shetima as your modernized Abacha in Agbada. Una go learn. If Nigeria gets this wrong, I'm going to say something on this space today. I played my part. I've hosted People's Parliament. I've co-hosted VawulenceSpace. I've done my best to sensitize you guys. I've, dissected the electoral law. I've done my best to dissect the water resources bill. Everything that has to do with the Nigerian state at the moment, I've dealt with it in detail. And I've played my part. Just as when my friend asked me the other day that, why are you doing this thing? Why are you putting yourself out there? Why are you putting your family in danger? The question for me is very simple. The answer to that is very simple. I'm doing this for my generation unborn. Now, look, guys, if you decide to make a bad choice this time around, I promise you, I swear to God Almighty, may I not go follow and chop this offer. Oh, I'm not going to be part of it. Whether you believe it or not, I will not in any way be part of it. I'd rather live in Mongolia or Madagascar to come and suffer with, rather than come to suffer with you in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. Because Yoruba people say, Eleru lo ngbe ti e nibi to ti wuwo. The owner of the luggage will carry it where it's the most heavy. You have to carry it. You have to go out there and play your part. I am playing my part by being here, by mobilizing people, by putting my financial resources, by putting my voice out there. I am mobilizing people. We'll go straight to our next speaker, but I think N6 has his hand raised. So
I just want to drop this here just to buttress what you're saying.
Quickly.
At this point, I know they beg anybody. Do you understand me? I started getting involved in politics way before 1999. In my village, there are plaques of things I've done borehole that is still in Umuchu Junction. I've done in my mother's village, I've done in my village. My family currently has a primary school in my village. So no be today. You understand me? At the Anambra level, and at the Enugu level, and at the Lagos level. I say this because Nigerians, I thank God. But the only thing I always beg people, if you don't know what to do, just post Labour Party on your WhatsApp DP. Post it on your IG story. Post Peter Obi every day. Let one person see this Peter Obi on your page. There are about 900 people here. And if you just make it a point of duty, every time on your Snapchat, after you post, just post one Peter Obi. Don't put a caption, nothing. It will go a long way to sensitize people that there is something going on in Nigeria. A friend of mine from Atlanta was asking me, man, what is this? What is this? How is Nigeria even having these arguments? That she has read up on Tinubu. I said, look, do you know that for once in Nigeria, Tinubu is that one gangster that we all agree that nobody really wants to see Tinubu on the road and throw stone at his car. We don't even hate the guy that much. But it's just, bro, you see this presidency where you want to do, maybe 20 years ago, if I allow you based on say Nigeria never to wreck. But where Nigeria is now, we need a president that can go to 7 states in America in 9 days. We need a president that can go from London to Frankfurt to Milan to Toronto to Canada, sharp, with Nigerian passport, not even as a foreign citizen. So I bring this all the way back to read you guys something and to further punch the people in APC in the nuts. Is this your candidate? In the month of February 2022, presidential aspirant of the platform of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Bola Tinubu Asiwaju, yesterday vowed to get dirty if there are plans to halt his presidential ambition in 2023. He's not plans to halt Yoruba's his presidential ambition. He said this during his consultation with the Alaafin of Oyo, Lamidi Adeyemi, and the Olubadan elect. Tinubu had in January visited Buhari to register his readiness to contest in this election. So you need to understand, this man is ready to play dirty. Nothing is going to be reckoned as too far. Bigotry, Muslim tickets, violence against Labour Party, online gaslighting, a total rewriting of the Lagos State history and achievements as we know it. All of these things are him telling us from February he was ready to play dirty. Obidient, I commend you, I love you, but please, a lot of you are newbies to the political space. They will work on your mind. They will work on your psyche. Sometimes it will look like in this tug of war, they are the ones leading. But let me tell you, facts and figures are stubborn things you cannot fight. That's why they have created their own podium reporters, so that if he reports enough bullshit, in the next 4 years, they can start claiming podium reporters. But remember that when I take you through these facts, I take you to 2010 from Vanguard newspapers. I take you to 2009 from credible newspapers that were not tainted by the political process. And these are facts that you cannot deny. Thank you very much. I rest the mic.
All right. Thank you so much, Saddam. Please go on. You got my DM, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can run up that. So let me bring my brother Dari. He has a meeting. He'll be going down to a listener. So Dari, please, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Hi Saddam. Hi Omar. Hi Sizu. Hi everyone. I am so happy. I feel so happy. Firstly, I want to say something to everyone here. So, where I'm working currently, there was the person, like the CEO who was in charge, who owned the company before, was termed as an investor, or is an investor. So everybody, colleagues, everybody started complaining, salaries were not being paid in time, and so on and so forth. So a part of the company was sold to 3 different people. So on our own side, an American billionaire bought it. So when he bought it, it's a family business. It's an American family. They are billionaires, and first and foremost, they invested $2 billion into the system. So when this happened, the people I work with, they were so happy. We get our salary on the 25th of the month, and it doesn't miss. So we started talking, and they said, this is what you get when you have an investor, someone who wants to make money for himself, and you have someone who cares about the business, who is looking at the future. Now let's bring it down. Let's bring it down to Nigeria. Look at the Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi. Who do you think cares more about Nigeria? Obi has been going around saying, look, I don't care about my ethnicity or being an Igbo man. I care about Nigeria, and I relate it with what happened where I work. I relate it with what happened where I work. Tinubu doesn't care about Nigeria. He cares about selfish ambition. He cares about how to make Alpha Beta become bigger, like becoming like what they are doing in Lagos. They are now doing it with the budget of Nigeria. That is Tinubu's plan. That is the fact. Tinubu has nothing tangible to offer Nigeria other than becoming the president and enriching himself and those in his circle. So we need to think about it. And another good news is that the last time I called my mom, she's in the Southwest, and she was saying, I don't know who's coming, but someone who will bring money, who will make things good for us. And the last time I called her was 3 days ago. I'm talking about, I called her, I think it was 2 months ago. So the last time I called her was 3 days ago, and I asked her, who are you voting for? And she said the name she has been hearing now and who she thinks she's going to vote for is Peter Obi, that they are already praying for him, and that she even has said she's already fasting for him, a Muslim ticket, to be clear. But they told them, she's a Christian, that be careful of this Muslim ticket, first and foremost, and also that what has Tinubu himself, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, done for the Yorubas as a person, that Tinubu is just a thief. She told me that. I didn't tell her anything. She said Tinubu only. So you know that as of now, the only place Tinubu can even say I will get votes is in Lagos. The Yorubas are already aware. They are awake. They know that, look, this is not 1960. I called my dad and he was telling me about Nnamdi Azikiwe, what someone said on this space, Nnamdi Azikiwe and Awolowo. And I told him, that is them. And I made sure that I convinced him. And he said, okay, what is going to happen? He told me, he said, I'm not going to vote for an Igbo man. But I told him, you are still not going to vote for Tinubu. He's an APC president. And he said, I would rather stay at home. And I will make sure that I monitor him, that he does not cast his vote for Tinubu. That is my vow. I will make sure that I monitor him, that even if he's not going to vote, if he doesn't want to, he should stay at home and just stay there. But what I'm just happy about, when I saw the rally in Ibadan, oh my God, Ayodeji, I was so happy. I am proud to be an Ibadan person. You know, they were saying it and say, oh, yes, the Yorubas and this, so they're trying to bring up their ethnic, whatever they call it. But I'm glad to tell you today that the Yorubas, even the ones that are so conservative about what happened in 1960 and so on, they're already waking up and saying, come on, this is a new era. We need to think about our people, our future, what is going to happen. We must stop all these Igbos, they want to take over, they are going to bring their people, because that is the mentality our fathers, what our grandfathers, that's the kind of mentality they have. So I'm just glad to tell you guys that, look, the Yorubas are waking up, and they already know Tinubu is a thief. Tinubu has nothing to offer Nigeria. He has not done anything tangible for Yorubas. Someone who came to Osun State and told a king, with the way we respect our kings, he told a king in Yoruba land that they don't have his money. What kind of rubbish is that? Someone who can ridicule a king in Yoruba land that they don't have it, who is he? So I just want to tell our Yoruba brothers here, if you like, carry your coconut head and go and vote Tinubu. One thing I want you to know is that Tinubu will not win. Go and write this down. Tinubu, even if Tinubu gets votes, he can only get those votes in Lagos. But in other Yoruba parts, other Yoruba areas, you should know that he is not Awolowo. He has not done anything for the Yorubas. As a Yoruba person, I lived in Warri for several years, for 11 years. One of the things I said to myself, I worked in Chevron, one of the things I said to myself is, I will never live in Lagos. I only come to Lagos for 2 days or 3 days. Before I left the country, when I wanted to send something to my cousin in Finland, I got to Lagos. I left Lagos with fever because of how crowded, how smelly, the mosquitoes. I call them professors, because when they bite you, you will see everything on your body. You talk about earthwise. What has it done in Lagos? That is the thing. You are pretty Jagaban of what? He's a useless man who cares about his pocket alone. Look at what Sizu and Omar has said about Alpha Beta. Imagine that kind of company in a country like Germany or England. My brother, I'm telling you the fact, that company will be down by now. They would have raised it down. It cannot stand. But we are here in Nigeria and we are allowing these people, one man, to say, I have the say over a state. We should think very well. Is this the kind of future we want for our kids or for our children? I rest my case.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much.
Sada, let me just throw one quick fact in here. I have so many things to read to you guys. Let me tell you this one. Tinubu had issues with a lady called Bokno Akerele, who was his first deputy governor. Her name is Kofoworola Bokno Akerele. She paints a very interesting picture about what caused their issues, and it starts from here. Bokno would always hear, this is from Kofoworola Bokno Akerele's interview with Vanguard in October 10th of the year 2009. So these are her words and not mine. She said, I'll read you something that will absolutely blow your mind. She said, Tinubu started becoming distant towards me because Ganiyu Daudu, the then chairman of AD in Lagos, did not support Tinubu in the primaries, but he rather supported Funsho Williams. This angered Tinubu, and when he won, he planned to remove Ganiyu Daudu and replace him with somebody called Chief Femi Taiwo. Kofoworola Bokno kicked against this. Another problem started from there. Tinubu started seeing Bokno as a threat, despite that she was his deputy. He started becoming distant towards Bucknor. He would never tell her when he traveled, and Bucknor would always hear from other people that Tinubu had traveled without handing over governance to her. He always preferred to leave his own people in charge. All this was not surprising to Bucknor because she knew what Tinubu's plan was. Tinubu had rather unwittingly, or maybe he thought Bucknor would be loyal to him, revealed that he had an ambition to become vice president under Atiku in 2007. If Atiku Abubakar runs for president, remember Atiku was in PDP at the time. This means that Tinubu was planning to jump ship to the PDP. Tinubu revealed this to Bucknor and Lai Mohammed in Cresta Laurel, Benga Daniel's office. They were using the office temporarily before they were sworn in. It was after a meeting with some Australian ambassadors that Tinubu revealed that he will replace Ganiu Daudu with Femi Taiwo, hence leading to their issues. So, when I tell you that the PDP and the APC will crash their structures together to fight Peter Obi before the election, and you will hear the maddest thing that Atiku will be president and Tinubu has agreed to vice president role. Don't think I'm pulling this out of thin air. These are the words of Kofowola Bucknor as at 2009 to show you that Tinubu and Atiku are good friends. They are working in tandem. And when I tell you guys that we must reject the PDP and the APC as a whole, that this thing goes beyond a planned syndicate, you guys will not understand. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother N6. One Voice, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me on this space. It's my pleasure. I will start by thanking the co-hosts for bringing in this space. Based on the topic, about Tinubu and Alpha Beta Company, I'll first by saying this: as a Southwest and a Yoruba indigene, you'll be pressed. Let me use the word to say that they will tell you that it is Tinubu that you must support because it's our own board and all this around that. But I want to tell you that the Yoruba intelligence, if you're a Yoruba and you have intelligence, well, I don't see why you should be supporting this man. And I've been making this, and I'll be telling my people that there's no reason for you to support Tinubu or whatsoever. Like Saddam said the other time, he said, when Tinubu gives you something, he expects more from you. Okay, let us look. What has Tinubu contributed to Yorubas? The other day, Tinubu contributed 50 billion naira to the raised Savannah market. Why? Because of the presidency, and he knows that there will be a lot of votes from there. Okay, there are a lot of shows that are raised in Lagos, in Ibadan, in the southwest roads, in the southwest region. What has Tinubu done? Can you tell me what tangible thing that Tinubu has done in the southwest that we can say, okay, it is Tinubu that does it? He's just there for his own selfish interests. And let me tell you this: when they tell you that Tinubu developed Lagos, it is a lie. The main person, the main governor, I'm still saying it to today, even Bank Anthony, even said it yesterday during his interview. It was Chief Akonde, the governor of Lagos State then. Under 4 years, that man built a lot of things that was generating revenue for Lagos State. He built Lagos State University. He built television. He built radio. He built everything in Lagos State. Talk of this one that they are using to generate taxes now. The water corporation and the waste is the one that initiated it and built everything. So if they tell you that it is Tinubu that developed Lagos, it is a lie. It is not Tinubu that developed Lagos. So major companies then, they came from foreign land. When Lagos was capital then, from companies, they came from all over the country. They moved from major states in Nigeria, from Port Harcourt, from Sokoto, from everywhere to come and establish in Lagos. They came from everywhere to establish. That's why there was high internal generated revenue. That's why everything was able to sum up to that. So if they tell you that Tinubu developed Lagos, it is a lie. And let me tell you about the Alpha Beta company. This Alpha Beta company, they're just using it to do their most corrupt practices. They're using it. Even can you see what David is doing? Exposed about exposed about Alpha Beta, how they transfer funds to Colombia one drug industries. Can you see what this Alpha Beta has gotten about? They're using it to do most of their corrupt practices. They do drugs, they do a lot of things, and major of their governors, major campaigns that you're seeing today, this money, major of your taxes that you pay in Lagos State today, and most of the states are going to Alpha Beta. And this Alpha Beta has been their major sources to support campaign, to support a lot of things. If you see one governor, go support one governor or elect one person.
One voice.
Yeah?
Do you have any relative in the Nigerian political space right now?
No. I don't have anybody.
All right. The reason I'm asking you that
my
question
dad is a great historian. It tells me a lot of
reason
things.
The reason I said that is that you should be careful, because you see this Alpha Beta scandal. By the time we start to unravel it, you will hear some names that will blow your mind. People that you might actually know, and you start to question yourself that where do these people stand in the grand scheme of things of Nigeria right now? There are many of them, but please go on. 1 minute and 30 seconds, please.
All right, thank you. This Alpha Beta, as I'm saying, they use it for their corrupt practice. If Tinubu, even if they are a councillor in Lagos State today, you will make sure that you return at the end of the month. There is a percentage for you to return to him. It's not possible for him to be supporting you and not giving even times 10 of the money he used to support you. So I don't know why all these youth that are calling themselves bad supporters, God forbid bad thing, bad supporters, they will come online, gaslight us, and they say, Tinubu develop. Are you mad? I don't know. They are saying, okay, Tinubu develop beach. Is it only beach that Tinubu develop? Is it only beach that you can say, okay, Tinubu develop? Is it that we want in that state or in that country? Is it that? Or is it the major project that Tinubu do? Why can't you talk of other things? Why you know that other governors, they develop it? So why can you now say that Tinubu developed Lagos when it is only beach that Tinubu developed? So let us, as we have come online to support ourselves, and we have known our candidate, which is Mr. Peter Obi. This man is a great man. This man is going to do wonders in 2023, which me and you is going to what? Is going to see by ourselves. 2023 is a different choice. In the past few years, we have been playing tribalism. But now, it is time for competence. It is time for the right man. It is time for we to vote for the right person in power. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Thank you so much, One Voice. I don't know what you mean by achievement. As far as I am concerned, achievement is relative. And please, before you listen to this comment, kindly check my bio so you don't come at me and start attacking me. But one thing I'm going to tell you is that Bola Tinubu has a lot of achievements. I choose to disagree with you that he doesn't have any. Do you think it's easy to empower MC Oluomo and make him a political power broker in Lagos State? What are you talking about? Do you think it is easy to divert a large chunk of the state's IGR into your own pocket? Try and if easy. Do and if easy. That's what I'm putting to you, One Voice. If you have the capacity to do it, go and do it. It's not easy. It's not easy for you to install your stooges in every state in Nigeria, in almost every state in the southwestern part of Nigeria. It's not easy. This is proper political master planning at its peak, in the most criminal form you could possibly think of. N6, please take the mic.
When people come out to support Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I always remind them that people who know him better than you, people who have worked with him, people who have shared billions, breaking bread with this man, when they come out and say, we always have only one problem with him. He wants to be president. And a lot of them, even that silly Mr. Badmus that was defending him on this thing that looked like a ninja turtle. Let me go and read you something, because I will give you a historical reading of Tinubu and his two deputy governors that he changed during his tenure as Lagos State governor. We keep looking for a lot of things. What did Tinubu do in 8 years? What did Tinubu do in 8 years? I'll give you one thing he did in 8 years. He changed governor twice. And those two governors were the real Lagosians and not the Ragbijes. Let me break this down for you, and I'll read you something very quick. Kofoworola Bokno, in her submission, she was asked a very...
Just 1 second, please, before you go.
Okay, my brother.
I swear, I'm on YouTube right now, yeah? I was just reading this stuff you're reading right now. Without even proceeding, I was just like, this guy actually even changed 2 deputy governors. And they're trying to paint this man as someone that could not even...
Some bastion of democracy.
Do you understand that he could just sniff something and just enter his room and change deputy governor? Like clothes. He changed 2 deputy governors. And this man trying to...
In 8 years.
In 8 years, and people are trying to... Oh, my goodness.
You see, I tell you that my memory... Why do I remember this?
These guys are crazy.
My good friend back in the day is called Bode Pedro. Bode Pedro married Uche, the owner of Bella Niger. And he used to own, I think, Xerox computers or something, his own computer. And I remember being friends with him that period during what the family went through. It was not funny. He lives in Parkview, or his dad lived in Parkview at the time. I don't know if they still do. Very, very lovely family, and they did not deserve it. But let me read you Kofoworola Bokno first before I get into Bode Pedro. Kofoworola Bokno was asked a couple of questions. They asked her, Bola Tinubu, your former principal, recently declared his intention to run for the Nigerian presidency. As his former deputy, do you think he's qualified for the aspired position? This lady said, first of all, let me put it this way. Anybody has the right to vie for the presidency of Nigeria, but it is up to us, Nigerians, to examine the antecedents of whoever wants to run for the presidency of Nigeria to know whether he's fit and a proper person to run for such a post. So they now asked her, what is your own submission, ma'am? This lady, I think, is about 82, 83 years old or more. She said, in my own submission, I do not believe that Tinubu is a fit and proper person to run for the presidency of Nigeria. The reasons are obvious. We have been reading it and we are not even sure who he is. From the allegations about him being involved with drugs to allegations that his company is the one collecting about 15% of the total revenue of Lagos State, there are so many things that do not make for a credible candidate in him. She was then asked, what actually led to your resignation as his deputy governor in 2002? She said, what led to my resignation is what is happening now, because the disagreement we had was that he wanted to take over the AD, that's the Party Alliance for Democracy, which he has done with the APC. From the leaders of the party at that time, he said he wanted to be vice president to Atiku Abubakar, who was not even a member of our party at the time. And I refused to join him in this escapade. Therefore, I became his enemy. All those who went along with him became his bosom friends. The people who went against him in that escapade became his enemy. I will yield the mic for here.
Thank you very much, N6. Ayodeji, I see your hand up. But before we go to Ayodeji, I think it's fair to take other people who haven't spoken yet. Tuza Olukan, you've been very patient. Thank you so much.
Oladipo, please.
Oladipo,
if a man was willing to... my quick question. If a man was willing to be vice president to another man, as at 2002, they started hatching the plan for 2007. And it hasn't happened. And somehow they find each other running against each other in 2023. Don't you think that man will still not mind that vice presidential position, bad as he bad, than for the two of them?
Don't you think
those two men will rather come together bad as a bad than for one of them to lose or for the two of them to lose to one man. Don't
now,
you think?
to buttress what you just said, I'm going to reference a statement that he made in Abeokuta. He said, "Mi ò fẹ́ kán pa mí mọ́ tán. I don't want them to tell me as part of history. I want to be a part of history myself." I mean, what other way can you be a part of history? If they offer you vice president at this point, you will take it. It's very obvious that this person is just desperate to be at the apex of the Nigerian affair as much as possible so that he can have a say, so that he can, embellish, or should I say, enmesh himself with in everything that has to do with our society, so that he can influence every aspect of our society, put his cronies there as much as possible.
Thank you.
But, well,
and he might dictate the next Nigerian president for the next 25 years, which he has done in Lagos.
Now, you know,
goodbye democracy.
Now, the clowns who are comparing this guy to Awolowo, to Obasanjo, to Olufalaye, to the respected Yoruba men who have existed in our political stratosphere in the time past, this man is not fit to lace their shoes. Olusegun Obasanjo is a former serviceman, somebody that led the 3rd Marine Commando during the war, somebody that managed, despite all of the factions that were involved in that war, to bring everybody together. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't understand the role he played in convincing Gowon to approach a no victor, no vanquish kind of thing towards the end of the war. At the end of the war, Obasanjo played a huge role in that. And come 1999, Obasanjo still played his part to make sure that he had some kind of inclusive government. As a matter of fact, look at all of the technocrats you've been naming. Frank Nweke Jr., Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Dora Akunyili. They're all of Southeastern extraction. This is a man who understands the fact that ethnicity and religion does not have any role to play with people who are very good on the job, people who are competent. And now come 2023, it is this same Obasanjo that is championing the cause of Peter Obi. My guys, follow Uno Road.
Soludo,
follow Obasanjo.
Soludo. You can call the names. The names are numerous.
Like Soludo, God bless you. So many people.
Obasanjo is a next level man. That's who the Yoruba nation should rally on behind. Not a barao, as Hausa people call him, big belly thief. See his face. You don't swallow.
Please, Yoruba guys on this space, when they tell you Emilokon, reply them and say, follow no road. Olusegun Obasanjo Sabi road. Follow no road. Me, I go follow no road. OBJ don't run this country 8 times as a civilian, 8 years as a civilian, 4 years as a military head of state. The man Sabi road. Whatever Shore and his cronies decide to tag him as,
I bet they call that.
Oh no, may not bless and not give them recognition now. But moving on quickly, please. Let's go to who are we supposed to take next? Oladipo, do you have your background noise sorted now?
Am I okay now?
Yes. I think you are absolutely.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yes, Sizo. Good afternoon, Saddam. My Oga Tuans deal for my violence chairman, the GO himself. Omar. The soft too violent man.
Love, man. It's all love, bro. It's all love, bro.
You know, when you were talking about Festus Keyamo the other time, you know, I told you, Atiku is a political ashewo. But you see, Festus Keyamo is doing political threesome. And that is the mentality for that kind of human being. The guy, he has O's in 3 places.
Can you roll it back like 10 seconds? What do you see?
Political threesome. So he has O's in 3 places, and people are banging him every nook and cranny because I don't understand.
Guys, sexual innuendos are allowed, please. Completely allowed, please.
So, you see, I don't understand how you can be a normal human being and sue somebody to court over his certificates. And now, you are the same one explaining away the reason for not having that certificate. Number one, you are the same one that is already telling us who the president is going to be with the banner you put behind yourself. So when I say he is a political threesome member, you should understand what I mean. That guy would betray Tinubu for the North. Mark my words, God forbid that Tinubu wins. But I'm telling you, because if you do...
You're getting it all wrong. Oladipo, you're getting it all wrong here. Sizu mentioned something earlier, which is very, very important. The fact that if you check Keamo's office, in that Shetima challenge picture he posted...
Yes.
Sizu, please, can you please reiterate what was in that banner in Keamo's office?
The banner had a picture of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and a
Shetima's ambassador.
Shetima Vanguard, Shetima ambassadors, Shetima Vanguard. It said he had nothing about Bola Ahmed Tinubu for president. It was Shetima Vanguard.
Thank you.
And I said, this man will sell himself for a penny or for a lick of porridge. This guy has zero honor. That man, let's just be watching his history.
Yes, now. So, look, like I was saying, when I said he's doing political threesome, don't you understand now? He's speaking for Bola Tinubu, but he's already showing us signs that Shetima is the way to go for him. Now, let's leave this asshole aside. We don't need to spend time on him. Let's go back to this man. You see, I will not want to say much because in one way or the other, I was connected to Alpha Beta in one way or the other. I will not say more than that. What Alpha Beta does is just to print like ID cards, that is the tax clearance card or something, compute the names, compute the numbers, that is all. They don't go out to collect the revenue. There was someone that I was very close to for over 7 years. I met the person when I went to fix a particular computer in a tax office in Lagos. The person worked with Alpha Beta for several years. As at then, she herself knows that there is no value to Alpha Beta to Lagos State. But the reason why LIRS, why they are not competing with Alpha Beta or trying to relegate Alpha Beta to the background is because of who brought Alpha Beta, number one. Number two, Tinubu has so much entrenched corruption in every nook and cranny in Lagos State. He has created the embodiment of corruption to the fact that virtually everybody eats from this same table. Let me tell you today, if you know how much IGR was as at far back 2007, 2008, to the extent that Olumide of Alpha Beta, on a good ground, I found out that he bought a land as at then.
4.5 billion naira a month, sir. It's on record.
You understand? As at then, Olumide bought a land in Adiola Odeku, half a plot for 400 million. Half a plot for 400 million. So you see, when you talk about entrenched corruption, you talk about Lagos State. You talk about the rulership of Tinubu. Now, I want you to know, there is no one connected in the top hierarchy of Alpha Beta that is not eating out of this corruption. There's nobody entrenched in the leadership of LIRS that is not eating in this corruption.
Please round up.
Yeah. So, look, we can talk from now till tomorrow. Omar, there is a statement in Yoruba. I don't know how to translate it to English. That is what Tinubu is. Agbalowo Mary. I don't know if you know the English translation.
It's very simple. The rich that collects from the poor.
Thank you. You understand? Agbalowo Mary. And I listened to a speech that he said. That was like, we need to collect so much tax from the whole country. So let me tell you, the people that you are not doing anything for, but you are still harassing and stealing from them, that is the person that some people are so myopic, so sick in their mentality. and they want to foster this demon on us. So, let me round off with this, Uma. Please give me just 1 minute. I will be out of your air. I think Proverbs chapter 29, verse 1 says, "Ẹni and bawi tó ń warùn kì yóò parun lójijì láìsí àtúnṣe. He who is often rebuked and hardens his neck will suddenly be destroyed, and that will be without remedy." You see, to all you that are following this man, and you are shouting his name from the rooftops, I pray that the 10 plagues of Egypt will happen to you in one day, and you now know that Nigerians are suffering. I yield my mic.
They say, he whom the gods will destroy, they first make mad. There's no way you assess the candidacy of Bola Ahmed Tinubu right now, and it does not amount to madness. A man who is obviously in his 80s, a man who has had his own share of the national cake for such a long time, a man who could afford to bring bullion vans to his own home on election day. That is the man that you are clamoring for. If you're one of these Southwestern APC batified clowns, you irritate me. That is why you guys did your best as much as possible to tag me as an abuser on these spaces. The truth is, I'm not an abusive person. Whether you choose to believe it or not is not my business. But I'm not abusive. The truth is that if you come at me with nonsense and you try to sell me garbage, sorry, that was Oladipo's timer. I have the right to decline to grant you some form of audience. David Unde, in his wise words, will say that when you say 4 plus 4 equals to 86, I have the right not to listen to you again for the rest of my life, because your opinion has already been faulted from the very first time you open your mouth to speak. So why should I listen to you? You are supporting a man who is endangering our collective wealth. I cannot support that. Yoruba or no Yoruba, Omo Yoruba Shedi Bebere or no Shedi Bebere, it's not my business. What I care about is a Nigeria that works. You see, right now, somebody provides me the alternative. His name is Peter, the Rock. Jesus Christ our Lord told me that on this rock shall I build my church. On Peter Obi shall Nigeria be built, rebuilt rather, and would stand firm. I want a country I can go back to. I want to be comfortable and go back home. I want to enjoy my country. Whether you believe it or not, there is a glass ceiling abroad. I tell you that categorically. I haven't lived in the Western world for over 10 years. I tell you categorically that there is a glass ceiling to what you can achieve abroad, no matter how successful you are.
Jaja started an interesting discussion on his timeline when he put his salary, and he says he takes home £1,500. When I saw what that boy pays in taxes, I wept for Nigeria. We are bleeding overseas. We need to come back home. And he's a nurse.
Look, Sizzle, I'm a nurse as well. And I can tell you categorically that no matter how much you make, no matter how educated you are, no matter how sound you are in your line of work, there is a glass ceiling to what you can achieve abroad. Your country is where you can reach your greatest heights. Your country. Those who have made it abroad, respect to them. But I can guarantee you that if Nigeria was a working system, we would have more people who are more successful in their... Do you know how cherished Nigerian doctors are all over the world? I have a Nigerian doctor in the country that I live in. He is the chief surgeon of the major hospital in this country. A Nigerian man. I tell you categorically, he is the chief surgeon of their major hospital in this country. He's so intelligent. The day I sat with that guy to discuss, honestly, I was just listening. I listened for over 2 hours. A Nigerian man. And he's telling me that he has not been to Nigeria over 20 years. This is a man that lives in Europe and does not even want to go back home. When you're discussing politics with him, you'll just walk away from him and be like, look, the guys who are in that country, they just, they've entrenched themselves in the system that there's no way you can change it. That is the mentality most of us have.
Let me come in here just briefly.
Please do.
See, honestly, most times when we start saying these stuff, I get so emotional because I have seen people, I have seen men, I've seen people that want to go back home and invest. I know people that are willing to change, just do their own part in the private scene and transform Nigeria. I have seen people that look, Nigerians, I beg you now. To change Nigeria is not difficult. The greatest thing we have is human capacity. We have over 20 million Nigerians abroad. Over 20 million that are doing well. There are billionaires that don't remit 1% of that money back home. That's because you understand how unsafe it is to send their money back home because of how messed up the system is back in Nigeria. We have people willing, that are crying, that spent 30 years, 40 years abroad, some on these places right now, that they just want to come back home and invest, but they need to see a serious government in power. And you guys giving this same set of clowns another chance at governance will only send more people out of that country. We are doing these things on this, holding this place is not because that we don't have things to do. This is just my own way of, this is like my biggest part of this campaign. Apart from what I'm doing financially and the rest, this is my biggest input. I have my place covered up. I already know my people that are voting strictly for Peter. But this is the best I can do. Get you guys to understand that this is not play. We are not playing on this space. We have people that are ready to come back. I met a man before I left Nigeria that owns some casinos in Nigeria. That man came back after 30 years in Scotland. And I met him and we were discussing in one of his casinos. And because I was so intrigued, speaking politics and everything he was telling me that how unserious and how useless Nigerian government is. He has friends in Scotland that own private companies that run trains. All this nonsense you see that are building monorail, blue rail, red rail, yellow rail, green rail, nonsense rails that you hear are calling in Lagos around Nigeria. There are people that are ready to come in with companies to power Nigerian railway system in a working government. Nigerian government will not pay 1 kobo. 1 kobo will not be paid by the federal government. People are ready to bring in companies to do this and get back their money back. People are ready to transform this electricity in Nigeria and get their money back. People are ready to fix this nation, Nigerians. But they want to see a government that is working. And there is only one man going around this whole diaspora talking to the same people. But some stupid people, because of tribalism, because of religion, because of bigotry, because of your head is not correct, you have chosen to stick with people that you know that they have not even addressed you since they won their primaries. None of them have come out to any live debate, any live interview. You have not seen Atiku or Tinubu on any live TV since they won their primaries. Over 2 months now, talking to you that we vote for them. Instead, they are giving you throwback videos, throwback documentary, and you want to stupidly vote for them.
Saddam, I miss your friend. Whitebeard.
They know they come here again. That we don't. They come. They underneath. They watch. They economy. They love saying the economy because they come up here.
And not become first class.
The problem is this. I took out time and I go to their APC spaces just to listen. And you have to admit they have their own spin doctors, but even them within the APC are struggling. You see, let me put yourself in the position of an APC member or in the position of Whitebeard, for instance. We like to use him as the quintessential Tinubu supporter. Now, you sit there and you support a candidate that they told you built Lagos. You wake up yesterday and a man from your own party who is in his 60s, a Lagosian, tells you this man did not do anything in Lagos. And he's from the APC going up against a fellow APC member. So this is not even Labour Party. You have to at least look at the hand of God in certain things. Then you go into Shettima. You come into your own opponent's space and your opponent brings you Google facts and figures to show you that Shettima was in nowhere in the running to ever be governor. And somehow 2 important men who won the elections ahead of him got killed within a certain period. And boom, Shettima becomes governor. And in the first 2 years, he's owing the EFCC 600 billion naira. So you see, it's very, very easy for you to go against that. And then they tell you, go and fight a candidate. And they give you weapons like he used to be an importer. How many people import? Even Dangote imports. They give you weapons like he's in IPOB. But this same person, there are videos where he comes out to disclaim IPOB. But you have no video where Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ever come out to categorically say, this is not this is not that. I am not based off some cocaine drug lord folklore. This is not this is not that. In a charismatic sounding self, he has not done that till today. You have not seen him. You are there. You're going up against a candidate who is going overseas, having town hall meetings to full capacity stadiums. The weapons they give you to fight him is that they were collecting money for the dinner and the gate fee was 1,000 naira and 2,000 naira. Things that you cannot verify by Google. And then the wicked thing is the candidate uses his own mouth to say, I have not collected a penny, and will always kick you in the behind and say, go and call the EFCC to check my bank account details. It's quite terrible. I don't know the brain work, the amount of aspirin, Panadol that must be swallowed by people in the Bola Ahmed Tinubu camp right now. I'm sure Emzo Pharmaceuticals has recorded a profit in sales. I really pity them. But don't worry, we will beat you guys at the election. And knowing Peter Obi, education will be taken paramount. Night school will be brought back. It used to be an honorable thing back in the day. And a lot of you will go back and be schooled and be properly washed mentally and politically about the history of Nigeria, so that you don't come out to 200 million people and tell them a Lagos that my father had retired as at 1999, a dawn, a Lagos that I was born in Romford and Dagenham, London, England. I came back to Lagos, lived in Lagos, a Lagos that we all schooled in, a Lagos that Onyeka Onwenu and Sonia Ade did songs together. You're not telling us that the Igbo people did this one, that one, that one, that one. I believe there's a lot of madness that's happened this election season, and I cannot wait so that Peter Obi will win this election by a landslide, and we'll go back to proper governance, arguing with facts and figures, with a charismatic president that the young Nigerians can grow up and copy. Going into the debt crisis, I still say this. Olusegun Obasanjo, one of his biggest issues with Atiku was he told Atiku, hold down the home front while I go around on these diplomatic issues. We cannot pay back $60 billion. And he was forgiven $48 billion. I say this to say, we have a president right now, young, charismatic, well-spoken, that can understand Funet. So that when he goes out and he speaks with these Igbo people, we need more of debt forgiveness than the fact that Nigeria will even attempt to pay back the debt we owe. We cannot even pay salaries already. But if you tell me that you want to bring a man that every time he needs to be supported, he needs to be held together, he might have been something back in the day. But with all of this information that's come out, this continues to become your candidate against all odds. I tell you one more time, I'll meet you at the polling booth and you have but one thumbprint, same as I. But let us all gallivant our people and Nigeria will decide. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Cizo. To take it quickly from you, I would go straight to the current spokesperson of the PDP, who was a few months ago a spokesperson or some kind of legal attaché to the APC.
1999 to 2007, if you take out context, he actually performed worse than some governors in Nigeria, because the Lagos that they say he didn't improve the revenue, he only collected tax. All the infrastructure needed for a state or in fact a country to develop was on ground. Lagos used to be the Nigerian national capital. Before Nigeria was formed, Lagos was a colony. You have all the infrastructure for economic development. As well, you didn't establish them. There was seaport, there was airport, you have commercial activity, all the embassies are there. So transaction with foreign envoys is in Lagos. All the hotels are there, headquartered in Lagos. All the banks are headquartered in Lagos. All security apparatus, every facility and infrastructure for economic development was in Lagos. He didn't bring them. Asiwaju did not invite or introduce or brought to Lagos any serious foreign investor or domestic investor. And these revenues we are talking about that they claim they have generated, we are all, it's just that the government didn't have the infrastructure in collecting those. So what he did throughout this period was to collect tax. That's what they claim by revenue. And even then, the reason he did that was because the company that was collecting the tax, the company is allegedly traceable to him.
Thank you very much, our listeners. We'll move straight to our next speaker. That is all.
This voice note will be another powerful part of this show.
Baba, I did this
Goosebumps, man. Please, queue up Mr. Bank Anthony's selling points from yesterday, please.
Oh, well, I'm coming there. I'm coming
yes.
there.
Also, this morning I heard Arise. It seems they have blocked Arise, NBC. I heard somebody was at Arise today doing the Lord's work for us while we're here on the space. I don't know if you have clips on that stuff. Please just send it to me right now.
Saddam, did you notice that the Bank Anthony interview on YouTube, the comments were turned off?
Yes, channels are shameless. Nigeria, look, if there's anything that these people of this emergency have done for us, is that it has exposed a whole lot of people. It has exposed.
But you know one very interesting
I was heartbroken.
You know one very interesting thing, Saddam. Sizo, just like you, I worked in Nigerian radio before I left the country. I worked in some remote part of Ondo State. And let me tell you one very interesting thing. At the time, I think it was the election between Fayemi and Fayoshe. I was an intern, a novice in the political space. I didn't even understand much of what was going on. So at 6 a.m., they noticed that I had a baritone voice. They liked my voice. They liked my diction. They liked my reading. And then they put me on air just like that. And I started reading. But one thing I noticed was every time I was reading the news at 6 a.m., when they noticed that the larger population of the older generation were listening, they do one very significant thing. So after I do my intro, a very good morning to you guys out there. A very good morning. Thank you for listening to blah, blah, blah radio station. My name is this and that. And this is the news at 6. And then they play the jingle by Adewale Ayuba. Many, Aropo JKF. I didn't know what was going on. They were literally using me as a propaganda front. And I was reading what they wanted to put out. All I noticed was that at the start of every bulletin, what they do is the national what was Lai Mohammed's position at the time in the APC? National Publicity Secretary, God bless you. The National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, said this and this and that by the Jonathan government. And me too, I will read it with so much energy. The National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and I was feeling myself, not knowing I was a propaganda too. You people, God will punish you. Look, I get personal before now.
Let me come in here, Omar. Let me come in here with the breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, check your trend. Alpha Beta Exposed, the #1 trend in Nigeria right now. We did it. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. That's what we do on this space. We trend issues, we trend topics. Let them know that is how we control the narrative on Twitter. We also come up on spaces. We are trending Alpha Beta Exposed, and it is the #1 trend in Nigeria right now. So please, keep firing, keep tweeting with the hashtag Alpha
No,
Beta.
Saddam, you're actually not joking. Alpha Beta Exposed is trending.
In my DMs, people are blowing up my DMs right now. #1 trend in Nigeria right now. You could check. Yeah, so it's crazy, honestly. But thank you guys. That's the power. That's the power we yield on this space. That's the power we yield as Nigerians, and we're gonna make sure not 1 inch of this power is collected from us from these demons. It's our own. It belongs to us. We'll keep holding these people accountable. Thank you very much, my guys. Please, let us trend VawulenceSpace, I beg, eh?
All right, let's take the cue now. Let's take the cue. Before we take the cue, please remember, the motto of this space is that in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violence taketh it by force. Our next speaker is Suza Olukon. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, thank you, guys, and thank you for giving me the mic to speak. Just before I go ahead, just to quickly talk about the clip you played earlier on. There are certain things we often miss, we overlook. For instance, the clip you played was talking about the impact of the airport and seaport in Lagos. I think one thing we fail to do is that we don't attach figure to that. So I just tried, as the clip was playing, then I had that. I just said, okay, let me just quickly do a mental picture, a calculation. So imagine I stay in Ondo State, for instance, and I need to travel from the US to Ondo State. So whether I like it or not, I have to come through Muritala International Airport. Then maybe my flight is late, then perhaps I will need to stay in the hotel. And a transport is going to take me to that hotel. Maybe I'm going to take Uber, then I stay in the hotel, I pay for the hotel. Then I need to eat in the hotel. I'm going to eat food, right? And so that the next morning I can continue my trip, maybe using the public transport to Ondo State. So whether I like it or not, right, I've been forced to use about 20,000 naira at least minimally. I have to spend 20,000 naira in Lagos before I go. Now, there are 14 million passengers that come through Muritala International Airport, 14,000 annually. So averagely, let's say like whether you like it or not, because you've been forced to come through the Muritala International Airport, you are going to be spending something about, let's say 20,000 times 40 million naira. That's about 280 billion naira. That more or less, right? Of course, I'm not saying it's going to the ports of Lagos State, but at least it's something that you're going to spend in Lagos State, more or less. So 240 billion naira. Now look at the seaport, right? Somebody says that it takes about 1.5 million naira to move your container from the seaport to mainland Lagos. And there are about 800,000 of such. You don't want to do that calculation when you multiply 1 million times 800,000. This is just for transportation, right? So look at that. From these two calculations I've done, right? Just about 1 trillion naira, more or less, right? Just the impact of the seaport and airport into the Lagos economy. So, I mean, just to buttress what the other guy said the other time, about the impact of this thing. So, that it's not rocket science that anybody can actually generate revenue. So it's not like a black magic thing or, something like Tinubu masterminded. So, but going truly to my discussion of today, right? What I really wanted to talk about. I'm somebody who had my primary school in Lagos, my secondary school in Lagos, I had my university in Lagos, I served in Lagos. And my first job was in Lamata, which happens to be a Lagos State establishment by Lagos State government. Well, I don't want to talk much about what happened in Lamata because of confidentiality issue, but I will sum something. So being from that point of view, I can summarize what I noticed about the development in Lagos. I have one phrase for it. It is called cosmetic development. That is all the thing that happened in Lagos. On the other hand, I've never met somebody like Peter Obi. I've never been to Anambra, right? But I listened to his speech. And from that his speech, right, I can, when you read in between the line, there's something Peter Obi is all about. It's about human development. And human development is different from cosmetic development. If we look at ourselves as Yoruba, what are we known for? Awolowo. Awolowo is also close to human development. And that was why he propagated things like free education. At one time, remember, the Lobe Love was produced from the University of Ibadan. That is human development. And why is this very, very important? We, the Yorubas, right, our competitive advantage in Nigeria is education. Have you seen our latent ranking in education now? The WAEC they release, we're second to the last. What do you think I will be doing now? Second to the last. And why is this happening? Because people have deployed a cosmetic, all the southwestern governor, which Tinubu happens to be some of their godfather, have developed a cosmetic development approach towards education. So they are building classroom, but they're not building education. And that is why we are falling. And why is this important? Because look, the world now is going to a knowledge-based economy. What do I mean by that? It's no longer going to be oil and gas. You all live in Europe, right? People are moving to electric vehicles. You've heard of green hydrogen. So meaning that with solar and water, I can generate energy. So our oil is no longer there. Now you talk, we have agriculture because they say, come on, there's something called hydroponics. With hydroponics now, I don't need hectares of land. I don't need favorable weather condition. I can artificially create this thing in a room and grow my food vertically, and I get food.
Bro, so please, just 1 minute. I'll allow you to continue. Please, just 1 minute. The second highest exporter of agricultural products in the world is Netherlands. And the Netherlands are, by size, Niger State is 3 times bigger than the Netherlands by size. And they make over 100 billion annually. $100 billion now, please. Annually from exporting just agriculture, Netherlands. And Niger State is not even making up to 0.0001%. Despite having 3 times the size of the land, we have useless and stupid and inept leaders ruling us in Nigeria. We must change that come 2023. Continue, my brother.
So thank you. So why am I saying this thing? I'm saying so now what are all these things anchored? The hydroponics of the future, the green energy of the future is anchored on education. And this education we are dropping. What is Tinubu development towards education? He paid WAEC school fees and built classrooms. Now contrast this to Peter Obi. When I say this, when I check that, you know what Peter Obi did? First, Okay, we all know about the moving of WAEC state from 26 to number 1. We all know about, students becoming first from Anambra State in WAEC. I don't know whether you heard about some girls who, from Anambra State University, they went to do a competition in San Francisco and they became number 1 in tech. And in fact, the World Bank did a report on Peter Obi educational model. It was conducted by Oxford University, and they said, wow, this educational model should be used by all developing countries and even in Nigeria. So what I'm saying here is this thing. For me, voting Peter Obi is personal. Is because those so-called competitive advantage we have, right, is going down the drain. And these guys, their own policy about education is to pay WAEC school fees and build buildings. And that is why I say cosmetic development. So we need a transformative educational policy. We need a leader who sees this thing. That is that for me. And that is one of the reasons why I take this thing personal, because I see these guys, their approach towards development, right, is purely cosmetic. Thank you guys, and I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Tuza Olukan. Let's move straight to Timmy. Timmy,
yeah, you did well. Thank you. Thank you, N6. Thank you, Saddam. It's a fantastic one that, that we're having this conversation. But I just want to get into a few things. But before that, I just want to say that Lawrence Onoche, which we all know, which wanted to be foisted on us in INEC, but for the voice of the people, the violent voice of the people, has become an harbinger of fake news, such that she studied across Oxford, MIT as a very key, case study for fake news. It's a pity that Festus Keyamo has joined that list. But I'm not surprised, because Festus Keyamo and his principal, Bola Tinubu, share something in common, which is ambition that is driven by greed, right? And like Machiavelli stated, which is why I'm not particularly surprised when I see people or hear people defend the indefendable, is the fact that there is nothing more difficult to do or more doubtful of success than to initiate a new order of things. For the lukewarm defenders are those who profit by the old order. Now, back to the alpha beta expose issue, which is key at this point in time, because it lays the foundation for people to be able to imagine that if this kind of thing is happening in Lagos State, then imagine what will happen in Nigeria, right? And so, like Oladipo stated, in terms of what alpha beta do, does what alpha beta do deserve what it receives? And I'm going to state what it receives in that context. But quickly, I did some research as a legal practitioner myself and as a policy person, right? I said, okay, when did Alphabet really get registered? So I went, it's open public record. If you go to the CAC website, you'd see it was registered in April 25, 2000, right? And interestingly, guess where the place where it was put as office, it was in Ikoyi, Lagos. It's not a coincidence, right? These are just simple things you can put together. Now, as at that time, interesting thing is the fact that later on, it moved on to become a limited liability partnership in 2010. And I want to quickly establish the correlation here within the few time that I have, right? So in 2000, it was registered, which is 1 year after Tinubu got into office, right? And then in 2010, it became a limited liability company. Now, if you look at the CAC's search, which is simple, you can simply go on Google, search CAC and search. You see that the alpha beta that was registered in CAC has been inactive, which simply means that they've not filed annual return with the Corporate Affairs Commission, which means the more active one, in essence, is the limited liability partnership, which was registered in 2010. Now, we need to understand the significance of that. The limited liability partnership was not until the current 2020 Corporate Affairs Commission Act, the CAMA, Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020, that was recently signed by the president into law. There was nothing called a limited liability partnership, right? What we had was sole proprietorship, normal partnership, that's business name. Then you have companies, right? You have company limited by guarantee, you have limited liability company, you have public limited liability company, you have private limited liability companies, right? And then you had company trustees, company registered by trustees, which are NGOs, charity organizations, and the likes. There was nothing like limited liability company, a partnership. But Lagos State specially created limited liability company and partnership, right? To be a partnership with limited liability, created under the partnership law of Lagos State 2009, right? Which provided the opportunity to register a limited liability partnership within the territory of Lagos.
You're very right. You're very right because the legal name of the company is Alpha Beta Consulting LLP. And they always make emphasis on the consulting and the LLP in particular, limited liability partnership. Continue, sir.
Yes, thank you so much. So basically, that tells you they created that specific law in 2009 for Lagos State. Now, the legality of that even in terms of the constitution, does the state governments have, it's a debate, have powers to create a parallel, legal entity? Because when you say legal entity, you're not talking of just a business name. You're talking of someone that has an artificial entity that can be likened to a person. That's where, and the state government created that kind of framework in 2009 to accommodate this LLP in 2010, right?
A parallel legal taxation.
Yes, a legal entity recognized in Nigeria that can have a bank account, own properties, and the likes in Nigeria that is not created by the federal government. So in that context, right, that's the brilliant most brilliant Machiavellian, Don Pablo kind of move in that sense. Now, I want us to understand how far these guys can go, right? Now, the essence of that is that it is difficult for you to be able to request anything as regards annual returns or even oversight on the Alpha Beta because it's under this jurisdiction, which is how drug barons usually operate.
Now, sorry to interrupt you. Do you know that this is the same David Bunde? He left this company in Barranquilla. It's the same dodging company, same MO from the Colombian drug company from Barranquilla. It's the same MO. I was going to read this later on. Thank you very much for bringing it up.
Thank you so much. I like the addendums that you're putting to it. Now, let's move to the second point, which is that if these are simple things that are available, and common sense is not common sense, at least for those who, whether white or black beards, that have decided to also make their hair white while they are young, right? Now, the point is this. Look at the website of Alpha Beta. How come a company that has existed since 2000, ladies and gentlemen, members of the violence movement, has Lagos State as its only client? Has Lagos State as its only client? Right? And I'm establishing something here.
Bro. Whichever way you see it is completely understandable that a state can have a company can have one person as their client. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Why go they pay? You go they retain them now. If you
God bless you, my brother. If when they sort me, what are you joking?
If really? You get clients, you lock them.
If they pay, clients when they sort steady, you have a Lagos State government that is that is continuously remitting money into the state treasury. That is remitting money into my own account as well. And you are telling me that is not. Look, productivity is relative, my brother. Let's think about it that way. Productivity is relative. If you are being productive in a way that benefits my pocket, I have the right to give you beneficial treatment. Whatever you want to say after that is left to you. But productivity is relative. Alpha Beta was remitting money. Look, on this Alpha Beta gist, bro, I have somebody in my DM right now, in my WhatsApp messages right now. Who is an insider on this alpha beta thing? As a matter of fact, a principal insider. But the problem is that I cannot name him publicly, and I cannot speak about the kind of things he's shared with me because I don't want to put him for problem. But if you understand the depth of this alpha beta situation, bro, I swear, if you find somebody that is voting Tinubu, you can punch him in the face, because it's devilish, it's demonic, it's wicked, it's just the most sinister thing you could possibly think of. These guys are out to kill you. I'm telling you today that those who are campaigning for Tinubu to be president of Nigeria, they're after your life. They don't care whether you live or die. I mean, you've seen Whitebeard come on this place and say times without number that it does not care about your feelings. It does not care about what you are going through. It does not care whether the price of bread in your house is the same price as he is buying from his own house. All he cares about is that Tinubu becomes president. Does that not tell you something about the category of people that supports this guy, MC Oluomo, Tony Kabaka? Look at come on. And
Let me make this easier for them. It is so pictorial. Nigerians have been so abused, especially politically, that we have even been infused with short-term memory loss. A rail line that is meant to go from Badagry to CMS and start from the airport to CMS has taken 15 years to build. It has reached a point where they have abandoned the rail line, so the people, they shit for the stations all through the length of First Stack and the rest. Even worse, they destroy people's property, broke down houses, smashed buildings. To make this easier for you, Goodluck Jonathan and Rotimi Amechi built a rail line that you can enter today with your eyes under the APC from Lagos to Ibadan to Shagamu to Abeokuta. But somebody is telling you that he cannot link First Stack to CMS in more.
I think we're having a problem with Cizo's connection. Can you guys still hear me, Saddam? Are you there? Okay, Saddam is probably.
Yeah, I can hear you though.
All right, please
okay. Okay, awesome. So primarily speaking, we're gonna because you need to stretch people's imagination with facts and figures, right? In order for us to really understand the length and breadth of what we are into, right? So if you look at before Sanwo-Olu, the current governor, got into office, right? Like 800 million averagely was remitted to Alpha Beta on a monthly basis, right? But when Sanwo-Olu got into office, just in a few months, he started remitting 2.5 billion naira monthly, right? And now you might say, oh, well, maybe things have improved in that sense. But as at that time when they were remitting 800 million, Lagos State was getting an average of 34 billion monthly. As at when Sanwo-Olu increased the monthly payment to 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion to 800 million is, on a logical frame, that's more than 250%, right? Times 2 of 800 million is 1.6. Then you have 800 times 1.6 plus 800 million again, that's 2.4. That's even more than 3. That's a whooping sum of more than 300% increase, right? Of remittance in that sense. Now, in that sense, you look at it, not as if the revenue in Lagos State the revenue monthly as at this time is 45 billion, right? Monthly. And before Sanwo-Olu got into office, it was around 35 billion. So there has not been any 300% significant increase to justify why 2.5 billion should be remitted to Alpha Beta as against the 800 million that was remitted. Why is that the case? To fund Tinubu's presidential election. Simple. Now, imagine the extension of this across the 36 states in Nigeria and FCT when the same kind of person gets into office. There are a few things I would have loved to say, but perhaps later on, please. Thank
you. There's this rebounding sound from your background that obviously affects your line of communication with us. But I appreciate your submission. I really do appreciate your submission. I just want to take our listeners down the memory lane a little bit. This is an article written by Yinka Odumake. I'm very sure that anybody listening, Akinola Oyo, I see your mention of us on the space and the work that we're doing. We appreciate it. But quickly, let me take you guys down the memory lane before the expert in this area, N6 comes around. Whew. The ancient city of Ibadan comes alive on Friday, July 29, 2016. As dignitaries from all walks of life converge to remember that gallant, brave, and outstanding soldier, Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi, who was murdered 50 years ago by northern military officers who massed on the capital of the western region to take out the then head of state, Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi. It says, I spoke. Please forgive me for a minute. It says, I spoke with a 27-year-old few weeks back, and I was shocked he had no idea of who Fajuyi was. And that's the reason I'm discussing Fajuyi on this space. Because this space is meant to be for Yoruba obedience. And I want a large number of our Igbo brothers who kind of see who view the ethnocentric idiots who support Bat right now in a very blanket view of the Yoruba people. We don't stand for nonsense. And I'm going to reiterate that one more time. It says, I spoke with a 27-year-old a few weeks back, and I was shocked he had no idea of who Fajuyi was. And it quickly dawned on me that those who stopped the teaching of history in our schools have succeeded in wiping off the memory card of our pertinent stories. They want us to be blank, but we must keep telling our stories. This was Uncle Yinka Odumake, God bless his soul. He says, Adekunle Fajuyi did not commit any crime than the fact that he was playing host to Ironsi on July 29, 1966, when northern officers who staged the revenge coup following the Kaduna Nziogu-led coup of January 15, 1966, struck. Disgruntled northern officers led by Muritala Mohammed, T.Y. Danjuma, Martin Adamu, and others spearheaded a rebellion within the army in January. On one occasion, Muritala called Ironsi a fool in the presence of other officers and threatened to avenge the death of his northern officer colleagues. His position as inspector of signals became quite veritable for the planning of the revenge coup, named as Operation Araba. Araba in Hausa is for let's divide it. Muritala and his northern colleagues had totally lost confidence in the Nigerian Federation, and their plan was to break the northern region from Nigeria. Their politicians had earlier pulled out of the federal parliament in 1953 after the crisis that followed their rejection of an Enauru's motion that Nigeria should become independent in 1956. The reason I cannot go into detail about this is because it takes a lot of time. However, I'm going to read one last paragraph that says, as their coup began on July 29, 1966, it was Muritala who coordinated the takeover of the international airport in Lagos. Nigeria is a very funny place. An edifice to be named after him 10 years later. When he and his troops arrived at the airport, they hijacked planes to ferry their families back to the north as a prelude to the exit of the region from Nigeria. Look, guys, believe what you want to believe. One thing I'm telling you is that Igbos and Nigeria and Yorubas have stood side by side for donkey years. We've been at the receiving end of the oppression from a certain region of the Nigerian state for such a long time. Now, having come this far, having come to this junction where one of us, that's the way I see it, Peter Obi is one of us. I see Peter Obi as a Yoruba man. If you don't see him like that, God help your soul. But I do see him like that. You know why I see him like that? He represents everything Obafemi Awolowo represented. good education, good roads, quality lifestyle, good health care, everything that Awolowo stood for, Peter Obi stands for it right now. Now, let me ask you a question from you to me, man to man. The fact that somebody that was a Yoruba man represented those things to me, does it change when another man from another region represents the same thing to me? It doesn't change, or it may change to you from your ethnic bigotry viewpoint, but it does not change to me. Peter Obi is as much of a Yoruba man as I am, because he feels my pain. He's a Nigerian. I don't care where he comes from. I don't care all of those 66 stories they told you. If you want to know about 1966, come to me, my guy. I have read a lot about 1960. As a matter of fact, there was a time I was living in Ghana. I spent 3 weeks of my life sitting in my house because I was on holidays, reading about the 1966 coup and everything that transpired afterwards. I am so versed in Nigerian military history that sometimes my head starts to turn. That's why Dr. Maxilon is my very favorite person. I've been in his DM for God knows how long, inviting him to my space. I love his books because it tells the real story of Nigeria. The people you should know, the people you should get yourself familiar with, so that people cannot come and rebrand themselves in the Nigerian political space and represent themselves to you in a different form. If not, Amoda Ogunlere would not be presenting himself as Bola Ahmed Tinubu right now. The only reason he's doing that is because our archives, our historical knowledge is as shallow as you could possibly imagine. That is why Gist Lover has suddenly become a credible source of information. That is why somebody like Kemi Olunloyo can come on the public space and come and sell you nonsense stories as credible information, because you don't arm yourselves with history. Because the Nigerian culture is somewhat against reading. I love to read. Please read, our people. We cannot come here and read everything to you. The best you can do is to post it on the Jumbotron so that you can go and educate yourselves. But reading here gets boring. I read on my spaces sometimes. It's boring. I don't want to lose listeners. I want to carry you guys along. But it is important for you to be able to put your own effort in. And if that is the least you can do for this electioneering season, do it. Educate yourself. Educate the people around you. Tell them about these people. Tell them that there is a drug baron. There is a former drug baron or a current drug baron, whatever it is, running for presidency right now. Tell them that there is somebody that has looted our collective wealth extensively and who has served as vice president for 8 years, running for office right now. And tell them that there is another man who challenged the EFCC and continues to challenge them to come and probe him. And they don't even have the balls to do so. Do you know how powerful the EFCC in Nigeria is? They've not been able to walk up to this guy and check him out.
No, Omar, let me come in here. They have walked up to him. Because they came on him in 2017. They searched his house. There are tweets of people. There's a journalist in particular that was privy with information of when they came to search Peter's house in 2017. So his finance commissioner said he was invited over 27 times when he was the city. So he has done that. EFCC cannot just EFCC of Nigeria. They don't have anything on demand. That's just the truth. There's no how, especially Buhari's regime, that's as vindictive as you can get. If he had, let me tell you, if Peter Obi stole 5,000 naira from Anambra, by now he would be in jail. Just understand that. Understand the regime that we are up against. If he stole 5K, I'm not saying 5 million now. 5K, they feed off that jungle justice by now. You should understand.
You know one thing I'm starting to feel about that guy. Nobody saw him coming. I mean, the balls to walk away from the established political parties. I don't think anybody's, even me, I swear, I never saw that coming. I mean, I've been looking at him for a while. Like, Peter, come on, grow some balls. Walk away from these clowns. If you stand aside, the people will love you. I keep telling people, Akinola Oye is here on this space. If Yemi Oshibajo had stepped down during NSAS, I swear to God, he will be getting the same traction that Peter Obi is getting right now. I will support him. Just having the balls to walk away from the system. That is all I want to see. The ability to stand with the people. I just want to see that. Just show me some balls for the freaking love of God. Show me that you have the energy to do it. Show me that you have the capacity to just... Oshibajo is a brilliant man. I know him. I trust him. His intellect. But they have him by the balls. Baba, if person they hold my balls, I'm not going to talk. And I think that is exactly what is going on. They have him by the balls. Because if they don't have him by the balls, there should be that man should be out there right now. Imagine us having a presidency or a presidential debate of Peter Obi, Akinwumi Adesina, Yemi Oshibajo, even William Gallas, Yele Sowore, I would still have him there because Sowore will talk about the issues. His haircut may look funny. His rhetorics may sound very clownish to a large extent sometimes. But he's an intelligent person someone who created Sahara Reporters. You cannot, as Yoruba people say, le koyan ekere, whichever way you choose to see it. He's brilliant in his own right. You may not agree with his method of politics, as I don't. But then, we would have an intellectual debate, not a Shetima that will wear coat or ashipa and come and tell you that guy is so irritating.
Omar, please, I don't want us to equate Oshibanjo at the level of Peter Obi. They are walls apart. If you begin to link Alpha Beta with Oshibanjo, Simeon Coopers, Alpha Beta, Simeon Coopers, Ocean Trust. If we begin to link the connection,
that if I bring out a dossier on Oshibanjo for you, you will take Koboko and flog yourself twice for saying this thing, then flog Oshibajo the remaining time. So let's not even bring him up. Also, all this Oshibajo sentimentalism, he came third in the primaries. He was never good. He was never that good enough, even with him.
Yeah,
even after 8 years within his own party, Oshibajo was just a step above Nigeria's greatest ghost worker, Namadi Sambo, who was the vice president and nobody recognizes till today. So I'll throw Oshibajo away. He's very easy to do.
I think I will put Oshibajo one level below Namadi Sambo. Namadi Sambo understood. Namadi Sambo understood his limit.
Namadi Sambo,
this guy
doesn't understand. No, let me read you something.
This guy does not understand his limits. This guy is an ambitious coward. Now, those are words that contradict each other technically.
He's not ambitious. He's not ambitious. I'll say this. Kasim. Hold on, my brother. Kasim Shettima, who knows him better than me and you, says Oshibajo is not a man for Nigerian politics. Kasim Shettima said Oshibajo should be selling popcorn and ice cream. I want to believe that Kasim Shettima does not owe Oshibajo any wrongdoing. He does. That's it.
This N6 guy, let me come in. Saddam, this N6 guy, he does not have...
This is his fellow party member.
I'm coming. N6, no. Who I will not quote here? I won't allow us to quote that person. Is that Boko Haram alleged sponsor? Please, if anything Ahmad says about Oshibanjo is null and void. I don't rate him. I don't see him. Someone that I'm looking at his face, I'm seeing the devil. I don't care. There's nothing about it that makes sense to me, honestly. So I just...
Saddam, do you remember that tracksuit that the Super Eagles wore at France 98? That oversized tracksuit.
1994 own. 1994.
No. Baba, 1994 I'm talking about 98.
Let me remind you guys.
The Agbada jersey now, remember.
Omar Saddam.
Including Ghana Nigeria 2000. Now waiting that guy wear go
Omar and Saddam, hold on. Even if I want to yab Shettima, I will still do it within facts and figures. Let me remind you of what Kasim Shettima said when he was asked why he dressed like that to that conference. You need to listen. When a spin doctor spins, when you hear Festus Keyamo spin as a spin doctor, you can understand that no matter his academic qualifications, he probably copied the smartest person in class because he's actually an idiot. You can tell. When some spin doctors spin, you can tell that these are evil men. Kasim Shettima is an evil man. Let me give you facts. Kasim Shettima said, and I quote, that he heard a conspiracy that the entire Nigerian Bar Association had plans to embarrass one of the presidential candidates upon attending that meeting. Nobody has pressed Kasim Shettima to tell us where he heard that from, to tell us who told him that, and to tell us why he would indict the entirety of the Nigerian Bar Association with such a silly statement. So, to combat that rumor, he dressed like a charlatan. So, you heard you are going to be insulted somewhere, and you dress to insult yourself to diffuse the insults. Anywhere in the world, you dress to kill, especially if you're going to attend somewhere they are going to kill you. If you're going to go out, you might as well go out making a good-looking corpse. That is one of the reasons why people hate to be shot in the head, because you cannot have an open casket funeral. So if you want to tell me that Kasim Shettima heard he was going to be killed somewhere, pulled a pistol and shot himself in the head, and then walked into the funeral and laid down in the coffin and then cried that he wasn't given an open casket funeral.
But Cizo, we had this conversation. We had the conversation on this space some time ago that I have a theory. The theory is very simple. The northern ruling oligarchy are supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu and have presented Shettima as a vice president to him, knowing for sure that there's no way the current Amoda Ogunlere can last 4 years. Like, it's not rocket science. It's common logic. I'm an health worker. I understand I can look at somebody and diagnose him for you. I'm telling you, that man
let me throw you
that
one.
man is showing early signs of Parkinson's disease, and I'm telling you, stage 2, not even stage 1.
Let me even throw you one. It gets deeper than that. I'll take you into history to the year 2006. When they tell you that sometimes when we suspect as Nigerians that these people belong in a cult, belong in a group, when some people call them devils and demons, you might not understand. You might think it's an exaggeration. But I'll take you to a political rift between two men in Abia State called Theophilus Orji and Orji Uzo Kalu. In June 14th of 2007, Theophilus Orji gave a press statement. He was fresh off the hook from the EFCC, which accused him of being the conduit through which Abia State had been defrauded in the last 8 years. He said, when Orji Uzo Kalu, the then governor of the state, whom he served as chief of staff, mounted the rostrum and tried to diffuse some of these misgivings, Theophilus Orji could not help but laugh. Why? Theophilus Orji, unknown to many at the inauguration 5 years earlier, specifically sold his soul to the devil in the month of January of the year 2006. These are Theophilus Orji's words. I sold my soul to the devil, all in a bid to be governor. I agreed to a fetish oath instigated by Orji Uzo Kalu, the state's immediate past governor, and his political godfathers. Facts at the disposal of the magazine, which is Sahara Reporters, indicated that Orji was taken to Eketenshi Shrine. Eketenshi means your share of shit.
Jesus.
She is shit. Ekete, it was shared. So shit was shared. Your share of dirt, your share of shit. So facts at the disposal of the magazine said Orji was taken to Eketenshi Shrine in Igbere, which is Orji Uzo Kalu's village, located in Bende local government area of the state. He was made to strip naked to his underwear and swear to an oath of allegiance. These pictures are online. You can check them on Google. Orji Uzo Kalu swear in shrine pictures. They are there, so it's not me that took it. They have been there as far back as.
I'm sorry, I don't like you. You're such a. You look. You claim to not be involved in violence, but you're the prime minister.
Let me blow your mind. Now he was Orji was clad in only his underpants. He observed the oath taking to the letter. Meregini, a former staff of Tabs Assurance Limited, gave Orji some concussion to drink It is believed that if Orji should betray his former boss, he will die. Amazingly, Orji was he was governor for 8 years, and these are facts on ground as to what he did a year before he became governor. He was bound hand and feet while going through these rituals. The chains, according to people who understand the implications, simply symbolize subjugation of the new governor to the direct control of the Carlo dynasty.
You know one thing that I find very funny that I just came across not long ago. People's Gazette dropped this headline about 42 minutes ago. It says, Hush Puppy's prison records show he enrolled in several skill acquisition programs whilst behind bars. His lawyers, led by criminal defense attorney Luis Shapiro, are pursuing a lighter sentence of 3 years with $2 million restitution for his quote-unquote very good conduct since 2020. Now, you know one thing that really struck me in this comment section? Somebody was like, future Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
No more than the Jones. Someone that went to prison.
Are very weak.
Someone that went to prison and has 2.5 million followers and an army of people that will hold him down when he gets back.
You people are very...
Please, but moving forward. Let's move forward.
We've really cornered the space for so long. Let's take our speakers, please. Let's take Akinola here. Akin is gone, unfortunately.
No, Akin is.
He said he's on a flight.
Now, so we are speaking.
Oh, okay.
He can't speak. He's going to
all right. Fly safe, Akin. We love you.
But he's listening. So,
Ayodeji. Let's take Ayodeji and then we start from there.
Then Dr. F.
Right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So, thank you for picking back up, because I requested for the mic when I think somebody was talking about the whole Lagos comparison. And see, let me start by saying this. You see, it takes somebody with a brain, okay, to acknowledge the uniqueness of Peter Obi in today's politics. And it takes somebody without a brain, without any iota of brain, to think that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the best thing to happen to Nigeria come 2023. Now, having said that, now many a time I send out my articles on development economics, and I try as much as possible to demystify some of the erroneous information being saturated out there by these people with no brain, and trying to actually sell their ignorance to people. And I think many people always ask me that why is it that am I an economy, blah blah, all of that. Now, so I want to share something now. So for in the next 3 minutes, I will be sharing something quite vital. It's not a big deal. Somebody with have a brain should understand this, but I think it's just also very important to take advantage of this at this hour. Now, my passion for economics had been for way back, because my mom happened to be an economist, a retired economist academician, and I grew into this whole idea of development economics, which is a branch of economics itself, 15 years ago, roughly 15 years ago. And that was I think 2011 election. And I want to bring out something very critical. So that very election, ACN, was it AC at that time, they were quite very, very popular in Southwest. And in fact, at that time, my dad actually voted for AC, my mom voted for PDP. I voted for PDP. Now, so I asked my mom, because I was quite close to her, and I said, why is it that everything about AC at that time repels you, and you just don't like them? And he said, among any other thing, is the fact that their ideology, or should I say their understanding of development economics, is non-existence. That was the first time I even heard what development economics is all about. So I pressed for that. And they said, now, one of the best things that had ever happened to Nigeria, I want to quote her, as far as federal level is concerned, is Obasanjo. Now, take note of this. As at that time, Obasanjo was seen in the Southwest as an enigma. He was seen as somebody that probably, at that time, there was so much negative rumor about Obasanjo, to the extent that we had the fact that he slept with his daughter-in-law. So I want to. So when
as at 1999, the general notion about Obasanjo was Obasanjo looked at Hausa.
Yeah, of course. We all, I mean, I didn't want to go back into all of that history and everything. Now, so I mean, at that time now, Obasanjo has even left power. Yet it was painted really, really bad as far as Southwest is concerned. Now, so I asked, so when my mom said the best thing that happened to Nigeria, democracy, as well as this republic, I mean, the new republic was concerned, was Obasanjo. And he said, and I asked her why. He said, it takes somebody that understands development economics to focus on ensuring that the debt of Nigeria was cancelled. Because failure to do that in that time would have actually amounted to the fact that most Nigerians would actually suffer, like real sufferness. So she gave me a little tip about those things, and that was the time I told myself, you know what, I need to understand what development economics is vis-a-vis developing nation. Now, why am I saying this, ladies and gentlemen? Now, I wrote an article about Anambra versus Lagos, of course, quite very popular. And people started, the Batified, they did their thing, throw shade and everything. Now, and one of the things I want every one of us to understand today, let us not touch it once and for all today, is that it is foolish, like there's no other word, foolish for anyone to compare Lagos with any other state in Nigeria, especially when you are using metric like IGR and what we call FDI, foreign direct investment. Now, I would like to touch on the FDI part shortly in the next 2 minutes. Now, because I've seen a lot of some ignorant Batified people talking about it, and it's irritating. It's irritating. Okay, so the MBS released the stats last week or thereabout, saying that in Nigeria, talking about our capital importation. Now, so let me just quickly do some 1 minute teaching here. So, capital importation is different from FDI. FDI is a subset of capital importation. Now, for capital importation, is talking about the dollars that enters into the country. Now, 66.6% of our capital import goes to Lagos. That's why Lagos has the highest. In fact, in this year alone, it was recorded that our second quarter Q2 of 2022, according to MBS, that our total Nigeria now total capital import is $1.5 billion US, out of which 1.5 billion US went to Lagos State. Now, these ignorant Batified people now posting it around as an achievement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, because you guys don't understand anything, you just don't understand anything. Do you even understand what capital import means? Now, because when you talk about capital import, when you talk about capital import, there are three sub-elements of capital import. You talk about the foreign direct investment, one. You talk about portfolio investment, and then you talk about what we call the other investment. Now, listen, out of our $1.5 billion US that entered into the country, over 77 points, let's say 70% of this 1.5 came from portfolio investment. What is portfolio investment in layman's word? We are simply talking about investment that goes into things like shares, bond, and what have you. Now, guess what? If you go and check the record of MBS, sector by sector that attracted this FDI, banking sector attracted 44% of this entire foreign direct investment. Of the entire capital imports. Now, aside from that, 44. I want to code the actual figure, so this won't just be like as if I'm just now. The banking sector attracted 42.10%. Finance, which is that's the financial non-banking sector, talking about it like insurance, pension, and what have you, attracted 12.85%. So if you add 42 plus 12.8, that's roughly 55%. Then the next to it is the shares. Shares attracted 9.93. Okay, then you have the telecom sector, which attracted 10%. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why is it that Lagos would always have highest number of foreign direct investment or probably for capital import? It is because number one, all headquarters of banks are based in Lagos. So where do you think this is being traded? Where's the Nigerian Stock Exchange located? Is it in Osogbo? I don't understand. It's like, is it in Osogbo? Is it in Akure? Is it located in Anambra? Is it located in? I don't understand. This thing. And are you going to tell me that it was Tinubu that brought the money market to Lagos? Is it Tinubu that brought the banking sector to Lagos? Is it Tinubu that brought the telecommunication headquarters HQ to Lagos? Now, and I make it bold, and I make this bold because now there's a caveat in that FDI, in that capital import that every one of us needs to understand. Now, out out of these three components of our capital imports, the one that is performing lowest in Nigeria right now is our FDI. So don't let anybody confuse you by saying foreign direct investment. No, foreign direct investment is not capital import. In fact, Nigeria has less than 10% FDI. Our FDI is very, very low. FDI simply means companies from outside the country, multinational companies, establishing their subsidiary in Nigeria. That's what we call FDI. So don't confuse it with people buying shares, buying bond and what have you from outside the country, because that one falls under portfolio investment. Okay, and that's quite short term. And of course, it's on record that many companies, foreign companies, have even left the country. So and as they are leaving, our FDI keeps dropping. How many and I make it bold, at least we can say this loud and clear that during Peter Obi's administration, he was able to bring a foreign company to Anambra State, in the company called Sabmila, the biggest brewery company in the entire Europe. Now he brought it to, now I make it bold to anybody. Can you tell me any multinational company, not all of this, Eco Atlantic, wash and everything that we all know how everything came up, that Tinubu brought down to Lagos? Manufacturing company that he brought down to Lagos. I dare any of you that Tinubu himself, during his 8 years, brought to Lagos manufacturing or production company. And for some of you illiterates that you think that construction even amount to everything, according to MBS, construction industry amount to 0.31% of our entire capital imports. No wonder that in the latest MBS report about the same foreign direct investment and capital import, Anambra State is number 3. Number 3 out of the country. Now Lagos is number 1, Abuja is number 2, Anambra State is number 3. Argue that. So when we talk here and we say that, no, this guy is different. This guy is not, he understands development economics. This is what Nigeria needs. We know what we are saying. We are so passionate because we understand. We are educated, not just having gone to school. We are educated about what Nigerians admits. Most of our leaders are accidental leaders who are just politicians who have never enrolled or gone to any school that have been able to teach them the rudiments of how developing nations work. Have you ever had Peter
let's try and round you up here at this point. The question I want to ask you is a very simple one. This man has not spoken to Nigerians since he made his presidential ambition known. The Yorubas that we know, that you and I know, we're a bunch of intelligent people. I mean, Professor Ake Oshitokun, Oshitokun, when you think about people like the late Bola Ige, I mean, growing up, for me, my greatest Yoruba influence, as in terms of politics, in terms of education, was Ajibola Ige. I grew up in Ibadan.
Former King's College, ex-KC boy, you must add the Cicero.
Bola Ige was murdered in cold blood. And if anybody tells you that for me, this is not personal, it is personal. It is very personal. Because one interesting thing about Bola Ige's story, I want to tell you guys on this space tonight, this afternoon. When Bola Ige was killed in his house at Bodija, Ibadan, when they went to court on the case of Bola Ige, Ayodeji, please try and correct me if there's any point that I'm wrong on this. The guy that was supposed to testify in support of the Bola Ige family got to court and he said he can't remember anything again, that he had lost his memory. Atinuke Ige, Bola Ige's wife, she shouted, in court, and then she collapsed.
And died.
And from there, she went to the hospital and she died. And that way, Mr. and Mrs. Ige were completely removed from Nigeria's history. A former Attorney General of the country. Look, whichever way you guys see it, I would advise you, go back and watch Kemi Adetiba's King of Boys. Now, this time around, carefully watch it. Try and pitch the characters one by one. I'm not going to give you any guidelines, but I can tell you that story has a lot to do with Nigerian politics. The correlation is too much on too many levels. On too many levels. For you not to see it as the fact that somebody is trying to tell you something that you guys cannot see. I don't expect Kemi Adetiba, who lives in America, to come and tell you the genesis of your problems. All she was trying to tell you in that movie is the fact that there's a drug lord, there's a godfather in Nigeria's underworld who is trying to be your president right now. And the best you can do as an average citizen is to resist with your power, with your might, with your spirit, with your soul, and with your PVC. Ayodeji, please continue. 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mal. Okay, I mean, you just took some of the words out of my mouth. Okay, so back to the whole development economics and how it relates to what Nigeria needs. Now, see, these things they are basic things. I understand that illiterate may not understand this. Okay, all right, but the informal sector itself drives the economy. That's the reality. So they may not understand the technicality, but they are also a key integral part of our system, of our economy. Okay, and that is why we owe ourselves as people who understand or are educated, okay, to teach and tell them the reason why they cannot afford to make the same mistake. Okay, we cannot afford to. Okay, so you think that how you measure the performance of a governor, for instance, if the number of roads and bridges it builds, right now, and after which this project, this is what we call physical capital. Okay, they will now be Christians after the governor. All right, so you could imagine somebody spending money to build an airport, okay, and at the end of the day, that's the name of them. You have to christen that airport the name of the government, and then you think that that's actually done anything to developing the livelihood of the people. If that is the case, then of course we should not be talking about the fact that we have no human development, capital in Nigeria. We should be talking about the fact that our poverty rate is very high. We should be talking about the fact that in the entire Southwest is now competing with Northwest in terms of poor education. Yes, I'm saying that. Of course, I know some of you will come to my DM and tell me, oh, I shouldn't be saying this in public as a Yoruba man. But for goodness sake, does that mean that because I'm a Yoruba man, I shouldn't be saying the truth? I shouldn't speak the truth to power? Does that change any fact that does it change the fact that this is not the legacy that Awolowo actually stood for? Our public school, that's like somebody said earlier, for goodness sake, you are measuring performance of a governor based on the number of schools he built, not based on. You need to understand the difference between the means to an end and the end itself. The means to an end is the buildings. Okay, it's not the end. It's not the end. So the end should be okay. What is the performance of the student? Okay, somebody invested 1.8 billion naira in Osun State on appointment. That should be the for lack of a better word, that should be the biggest.
Ayodeji, in the 18 seconds that you have left, I hate to interrupt you, but could you believe that I mean, the reason I'm actually coming to you with this before your time elapses is the fact that, can you believe that I just got a DM right now? A lady from Igbo extraction, obviously. Somebody that is from the southeast. Can you believe that lady attended Aberdeen College in Ibadan? I'm telling you, like, she was like, I can feel this thing you guys are saying. And the reason I'm saying this is that if you think that people don't have the reach, if you think that Twitter is not doing the job, this is an Igbo woman that attended Aberdeen College, which is one of those schools in Ibadan that you feel like it can only be for people from that region. Like, there's no way anybody that is outside that region.
Okonjo Iweala attended St. Anne's Secondary School, Molete. Okonjo Iweala attended St. Anne's School, Molete, Ibadan. So what are we talking about?
No, Ayodeji, you're fucking with me now. I'm sorry. You are fucking.
Check it now. You can check it.
Okay, it's recorded history, Omar. It's recorded history. She schooled in Molete.
She schooled at St. Anne's School. I know St. Anne's School. Like, I know St. Anne's School. I know St. Anne's School. Like, in and out. So what are we talking about? So, see, when we say that these guys have actually messed up the entire Southwest, we know what we're talking about. Now, so they have private schools as if those who are not privileged to attend public schools and government schools. They are. Anyway, let's just round up by saying this because of the time. Let's just round up. I can always request for the mic later. Now,
just to buttress.
Sorry, should I just round up now before you?
Okonjo, she was educated at St. Anne's School, Molete, Ibadan, then went to the International School, Ibadan, and Harvard University.
All right.
Wait. So Okonjo-Iweala went to Senance and then went to ISI.
I went to ISI.
Yeah.
These are the people who they want us to fight each other. Can you imagine?
Are you fucking joking? Can you imagine that? So you want me to go against these people for your own political interests? People who have actually existed with me side by side for donkey years. No.
Probably more Yoruba than the people that are going to fight for them to reject her this thing, that her academic doctorate or something she was given. These are the issues. These just because of her name. Is she not more embedded within the culture? Wouldn't she know as much? It's so sad what these people do every 4 years to Nigerians.
Extremely sad, man. Let me just yield the mic here, and by giving everybody a little assignment. Of course, it's an assignment. I would like us to go and read the relationship between Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You make your conclusion. Of course, this is recorded. Make your conclusion. I'm not making any conclusion for anybody. The relationship between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Bola Ige before the death of Bola Ige. Number one. Number two, the relationship between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Funsho Williams. Number two. Number three, the relationship between Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Ganiyu. What's it called now? Ganiyu
Adams.
No, not Ganiyu Adams now. Ganiyu Daudu. Yes, Ganiyu Daudu.
I read a bit of that when he was brought down for Femi Taiwo.
Yeah, before he died too. So three, the relationship between Bola Ige and Bat, number one. The relationship between Funsho Williams and Bat, number three. The relationship between Ganiyu Daudu and Bat. Of course, all of these guys are late. Just go and do that. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Ayodeji Oyewumi. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the Violence Space. My name is Omar, and I'm here with my host, Saddam, and my co-host, N6. Amazing guys who are doing an amazing job for the moment. Before we go to our speakers, I think it's important for us to take a very interesting musical break. I don't know how you guys see this, but this particular jam is something that I find so pleasing to my soul. But then, before I go on, I'll take one of our speakers. It's important to have a female voice on this platform. Abido, are you there? Abido.
We can pick another lady to balance it out.
Okay, Cynthia. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes. I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cynthia. How are you doing?
I'm great. I'm doing great.
Please, can you get closer to your mic, please? That would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm great. Can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, even much better.
Okay, like what I just want to say is, it's only a fool that will vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu for this coming presidential election. Because do you guys know Ejigbo Axis, Ejigbo Ikotun area? Hello?
Yes, I'm very sure there are people who know that.
Yes, we do. Continue, please.
Okay, you know that recently the governor Sanwo-Olu banned bike, right? And the Bola Ahmed Tinubu legacy, which are those thugs, those agbero, because that's the only thing everybody keep shouting he built Lagos. Like, what the fuck? Like, what did he even do in Lagos? The only thing that Bola Ahmed Tinubu just did was to create his own company, the Alpha Beta company, to be collecting Lagosian tax and put his thugs and his only legacy in Lagos is just those thugs. Like, if you see what this bus driver are doing, okay, fine, all right, they banned bike in that axis, right? Initially, normally, I take from Sele to Ejigbo 200 naira. But do you believe that on Monday, from Sele to Ejigbo, I entered 800 naira? Sele to Ejigbo, that is not even up to 20 minutes drive, 800 naira. So I was asking the bus driver that, why are
you upset? Those are election figures now. Come on. like election period, the prices are meant to be different.
I think she's allowed to be upset.
Oh, okay. I mean, I totally understand, but this is how we operate in our Lagos.
I'm not serious, like seriously. What they on that Monday, as in come and see people trekking from Select to Ikotu like children of Israelites because they could not afford the 800 naira. Even before
there's nothing bad about that. Bola Tinubu is encouraging them to exercise their legs. Oh God, I don't like it when people avoid. I honestly, why are you upset that people are being allowed to exercise their legs? Come on.
Oh, okay. The same way he said
Tinubu, he's not a fitness coach, Abi.
You know, showed that if I want
to hand and leg, no, they shake. Oh, yeah, now.
He's a man that does it all for everybody. He encourages you to be fit, even though he's not fit. He encourages you to exercise yourself, even though he cannot move from outside his junction. Now he encourages you to eat agbado, even though he's feeding on your collective wealth in his own house. I don't see anything wrong with that, honestly, as long as you allow it. I don't.
I beg, let this be event. I beg,
please go.
I'm rolling on the floor in my room.
Coming down, let me finish talking because I'm vexing here that I am. Like, seriously. I couldn't even go out today because I don't even know how I'm going to spend 2.5 for a journey that is not even up to 20 minutes. I took it upon myself. Every bus I enter, I will preach with Obi. All of them, they are mad. And the bus I entered yesterday, I was saying it. One woman was like, yes, go on. If this is Yoruba, these are conk Yoruba women. See all those things that are saying that we are that P2B is Twitter president. Now lie, yo. The thing don't go grass. I'm leaving it for them to know more because most of the persons in that bus, they were all Yorubas and they were insulting Tinubu. Seriously. But the thing is, these people, okay, I understand that I don't want to generalize, you understand, but I feel that somebody told me yesterday that I should not mind all these people, that when the election starts, they'll still go and collect rice. They'll go and collect bag of rice. They'll go and collect groundnut oil. Anybody that collect bag of rice, collect groundnut oil, it's not that I'll fire that person. Because that groundnut oil, they'll use, how much is bag, like, the bag of rice?
I'm coming. Sorry. Please, let me come in here, please. Allow people to collect what they want to collect. As long as they're going to collect it and vote what is right. Please. It is their money. It is their property. Thank you. Continue.
Us vote him. They will stand there for you to vote him. You cannot. Those people, they are criminals. That's what their guy told them because their guy is a criminal. You understand? I even saw that. I saw that tweet by People Gazette about Hush Puppy. So people, I mean, before somebody even mentioned that comment, I would say that before you know now, after like 20 years or 15 years later now, what's his name? Hush Puppy will come outside now and start campaigning that he built Lagos. That as in that Bola made.
Cynthia, you have 16 seconds left, and in order to encourage you to prolong your 16 seconds, I have a question for you. Have you met a very good friend of mine? No, you haven't. His name is Sapa. You see, Sapa is a very, very powerful person. Sapa operates in a very unique way. You see, when Sapa holds you, you forget ethnicity, you forget tribalism, you forget religion. When Sapa holds you, you understand the need for good governance. You see all those women you were talking about in that bus yesterday. Did you see the video of the rally in Ibadan?
Yes, I saw it.
Did you see that woman who was speaking in Yoruba loudly in the rain? That woman was saying something in my own local dialect that I understand. So let me translate it to you. That woman was telling everybody that, please, don't sell your vote for a pot of soup. That was what she was saying. That is the most touching election story I've had so far. Because you see, the Yoruba traditional voting bloc, they are the most difficult to appeal to. They are so ethnocentric, they are so religiously biased, but then to be able to get them to this level, you have to give two people credit. First off, the great Muhammadu Buhari. He's a great man. I love him. take it or leave it. I have deep love for Buhari. I know you may not like me, Cynthia, but I love it.
Cook, my brother, cook.
I
We are here for your barbecue.
Sizzle, I'm cooking. Honestly, all of my Olowoshimis are here. I'm cooking. I love Buhari. You know why I love Buhari? He has managed to do what nobody could have done in donkey years. It's very simple. To awaken a nation that has been politically docile for so long. Do you know what it takes to make you Nigerians politically aware? It required border closure, 2 recessions, a massacre at Lekki toll gate. You people are the stiff-necked people that Jesus
a ban on
cryptocurrency.
A ban on cryptocurrency. A ban on Twitter for 8 months, forcing Nigerians to download VPNs.
That was what it took for you Nigerians to wake up. Now you're asking me why I started People's Parliament. You're asking me why I'm on this VawulenceSpace with Saddam and doing it every week for 12 hours, 15 hours. Simply because somebody has managed to trigger what nobody could have triggered in you people for such a long time. I'm so happy that suffering has made Nigerians wake up. And if that suffer no tire you, I encourage you, please, I beg you in the name of God, go and vote Bat and Atiku in 2023. If that suffer not tire you. Cynthia, please finish in 1 minute. Cynthia, are you there? Can you hear me? Oh, too bad. I think we lost Cynthia. Cynthia, let me unmute you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, please finish in 2 minutes because we took much of your time speaking. So you finish in 2 minutes.
Now, only what I just want to say is, please, like, forget about religion, forget about tribe. Let's just vote the right person. Now, the right person is Peter Obi. Please, you can't go from somebody that does not even have a certificate to someone that does not even have any traceable parent or anything. Please don't take Nigeria back to in the 1970s. Like, as it's even looking now, 1970s is even looking like surest yourself. My own is you should just please vote for the right person. I'm tired of suffering. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's move on to our next speaker real quick because it's been our own voice on this. B Rookie, how are you doing? Good afternoon.
Please, before B Rookie goes, please, Dr. FOJ will be here for longest. Let him go first, please.
Okay, all right, Dr. FOJ, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Saddam, thanks for the opportunity. N6, Omar, God bless you guys. You guys are doing the Lord's work. And honestly, I don't think the Nigerians take it, well-meaning Nigerians don't take it lightly. God will bless you guys for your efforts, okay? Now, I was listening to Omar some minutes ago when he said something about Nigeria, when he was talking about history and about Bola Ige. I mean, it pains me that a lot of people are not equipped with knowledge. That's why we have charlatans like Bola Ahmed Tinubu coming out to say that they want to contest for the highest seat in the land. It pains me honestly because if people take time out to read, I don't think we will be saying. I don't think we have divided voices, and that's what they like. They like this division. Okay, let one side be for us. It's painful, honestly. I'm a medical doctor, and I have a younger sister that is not in the science field, but she has, because of her course, she has some history books. So whenever I'm not so busy, I take out one of them and I just read through. So I may not know everything, but I think I know quite a lot. All right. And if you are relying on this, our local newspapers that have been hijacked, our local TV stations and radios that have been hijacked, it's unfortunate because you are getting rubbish information, honestly. If you cannot even read, go to YouTube. People have colored videos. People just go on YouTube and they narrate history for you. They narrate things for you. You get the information you need. And first of all, you feel that fulfillment that you have knowledge. Then you are equipped with the truth. That nobody can come and tell you anything or come and sow any seed in your heart. Okay? And if that also fails, if you are too lazy to do that, please just anytime Saddam or N6 or Omar, they're hosting this space. Just come here. You will be enlightened for free. It will only cost you small data. You will get sense, right? All right, so I'll try to put my thoughts together and straight. But it's very, very difficult because you cannot be in this country where animals are running the show, where we have animals for leaders and the rule of law is non-existent. In fact, there's even more law in the animal kingdom than in this country. So you can't do that and be thinking straight. So I'll just try to put my thoughts together. First of all, I just want to, talking about God's hands in play of things, I want to thank the APC and the PDP. I mean, honestly, if they are giving us the best that they had to offer, I don't think we would be having this massive wave of obedience that we are having. If people like Fashola had come out to contest for the seat under the platform of APC, or for lack of better opponent, let's say Wiki for political entertainment, at least we'll be having engagement. Not this one that they brought a walking sack of shit to come and sell to Nigerians. And people are vehemently defending this sack of shit. Like you can see shit in the bag just walking, and you are campaigning vehemently for it. It's quite worrisome. Or you see someone like Atiku that's a sellout. He's a fucking Judas. Sorry my Spanish. A Judas Iscariot that's he's just walking about. He has been contesting, and it's obvious that this guy wants to come and steal. You see a vampire coming for your blood, and you're offering your neck, your jugular vein. I beg, come and so. What do you think, I beg? I'm quite happy that they brought these two guys. It's going to make this election like a landslide. Honestly, I have to be very, very honest. I've always said that there are two types of people that support the Agbado guys: those that have been paid, and those that are just ignorant, that don't know anything. So I'm addressing those that have been paid. Please, if you can convince any of us here, please, we encourage you to come up. Come and tell us why we should vote for your candidate. Honestly, you see the energy that these guys have. So we campaign for your Bat. If you can even tell us why he is fit, why Bat is fit to even lace the shoes of Obi. Me, myself, I will be campaigning for him. I promise you. Come to my handle. I will campaign for him. Just tell us why he's fit to lace the shoes. Not even to contest now, to lace shoes of Peter Obi. So, moving forward, I just want to say this also. People are the ignorant ones that are saying Emilokon. If Tinubu, if you know what Tinubu has stolen, whether directly or by proxy, you will not even mention his name. That guy has not given 0.0001% of what he has stolen back to any Yoruba people. But he's coming out to say Emilokon, Egbeyenikiniwa, whatever he said there. Emilokon, that is my turn. Then he changed it some weeks after to it's our turn. So you want to bring the Yoruba people together behind you to say, oh, I'm fighting for the Yoruba people. But in reality, you are fighting for yourself. The smart Yoruba people know that nobody's dull. And those that are smart enough to see through these lies are being tagged Omo Ale, or I don't know what they call them.
Well, thank you so much, my guy. You see, the tag of Omo Ale is one that I wear with so much pride because in Yoruba land, you have word and opposite. You have synonyms and antonyms for every word. So when you say Omo Ale, then you have Omoko. It's as simple as that. If what categorizes me rather as Omo Ale is the fact that I'm supporting the right person in an electioneering process, then I'll give you this one. So tell them, as they pain them, it is sweet me. Honestly, I don't give two fucks about their pain. Tell them, tell the white beards and all of those guys, I don't care how you feel. Honestly, N6 has restricted me to a lot of civility on this space for such a long time that I miss my violence. Demand me went into hibernation for such a long time. I've been waiting to unleash. Honestly, I've been waiting to unleash it because these guys, they've been moving mad. I saw Whitebeard the other day go on a space with the very revered Akin Oshitokun. Honestly, Akinola is listening to me right now, and it really hurts me. Like the fact that Akin gave the mic to somebody like Whitebeard to come.
No, in all fairness, so Akin, he expected decorum. He called him out, and the network still went ahead to vomit the nonsense that comes out of his mouth on a regular. You can't blame them. They cannot work with facts and figures. It's sad. It is what it is. Let me read you something.
Senior man, before you go on, please. You are expecting a good defensive performance from Philippe Senderos. I mean, come on. Anyway, just I don't have anything.
It happen. Let me read you something that will blow your mind. This is an expose called "Why Bola Ahmed Tinubu Must Never Be President" by Festus Adebayo, written in January of 2022. Now, he breaks it down in a very crazy way. He says, and I quote, "The truth is that since 1960, seldom has Nigeria had a political aficionado who has deployed the genius of the streets in the service of politics as Bola Tinubu has done. Scarcely can anybody have the fortune or misfortune of encountering him without becoming a captive of his cash influence. Somebody once said that even the god of Mammon will be envious of Tinubu's sagacity in deploying its essence, which is money, as a weapon. I repeat, someone once said that even the god of Mammon will be envious of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's sagacity in deploying its essence, which is money, as a weapon. Within the span of his Lagos governorship of 8 years, from someone who those who knew him said was passably well-to-do, Tinubu grew a monstrous wealth, so that a 2015 back page opinion piece in the Sun newspaper claimed he owned almost half of Lagos. Within this period, Tinubu also acquired a humongous political influence within Lagos and outside that could rank aside those of the pharaohs and emperors of old. In 2007, an ex-governor who witnessed the miasma of power flakes encircling Tinubu when he arrived at the Lagos airport jealously told me that it was godlike. One more time. In 2007, an ex-governor who witnessed the miasma of power flakes that encircled Bola Ahmed Tinubu as he arrived at Lagos airport jealously told me that it was godlike. I'll rest the mic here and I'll continue reading this beautiful piece later on from 2007. Cheers.
Oh, more godlike.
This is who you people want to put in Aso Rock with the power of Nigeria, the biggest military in Africa, with the commander-in-chief of one of the strongest black armed forces. You want to put this person in Aso Rock. People who know him better, who have worked with him directly.
I mean, if it's any consolation,
okay.
If it's any consolation, N6, Shetima has already assured us that Ashiwaju will not be in charge of the military, and he would be. So that should serve as some kind of, conciliatory, or should I say reconciliatory tone for us.
I'm coming. Let me come here. Wait, he said that he will be in charge of the military and Bola will be in charge of the economy. That's what he said. And
are you feeling bad about
it? Wait. And we will turn Nigeria into Lagos and Borno. Nigerians guys are threatening you people.
Let me make.
I'm coming else is wait.
Sorry, my brother.
Wait. I have a way I'm dropping it into Nigerians, please. They are threatening people openly, open threats. Say that they will turn Nigeria. Make I break out for broken English because plenty people hear this and all this big English people speak. Say then go turn Nigeria into Lagos and Borno. For Borno, then get 1.9 million people living in IDP camps. Nigerians extrapolate that. That's what they want to turn Nigeria into. and Lagos, where they say you go spend 6 hours for go slow. This is a threat to your life, so this is a threat to your lives.
Guys, I beg, me una no mind Saddam. Saddam,
my brothers,
he's trying
let
to
me break down why. Let me break down why what Kasim Shettima said is a bigger threat to your lives, and I'll explain carefully. Now, Kasim Shettima, the first scam where the EFCC held Kasim Shettima for was for 600 billion naira, which he scammed during the height of the Boko Haram crisis in Borno State. Let me explain how Kasim Shettima did it so you can understand.
No. Baba, please read the figures again. 600 billion naira.
600 billion naira. Let me break this down
Are
to
you
you.
sure?
Boko Haram had seized
Shettima and Tinubu sleepers.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna go fight for CBN. Top of if you just enter a rock office, you keep blow yourself.
Let me. Boko Haram at some point had seized 8 out of 27 local governments in Borno State. Kasim Shettima had the bank account details to these local governments and was still collecting funds, allocations, and everything. But instead, these local governments had been overrun. A territory the size of the population of Bayelsa State, 1.5 million people were living in IDP camps. And Kasim Shettima was still running that state and collecting allocations and pocketing the money for those local governments that had been overrun by Boko Haram.
Sis, I understand what you are saying. I'm sorry now.
If this is how if this is how he swindled, so now this is much easier. Let Boko Haram overrun Nigeria. You still just run the bank account details like if these were still functional.
Sis, I disagree with you. Shettima na pika. There's nothing wrong with that. Come on. He's speaking for his brothers. Waiting they talk now. I mean, the reason say they even drive go one kind big crime point at some point. He didn't commit any crime. He's a picker. He's speaking for his brothers. They pay his brothers. He picks for them, and then he distributes the money. Baba, picker not get crime. Let's move on, please.
Kasim Shettima Alphabeta LLP.
A.K.A. Pika.
Yes, please. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Thank God for internet. I swear to God. Now, so these guys will just enter power successfully. Let's say where people not there lighting, where people don't have access to information. People can't reward their when they don't die. People can't reward their memories with naming them after stadium, maybe airport.
Bro, 2015 was 8 years ago. Think about it. Do you know how many people didn't even know what happened in 2015? If you vote for another stupid idiot now, 2015, 2020, whatever, is 8 years time.
2031. 2031.
Your life would
if you're 32 years old now, you'll be 40
your children go don't grow. Bushes for your area. Tree, in fact, if you plant tree, go don't grow.
My friend gave birth to a child when Buhari became president. The kid is 8 years old right now. He has never known good governance. If another bozo gets into power, that kid will be 16 years old and has not achieved anything. I went to King's College, Lagos in the 1990s. In my school, everybody existed. Everybody, sons of governors, everybody. The King's College Old Boys Association is already an invitation into society. I look at schools nowadays and I'm worried. There's literally a school on every street. There's a school attached to every church. These kids are in classes where they have no social, it has no social, social credentials and no social mileage for them growing up. We have schools, but we don't have education. We have education, but our kids are not being taught. It is really sad.
I love how you guys are analyzing it, saying 8 years from now. See, there's something you guys are not realizing. Tinubu will not be like person when he gets another 4 years for him. To me, with the way the guy is vibrating, I don't think that guy will be steady for another 4 or 5 years. Let's assume 3 years he goes. Shettima enter. They conduct elections. Shettima will do another 8 years, join the one when he will continue for. So please, I beg, let's open our minds to the. Let's just assume the worst, because it's the worst thing that.
We've had a president who died in office. It's not out of character to assume this. Please continue.
Exactly. So let me quickly round off with this. There's some good news. I was listening to Arise this morning, and they brought one of their spokesman. I don't even care to remember their names this time. These days, so they asked him. Rufai was bold enough to ask him where Abati was skirting around issues, asking him what he has to say about Peter Obi raising money in the diaspora. Rufai just went straight to the point. Okay, you guys are about to start.
Bro, sorry. Before you go on, do you know Garba Shehu?
Yes, I know the Garbage Show. Yeah, I know Garbage.
Do you know Bashir Ahmad?
Those guys, I know them now.
Good. In the days of Goodluck Jonathan, Reno Mokri was Bashir Ahmad. Ruben Abati was Garba Shehu. It's as simple as that. I remember them on this same Twitter we will gather. Me, I remember them very, 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 very well. That was what they represented. Propaganda mouthpieces. Ruben Abati is still a PDP man.
And they were so useless, they lost a sitting president and election.
Do you understand? They were so incompetent at their jobs that they lost to Garba Shehu. Can you imagine the level of incompetence that can make somebody lose to Garba Shehu and Bashir Ahmad?
Of course.
Just imagine that level of incompetence.
Reynolds tweets, they usually crack me up because I go there for relief. He just rants and rants with his white beard. I don't, honestly, maybe he has relations to white beard anyway. Anyway, moving forward, I said this guy was just asked by Rufai. Rufai is never afraid to speak the truth. He just asked straight, what are you guys going to be campaigning on? Is it continuity or are we going to distance ourselves from Buhari? The man said, well, he used about 20 minutes to dance around the bush, chase his own tail like one street dog. It's not like this government has failed. They just had some challenges. They've done well in some. Okay, Rufai asked, okay, you list some of the parameters with which they have been successful. Is it security? Is it in terms of economy? You just talk. He said they've tried. They've just that. This is someone that is not, I won't say is one of all those groups now that just spring out from nowhere and say battle, but he's actually part of the team. I feel like this guy actually shakes Tinubu's hands every single time, every other Thursday. So he was asked, you tell us what you intend to do. He said they've done well, but we are going to stand on the mandate and continue. I was just happy when I heard that. Abati Clan was even amused by that statement that you're talking of continuity. So I honestly cannot wait for this campaign to start. It's not less than 2 weeks now. It'll be less than 3 weeks now. Let's say 20 days from now. Let them come with their continuity agenda. Let's see whether even the Agbado people that are the ignorant ones, let's see if they will buy that crap, because a lot of people are smarter. You get this election, it's a landslide. It's a landslide. I honestly cannot wait. Once campaign starts, it will become clear that, this Buhari's nightmare is coming to an end. And we'll start to prepare at least mid-day break. Because, man, this night long. Honestly, this night is very long. Are you the mic?
Oof. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. FOG. Thank you guys. Everybody sticking with us. We have about 1,005 in the building already. Please, on Saturday, we'll be having our normal Violence Space 4 p.m. Nigerian time, and I think I'm pleased to announce to you guys that we'll be having the fairy one of those voices that have stood over time. Aisha Yusufu will be with us on Saturday. She'll be a guest here, so you guys should please get ready on Saturday. We'll be bringing down Twitter. Aisha will be live with us on Saturday, so let people know on Saturday is a different ball game. This movement is one movement that we started like play, and here we are today, sticking on facts, truth, educating our people, arming them ahead of time, because they have to understand the people that want to rule us. These are people that don't care about me and you. They don't care if you can speak the most, how do I put it, the most local of your dialect. They don't care. It's all about power to them. Nigerians have suffered, and we have suffered enough. Our generation has to change this country. We shouldn't give power to people that are close to meeting God. We should, by all means, be involved in the process, and that's why we're doing this. So you're all welcome to the Violence Space. If you're a first timer, we welcome you. Today is a special one, and I say thank you very much to our Yoruba Obidient. Thank you. I've not done it on the space yet. Thank you guys for standing up for truth, for standing up for competence, for standing up for capacity, for standing up for the right person to do the job for Nigerians. Because when we get Nigeria fixed and working again, a man from Ogun State, a man from Katsina, a man from Anambra State, a man from Enugu, Calabar, Warri, wherever you are in the country, you can easily do business, easily raise your children right. I see no reason why you campaign for a man that has spent 23 years holding on to power in one state and he can't even boast of pipe-borne water for his people. You can't tell me that in Lagos, after 25 years, master plan, blue plan, green plan, masterpiece, this and that, you can't give people Lagos water in a city, in a state surrounded by water. If Lagos was in Borno State, I would have said, okay, you are in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean. You have water everywhere in Lagos. You cannot give Lagosians clean drinking water. You cannot boast of that, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But your people will come out here to want to launder your image. We will not allow that pass, sir. Please, we respect you. If you can easily just withdraw from the contest and say, focus on your Lagos. No wahala. If Lagosians are not tired of suffering, Nigerians we don't want to face what Lagosians are facing. I cannot, in all sincerity, think of the fact that someone I want to go from the mainland to the island will spend 6 hours. And if I want to go from Lagos to London, I'll get to London before the person that is going. Please.
Saddam, you know one very interesting thing. When Lagos thugs, when they want to tell you that Bola Tinubu owns Lagos, they tell you that Ekonon Kwebi, Lagos is what they call this place. Lagos thugs, you know what we are telling you people now? Naijanon Kwebi, and this is not Lagos. Edo people told you people during Obaseki's election, say Edo no be Lagos. My guys, Naija no be Lagos. We will not be Mugun. Me, I be from Ibadan. Ibadan no be Lagos. We will not tolerate nonsense. All of the thugs we wanna get for Lagos, now from Ibadan, they're from country. Now, so na craze. We craze personal. But for now, let me leave you with Bode George.
Villa, I won't be part of this country. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I can go to Ghana, live in Ghana, and be watching you with a binocular from afar. You will see what will happen. Say this is Alpha Beta in Lagos. You will create some altar beta somewhere to carry your money and carry the thing. His wife will now be Senate president. His son will be governor of Lagos. His daughter will be Yoloja of Nigeria. Is it what has he done to prove that he deserves to be honored by anybody in this country? It goes around there is how?
The question, how?
Bro, please, before I take our next speaker, let me just vent for 1 minute, please. You guys have been venting, let me just vent for 1 minute, please. One man, just one man. In 92, he was a senator in this place. He came back in 99, became governor. His wife chilled with him on first lady. As she finished, became senator. His daughter is a lodger. He appoints up to the councillors in that same state. He appoints up to the motor park touts, the chairman of motor parks in that same state. He controls virtually everything in Lagos. Extended his branches out of Lagos. Go down to the southwest. Try to even infiltrate. See, let me give you guys a story about Imo State, yeah? There's a reason why Rochas Okorocha came out boldly and said after his tenure, his in-law will be the next governor. They have seen a template in somebody in Lagos. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu can hold the supposed most sophisticated state in Nigeria, Lagos, host state for 23 years, why should I, in my own right, not be a governor? That is why people like Chimaroke are coming out today to shout. Corrupt politicians have held Nigeria hostage for decades, that started their own regime with the 1999 set of governors. Ojuzo Kalu, Chimaroke Namani, these men, they tried it in their own states also, but they failed. But they have seen a man that could hold down Lagos for 23 years. Nobody
Saddam, you know the interesting part of when you
kill godfatherism, Omar, please.
When you approach me with the idea of this space, you know one thing that really caught my attention is the fact that you're able to see things from a perspective that nobody actually sees it from. You know, one thing that I've never ever thought about, the fact that those 1999 set of governors, they are becoming emboldened.
Yes,
with
now.
Tinubu's presidential ambition. I mean,
I just read you that Ojus Okalu took somebody to a shrine. It's on the Jumbotron. A governor was stripped to his pants, handcuffed hand and feet, and swore to become governor. And then he was installed as governor for 8 years. It's on the Jumbotron. It's that deep now. Not they tried it, not that they attempted to try. They tried it and it worked.
That's trip to the pants story.
Let's get on with
It's the second post on the Jumbotron. Look at it. Former governor of Abia State undergoing some ritual in Okija. I didn't say
yes,
this.
We can hear you. Who is our speaker? Please, we can hear.
Speaker is
I think I'm the one.
Momo Market. Here we serve. Who asked you to speak, please? Mute your mic, please.
Momo Market, you are violating the rule of the house. We have a queue, and the queue is very straightforward. So we have three. Timi Olagunju, no, I didn't unmute you. I'm going to mute you now. Sorry. Yeah. Timi Olagunju.
Yes, bro. I hope you can hear me now, bro.
You spoke before, and please try to sort out your background noise. So I'm going to take you down now because you haven't sorted out your background noise for so long. I've been waiting for you to do that. I really wanted to hear you finish.
Yeah, Timmy, please request again, please.
Yeah, I've been waiting for him to finish the panel. Caleb.
Yes, I'm here.
How you doing, bro?
Fine.
Can you see Nigeria with your current shades?
Sorry? I can't
your dark shades. You can see Nigeria.
The whole place is blurry. I tell you.
I feel the same too.
Go on. See, you see, this space is space for the intellectuals. That's why these bats are done. They can't come here to say anything again. Because we come with facts and figures. You can't come here and tell us this happened to this happened to this, and we'll clap for you and we'll believe you. So that's why I can tell you that the likes of Whitebeard, the Doggy, and what's it called, Emiloko and the others can't come here to say anything. Because they are more like their principal. Empty-headed, empty score. See, there's a part of bats that nobody is talking about. And I want us to make research on that too. And definitely, I trust Selman and since we would do a space on that. When it comes to land grabbing and property grabbing in Lagos State. Who has thought of it? Make research and check what has happened. All the places Lateef Jakonde left for developments, check what Bat has done to it. And I tell you, you will be surprised of what is happening in Lagos State. I was coming back from work one day and I picked a woman that worked with the Lagos State Ministry of Urban and Regional Planning and Development. And if you hear what this woman was saying, you will be shocked. She worked with Lagos State government. When it comes to document controls, see, allowing this man to become Nigerian president is a waste of time. And we are not going to recover from it at all. We are not going to recover. Seriously, a space needs to be held on that. I know we've been talking about the Alpha Beta thing, but when it comes to land grabbing and property grabbing in Lagos State, it's a different ballgame entirely. And I want us to make research and come back with facts and figures to bury these guys like we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, see, bro, let me just emphasize on this here. This man, the baggage on this man is just too much. We have been exposing him right from his alleged drugs case, money laundering case, down to his Alpha Beta case, down to this land grabbing case you're seeing right now. Then we can keep digging on and on and on and on, and you will understand that Nigerians, man, we can't make this mistake. Honestly, we just can't. We can't attempt it. It shouldn't be. Honestly, I just wish the man just stayed back in his Lagos and tried to continue to to do as Lagosians have chosen to not care. And those that want to worship it. But not Nigeria.
But Saddam, I want to even tell him that don't worry, that what he's asking for is...
Caleb, we're going to come up with this.
What he's asking for is not far. I have it on a dossier.
No, we'll do that. We'll open a special space.
That one is one whole space. We can't even read all of it now.
We will do that. Thank you, Caleb, for that. Thank you. Let's take my brother B-Rookie. B-Rookie, you've been here for long. Thank you very much. Then B-Rookie, then Atama. Then we'll come to you at Dave Baki, then Temitayo. Thank you. B-Rookie, have the space, please.
All right. Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please, if you could put more life in your voice, please. Thank you.
All right. I didn't say loud, so you could hear the echo for the background. This kind of not in Nigeria. The United States built church for Nigeria, so you could hear echo for the background. Anyway, I've been listening in the background for some time now. Well, I will touch on some of the points. First, they were talking about Keyamo. I was just laughing. That guy is still like 10 minutes away from our house for worry. So I'm very funny issue. I will just advise everybody. Go read the guy record for university. He work when he do to sabotage SUG. When he be student. Go look him. Wait till Ganifa or me talk about him when he work for Shamba. Look, go and, this is not be them student. I mean, on your own. Go and look at it. Right here, right now, just type Police Equipment Fund, Kemi Martins, and Keyamo. Type those two names. Look them up. Waiting in, okay, all of them do with police fund. Go and look it up. And also find out too, and if that guy went up to 2 cases for EFCC, I mean, how many cases EFCC give him on one hand, and how many cases he ever win throughout all the cases he work for EFCC, whether he win one, go look him up. This same man, when they run him out 24 years old, I mean, his own record. And also check out when he get SAN. When they release the first 2 lists under Buhari, why name not the list? On your, not give them say, on your own, go look why they not give a SAN. And I think will become SAN. Go look them up. So for them to come up the talk, then they say everybody get passed. But your past, people don't hold them down in case of future use. So don't be person they were supposed to listen to in the first place.
Rookie, let me just read you one sentence to show you how useless Festus Keyamo is. This is September 6th. Spokesperson of the APC for 2023 election, Festus Keyamo, dismissed claims that he sued the presidential candidate of APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, over allegations of certificate forgery. The Minister of State for Labour and Employment stated that he sued the Lagos State House of Assembly and not Tinubu. He said, "I never sued Tinubu. No, I sued the House of Assembly seeking an interpretation of the law." Festus Keyamo at one point sued Tinubu for fake academic qualifications. Then now that he's working for Tinubu and he was asked that question, he said, "I never sued Tinubu. I sued the Lagos State House of Assembly to check Tinubu's qualifications." The man has no honor. Continue, my brother.
So let me stay on this line of thought. Go and look when did he drop the case against the current Minister of Petroleum State, Temple Silva. Keyamo was in charge of that case. We received about 2 hours from him. I mean, in public, go read the letter he released. Why did he drop the case? Why did he pull us from that case against Temple Silva? He said because of APC. This not be them say, he say his own letter he released to the press. Why did he withdraw from that case? After Buhari was running. It was not up to 2 weeks after they swore in Buhari, the guy pulled us from that case. This not be this. I say everything they on public record. Now them. It's one of them. Anywhere belle face. Now, if these are the new generation of anywhere belle face, any government in power has it. Basically. There's so much about OBJ. He said it's likely the only thing he has over against OBJ was he's sleeping with his law. Like I keep saying, everybody get passed. You might not even know it. Because some political illiterates, they'll come to Nigerian space, they'll be talking, say we will not get electoral college. Who told you that? In the 1978-79 transition plan, there was a provision for electoral college in the Nigerian provision. There was a decree for it. You can just type it. The transition decree of 1978-79. Was there electoral college in it? Who removed it? It was OBJ. After the election to begin Shagari, 2 days, I mean, all the parties don't sit and meet and discuss. 2 days before OBJ removed it. Who was the person who met with OBJ and they discussed and decided? Like I said, everybody file, They get file on everybody. OBJ and was in it. Moving forward again. So remember, he owns himself. He and the Tinubu are not even know which one was passed. He owns this. Abacha break it back. That's why we defeat the Obidient as sent. Abacha broke his back. So they don't whitewash him now. If he's a human being, it's one of the animals. When people say we did today, but in the open mass, the right book. He and article who was passed. Of your feed Nigeria, how much you make from that thing? Ona Mowutala, he said in our shop. Mowutala is one of the most crooked generals that ever lived in Nigeria. He own, at least for your own case, he need to take kickback from local contractors. He only take of foreigners. That's his own excuse on record. My uncle worked with him. When he was federal minister for works, but they call him federal commissioner then. My uncle worked with him. Now he be 10%. He know the only foreigners they take money from. That's his own excuse. Obj, he say he not take. He say he not see. Abi? When they open the Panama paper, that's like 1985. See what Danjuma already had an account in Panama. 1985. This men don't they run money. How many people don't born 1985 or yeah? I mean, how many of like don't born 1985? Men they run foreign accounts 1985.
On Google states that it is alleged that Olusegun Obasanjo embezzled, stole about 10.6 billion United States dollars as at the year 2006 from Operation Feed the Nation. I dropped the mic here.
That's not just agricultural revolution. What of petroleum when Buhari was the minister? You know scam when this man run against Nigeria. They run, pure scam. Mind you, exchange rate is not the same as today. Exchange rate then was far better. When they talk of should stick when the Tinubu they eat today. You know what this man ate 8 years ago? The accused go on now. Go on for reply. You know if he do pin, they told him he stole money, he ran to London. If he talk, you know if he do pin, our money, they mount and like block for abroad. Today when they don't tip our money, wait till they thief now. Now our blood then they pack, they go sell now. Not people, they don't tip our Nigerian money finish already. Now we blood they go sell. That's why we're feeling the heat right now. So we can it all. Till date, Obj has not denied. Throughout his period as his president, NNPC was giving him $1 for every barrel they sold in Nigeria for 8 years. The speaker, I think it was Bankole that was the last man, and David Mark, they collected $0.5 for each barrel. He will not deny him. Till today, none of them, they're all alive. Let him come out and deny. NNPC did not give him that money. On record, Yaradua stopped that payment when he took over in 2007. Make he can't deny now. Say he not see.
Let me remind you of something. Back in the day when recharge cards started in Nigeria, MTN, if you wanted to load a recharge card, it was *555*1. And apparently *1 was 10% of every recharge card you loaded was sent into the bank account of Olusegun Obasanjo as president. The day he left the presidency, we started recharging at *555* recharge card number. And Olusegun Obasanjo has never denied that he was making direct money from every recharge card sold in this country on national record.
Please, can you see Omar? I can't see Omar on this request zone. Please add please check your DM, please. Thank you. Biruki, please can you wrap up, please? Thank you.
All right. So the issue is this: all these men, they're all intertwined. Now, talking about this issue of alpha beta, there's something you need to understand. The set of 1999, almost every state, carpetbaggers took over the state. Why are they carpetbaggers? These guys, they just want to make money. They don't give a rat fuck about Nigeria. All they want was just to make money. But people are blaming the military. No. The type of governors almost all the states had in 1999, almost all of them were bomb bastards, if I may say it that way. The issue of Atiku versus OBJ split them into different camps. I can give you a typical example. In the Atiku camp, you have your Tinubu, Ibori, and what was the name of this third guy then? Uzokalo. He left OBJ, switched to Atiku. That was why, if you notice, Sloke line, they ran away from almost everything Slok group. Uzokalo moved into Sierra Leone and Gambia. Almost all his business is not in Nigeria because of OBJ versus Atiku issue. On OBJ side, it was I think it was Kwankwanso and Peter Odili. They were bankolling OBJ. So that same war continued till this. It's clear out of control. Almost every state. You are talking about Bita. I'm telling you the one they do me for my state. The same thing in Delta. Because someone was saying earlier about something about Lagos State for the first I went to stock market. Now, lie you, 2000, we already went to bond market, Desert State and Edo, Lucky Benedio. If you think I'm capping, just type Strive Masiyiwa. That's the richest man in Zimbabwe. They invested in Airtel. Go and look up the Airtel deal involving Delta, Edo, Akwa Ibom. What happened? These men, they have been looting. When I say looting, they have been looting But the problem is this, that of Lagos, una own, might just say una not get liver. In Delta, the same thing, because you were saying earlier that Tinubu broke AD, broke Afenifere and the others. This is true. But in Delta, it was not like that. AK Clark and the others, they did not agree to Ibori. Till the day they're still fighting him. But in Lagos, they collapsed. They bribed some, they killed some. In Delta, they killed a lot of people. 4 of my friends were killed in 2002. I said 4 of them, 2002, they shot them dead. Broad daylight. They climbed their dead body, broad daylight. Inside the Federal University, PTI. Nothing happened. If you think I'm capping, just type PTI massacre, March 8, 2002. Look it up. They killed over 12 students. Inside Federal University, raped a lot of students. I said nothing happened. So when they say Lekki, APC learner for PDP, they learned it from PDP. They're not just doing like that. They've been killing young boys in Nigeria. It has been going on and on. Like I said, Lagos, you people collapsed. Not be saying Tinubu is strong. If he's strong, I tell win the 2003 election. Not Atiku give him. Atiku sold that PDP for him to win. If not, if for he and this account, Akonde was more better than him. Akonde worked better than even Tinubu. If you want to record, go and look at what Akonde did in Osun State. He was far better. But they wiped all of them out. So when you come to this, it's a strategy that just keep laughing. I lie you. He's playing all side. That's how they survive in Nigeria. They play all side, all of them. They play all side. Like I said, and I will keep on saying, if the opposition in Lagos does not stand up, forget it. The kind of debt on go pay, it will never end, basically. You need to just understand this. It's not an issue of Tinubu. It's an issue of a system. If you not break the system, it will not end. Anyway, I hit the mic at this point.
All right, thank you. I don't understand. You say it's not an issue of Tinubu. Who is that? Issue of what? Which system? What do you mean by
okay, let me give you an example. They told, okay, if you remember when Obidient came in, your first minister of petroleum.
It's not an issue of Tinubu. Please, I want you to give me that Lagos. I want to understand this.
That's why I said, let me give you a typical example.
All right, go on.
In 2015, Obidient came in. Who was the minister of petroleum? Kashuku. For 1 minute, just imagine the highest ranking African in ExxonMobil walked away from his job. Vice President ExxonMobil walked away to become the petroleum minister. How is that possible? That man is a member of PDP. I hope you are aware of that. In 2014, T.Y. Danjuma and one man from Delta, if I won't call his name, many people don't even know him, and Kashuku, they met with Goodluck Jonathan. And the deal was this. If you give Upper Alice Madueke, we will back you for presidency. Jonathan refused. That was the nail that killed Jonathan. So all this when I talk of APC, I said that was the nail that killed Jonathan's government. He refused to give Upper Alice Madueke. So how did the PDP man? I don't need to explain Minister of Petroleum to you. There are people right there in the background pulling the strings. Then they collect their tax. Tinubu is a paymaster, not a puppet master. He's just handling pay in a bagman. The way Obaseki was a bagman for Oshomole. Tinubu na bagman. I'm just sure you should understand. These guys are just bagmen. They are men in the background. Pay your tithe, you will get your miracle. Right now, he say he want to become a puppet master. That's where the problem is coming from. That is the basic problem he's having. He was already a bagman. Most of your problem, like Atiku is a bagman. He's not a puppet master. If he's a puppet master, how did he win the primary 2019 Port Harcourt? How did he win it? So he has spent Atiku. How did he win it? He still, as I said, you should understand, it is a game. They will never show them. He is paying his dues. The day he stopped to pay his dues, Alpha Beta will fall apart. I'm just telling you in simple English, it will fall apart. It's just 3 strokes of a pen. Everything will fall. That's why they fought Ambode. Ambode understood the
in
game.
essence, Big Rookie Place, I have a whole lot of people speak.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand, in essence, you're saying that there are people Tinubu is paying tight to.
Of course not. That's how Nigeria works.
With Lagos money.
Exactly.
All right, no problem. Thank you, brother. Let's just have other people speak. Thank you, bro. Atam, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, have the space, please, my brother. Let's go. Please, before you go, please. Omar, if you're on the space and you can listen to me, I'm looking for you. I can't see you here, Omar, please. So, I don't know if you just have to log off your Twitter. Probably, I don't know how we do this. N6, are you there, please?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Can you see Omar?
No, as at the last time I checked, he's not here.
Please check again, please. I can't see him on the request.
He's not here.
Please, if you can hear me, please leave the space. Probably log out of Twitter and come back. And then request for the mic, then I will bring you back up. Thank you, bro. So, Atama, you have the space, please.
Okay. Greetings to you, everyone, to our hosts, co-host speakers, and listeners, Saddam, N6, and everyone. Thank you for giving us this platform again to push this movement and to continue to bring out the facts. I'm very happy and grateful for all that is happening, and thank you to everyone for everything we are doing for this movement. It is an awesome moment to be alive and to be a Nigerian. I would say what a moment to be alive. What a political reawakening, and what a tsunami of a movement, and what a moment of hope that is bringing out the best in us, in all countrymen and women of conscience. It is bringing out the best of our creativity, our passion, our generosity of spirit, the love of homeland, the spirit of sacrifice, the audacity of hope, and the spirit of enough is enough. And whoever, if you are Bat or at Atiku or whatever Atiku, and you are here, whoever cares to listen. If you don't want to listen, you could go buy some cement, get some stones and water, mix them up, block your ears, and prevent yourself from listening. But we are here to stay. We are not going to lose an inch of what we have covered and achieved already. As you can see, we are organic, we are spreading, and we are taking over. God willing. So thank you again to our hosts and co-hosts for giving us this opportunity. I have done this before and I want to do it again, especially for the fact that this session in a special way is dedicated to our Southwest Obidient. It's a Southwest Obedience edition. I want to thank you. I've done this before. As you can remember, I did this on one of the platforms we had a short while ago. To specifically thank our Southwest Obedience for what you are doing. Omar is not here now. I'd have loved to let him hear this. I want to thank you very heartily again for what you are doing. I come from Kogi State, North Central, and I schooled in Ibadan. Because of that, I have some kind of flair for Southwest and some attachment to the Southwest. I was in Ibadan in December of 2001 when Bola Ige was killed. And I have some kind of something in my heart that connects me to Southwest. And I'm so proud of what you are doing. Early in this movement, I had concerns about what was going to happen from the Southwest. But you have so energized us. You have so inspired us. You have so encouraged us. You have distinguished yourself as remarkable, great sons and daughters of Odudua. And we are truly proud of you. You are distinguishing yourself and rededicating yourself to the values of Awolowo the Great. One of the foremost architects and vanguards of good education in Africa. And the fact that the Southwest is losing its legacy. I said this a short while ago on our other space. And when Ayodiji was speaking, he said it too. The recent indices and reports from WAEC and NECO is showing that the only region of Nigeria behind Southwest in education, WAEC and NECO, is Northeast. It's Northeast that is ravaged by Boko Haram and violence and banditry. That the land of Awolowo is now behind in education. Why? Because they are playing the politics of criminality, of thuggery, of cultism that Tinubu represents. So I'm thanking you so much for rising above tribal sentiment. Any Southwest Obidient here, listen to me. Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to be tired of saying, we'll continue to appreciate you for all that you are doing. And I want to say this again for those who are not on one space, when I said it last time, that you are also standing for justice, for fairness and equity. Because there cannot be peace and progress in the absence of justice. There can never be. There can never be progress and peace in the absence of justice, of fairness and equity. And I love to say this, and I say it boldly. I come from North Central. I'm not Igbo, but I love to say this. Obi is from the Southeast. And we are not only presenting Obi and queuing so much behind because he's super competent and the best we have ever had in a long time. Some of us are also queuing. We are queuing behind. Excuse me, please. A call disrupted my communication. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
thank you.
Please.
You know, we also queuing behind because of fairness and justice. Because we believe that if we say that we have three major tribes in Nigeria and the Igbos are part of the three major tribes, then they should be given a shot at that level. At that level. You know, and that's why I love to quote this. I say this in everywhere. You know, one of the leaders of Afenifere, who was speaking the other time, he said Southwest has been president and vice president for 8 years. North has been there. South has been there. You know, and then in Yoruba, he equipped, he said, Awo Igbonko, are they not part of us? Are they not Nigerians? And that is why I commend those of you Southwesterners who see this. Not only that Obi is super competent, but it's also a matter of fairness and just because, take it or leave it. See, why has regional agitations grew so much under Buhari in the last 7 years? Because of obvious marginalization, this I don't care attitude. Do whatever you like, go to hell. I can afford to make the entire of the security architecture to come from a certain region of the country. I don't give a damn. And that has awoken all the regional agitations we have. So it is also a matter of fairness and justice. So I want to say thank you to all of you. See, before all these revelations coming out about the criminality that Tinubu represents, the crime, the thuggery, the fraud, the drug that he represents, many of us have made up our minds, and we knew this before now. You know, the involvement with drugs, the mind-boggling corruption, the fraud, the criminality, the fact that this man is holding Lagos hostage. Lagos is supposed to be one of Africa's best cities. In fact, Lagos has some of the most talented young Africans on earth. Lagos is bordered by the Atlantic. Lagos has all the resources to make us proud as Africans for the entire black race. But you can't even compare Lagos to Cairo. You can't compare Lagos to Johannesburg. Why? Because a single man is holding that place hostage. A single man, because of greed, excessive avarice, is holding that place hostage, and he wants to come and naturalize that. God forbid. God, it can never happen. God forbid. So, see, the Tinubu's baggage is so much. The fact that, apart from the fact that he's so corrupt, guys, imagine the possibility of a Shetima presidency, and it's not far. When Awolowo's daughter released her video last week, he said it so openly, so clearly. She said that Shetima is some short distance away from being your president if you vote for Tinubu. So imagine the possibility, the prospects of a Shetima presidency. Look at that. And then the fact that APC cannot campaign with any legacy of Buhari. That is why when they come on air, they are firing aimlessly. They have nothing to campaign about. They have nothing to campaign with. So, guys, let me wrap up with this. The facts coming out from Alpha Beta, from drugs, you know, from fraud, from people that have been killed secretly, you know, from the criminal syndicate that Tinubu operates, that is becoming obvious. Those facts should confirm and convince us more of the position we have taken to continue pushing this movement forward. Nothing again should discourage any of us. That it is a fight for our life. It is a do or die battle, and nothing should discourage us. So I encourage all of us, every opportunity you have, because you know what? Every effort that any of us is making is paying off. Every effort, every tweet, every retweet, every post, every match, every canvassing, every sensitization, every canvassing, every effort, every donation, no matter how little, it is paying off. We have taken an obsolete party, a completely unknown party, in less than 4 months. We have made Labour Party the most important and talked about party now in Africa. We are the ones doing it. Kudos to all of us. And so every effort you are making is important. Those of us in the diaspora who are not on ground, to canvass directly, to march directly. See, people are coming out to march with clutches. Can you beat that? People are coming out to march. Even the poor are donating. And you look at the cream of committed men and women Nigerians who are queuing behind Obi. It will encourage you that we are on the right course. And guys, it's already confirmed we're going to win it. And for the first time, let us own our government. Let not a government that is established by people who pay dollars, but by a government of the people. Let us put in our government. And please, let me make this final submission. You know, next week we are hearing that our government, our principal and the party, they are going to put up the crowdfunding account for us to put funds. I encourage every one of us. We are donating already. But when that account open, please let's begin to make some kind of money available for that now, so that when that account is open, within the first 24 hours or 42 hours, 48 hours, we want to make a statement. Nigerians at home and in diaspora, we want to show them that money is never going to be PO's problem. So I encourage all of us, everything you can put in, and whatever you're putting is important. I have personally made a lot of commitment and donation, especially to the north of Nigeria. But while we wait for those accounts to come up, please put something aside, no matter how little, no matter how big. But once that account is done, we want to make a statement. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, for listening. You know, Saddam, I'm so proud of you. You are writing your name in gold. When all is said and done, we shall remember you. We shall remember you, NCs. We shall remember you, every one of us, for what we are doing. Thank you now, and I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Nada Tama. Thank you for the work you do also. Thank you. Omar, I can't see you. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't see you. Please request for the mic again. I don't know if guys, I don't know if I don't know if this space is about to crash or something, but if it crashes, we're gonna come back real quick as we do all the time. Thank you for sticking with us up until now. It's the Violence Space, the only uncensored space on Twitter where we come with facts to demystify all these people that are coming to how do I put it down? These mysterious men that want to hold on to power, that want to hold us down in poverty. We have to change the status quo. We have to change Nigeria, and the voice and the power to do it rest on us. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I'll be having more speakers. Once again, thank you, our Southwestern Obedience. Let me go to you straight real quick. Adebaki, are you there? Thank you for being patient with me from the beginning, oh Lord, my guy. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you.
No problem, Saddam. Good afternoon, everybody. What a very beautiful space that I've been on for the past couple of hours. Saddam, N6, Omar, you guys are the best. You're really educating the Nigerian populace about what really matters at a time as this. So beautiful to be a Nigerian now. Are you guys hearing me? Because I'm actually driving.
Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah. So I just want to, not that I'm coming for him, but I want to just change a narrative. Peter Obi's candidacy has nothing to do with the fact that it is the turn of the Igbos. If that was the narrative, maybe so many Yoruba guys will not be on, so many Yoruba people will not be on this movement. And I don't want us to keep talking about that, because it's a point at which I hear different places that I go to different spaces that Omo. Peter Obi is the most competent candidate amongst the lot. That is the fact. I'd want to move a bit away from the topic that we're talking about and just give you an insight about why so many people from the Southwest seem as if they are supporting the pro-Bat movement. And I'll give you an indices on how Peter Obi will win this election 100%. The white beards, most of them, some of them are benefiting from the system, the corrupt system. At least I've been online and I've been seeing their tweets. I've seen how they are celebrating their victories since they have been on this journey. Some of them, I feel, are not paid. Some of them are just loyalists, in the sense at which they benefited from the system. Unlike so many of you that are here, that you worked your ass out to go and study overseas, or your parents paid for you one way or the other, some of them have enjoyed scholarship schemes through political influences. So they don't want that kind of arrangement that they have to break. That's why they speak big English on here. Ask most of them. They didn't pay a dime for the schools they went to. I keep talking about my local government, which is Alimosho local government, because I see it as a state. And that's where I would round up my suggestion, I've forgotten the English. The issue there is this. Lagos State is said to have 22 million people. I can tell you without fear of favor that over 11 million people live in Alimosho local government. I'll tell you that over 8 million of votable age is in Alimosho local government. Alimosho local government is characterized as Tinubu country. If you're doing a 1 million man march in Port Harcourt, you should be doing a 1 million man march, not for Lagos State alone, but for Alimosho itself. Because I see this place as somewhere that can swing these elections. So many people here today are obedient, but it's from the
let me come here, Mr. Adebaki. Lagos have 7 million people with PVCs.
PVCs, yes.
Yeah. So there's no way 11 million can come up. There's no 11 million votes in Lagos. I'm coming. I know I'm going to. You continue. I'll let you speak. But I just wanted to put it now. If that's 7 million people with PVCs, how many do you think are Alimosho?
With 7 million people with PVCs, I can tell you without fear of favor that there's over 4 million people with PVCs. These are the real politicians in Lagos State.
In Alimosho, right?
I'm telling you, these are the real politicians. When you talk of zonal meeting,
I'm coming.
I'm giving you a picture. Let me give you a picture. Apart.
Okay, go on.
When you talk of zonal meeting, ward meeting, state meeting at Acme Road, these are the real politicians. Go check the whole length and breadth of Lagos. When they meet at Acme Road, when they say Alimosho, you think they are in the stadium. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is a statement of fact, because majority of people that live in Lagos State work in other local governments, but they live in Alimosho. That's why the traffic here is always very, very terrible in the mornings and in the evenings. So this is where the work is meant to be done, because it looks like a swing state. I'm telling you this, I'm not making it out of my head. I was part and parcel of this political system since 1999, since the days of the AG. I can tell you that the big wigs of the political party that is claiming to be the ruling party registered in my father's house as of 1998. I can give you names when they were doing registering AD here. Some of them have become commissioners, some of them have become local government chairmen, and all sorts of things. So I know the structure they have here. If there's a place that we should be thinking of penetrating for this movement, is this Alimosho. If the election is going to hold tonight, I can tell you that Peter Obi is going to win. But there's this last-minute syndrome that is in this place. That because there's a date, and that's why so many people are telling you that campaign has not yet started, they know what they are doing. The last-minute movement can swing things anyhow, especially in this Alimosho. In Lagos State, if you have gone through the statistics over the time, the only place that determines the governor of Lagos State is Alimosho. Since 1998 till now. Do you understand me? They wait for all the votes and then they count Alimosho for at the last second. And you see that whoever they push forward will win the election. You understand? That is as simple as it is. And I want us to be deliberate, because I keep saying these things on spaces. And I don't know any coalition, I don't know blah, blah, blah. But people that are involved in that system should please take this thing very, very simple. It's very, very serious. Alimosho will do and undo when it comes to the elections. I'll rest for now. I'll still stay up here if I have other things to say.
Thank you very much, my big brother Adibaki. I think we have some of the coalitions down here listening, and they'll be taking note, especially in Lagos. We really need to make a statement in Lagos. I think we have the numbers to do it in Lagos. Probably we don't know more of the grassroots like they probably think they do. But we have the population to do it in Lagos, and I think we'll get it done. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You too, sir. Thank you. Please drive safely here. Thank you. Temitayo, are you there, please?
Yeah, hello. I'm here.
Oh, please, you have the space, please. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are speaking from. So, am I audible enough, please?
Yeah, go on, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Saddam. N6.
Sorry, please, just a minute. N6, please, can you check the request and see if you can see Omar, please?
Can I go ahead, please?
Omar, can you hear me, please? I'm coming to you. Omar, can you hear me? If you can hear me.
No, I can't see him.
Omar, can you come in with the People's Parliament handle? Let me find you. I can't see you on your main handle. I don't know if Agbado boys have targeted your handle because you're going hard on them today. I don't know why. I can't see you, my brother, please. But if you can hear me, just if you can hear me, I don't know. I'll be scrolling down the listeners. So if you could just be waving, and I'll find you and send you the mic. If not, please come up with your second, your People's Parliament handle. Yeah. Thank you very much, my brother. And same time, you have the space, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. You guys will permit me to speak Yoruba. I have a particular statement for
my brother. Speak Yoruba. Speak it. Speak Ijebu. Speak anyone.
Toba one space yìí, like Toba lo Twitter, to the lo Twitter ní period tí Nigerian government ban Twitter, to fi VPN bá, to fi bypass network láti fi tweet, to the ṣe wá ń bíbá yìí to defend the administration, orí ẹ̀ ó ti burú, in fact orí ẹ̀ ti dàrú. Like what that means is that if you make use of VPN to bypass Twitter, just for you to bypass the network, just for you to access Twitter when the government placed ban on Twitter, and you are here defending this government or supporting one haggard, old, inept, mentally and physically ill man to lead us again, like you are crazy. Like you literally don't know what you are saying, what you are doing. That's that about that. And to some people who find it so easy in this life, perhaps maybe your parents have everything glazed down for you. You have everything going on smoothly for you. Maybe you go abroad and after everything, you have your doctorate or whatever you have. You now think because you are a Nigerian, you can be somewhere, maybe in America, Canada, Australia, wherever you are, and you think you have quote and unquote rights to support one idiot in this place when you are not even here. Like I don't even care if you are a doctor or whatever you are. Like I don't care who you are. I don't care I don't care any affiliation you have. At this junction, this movement is about my life, my future, and I'm ready to fight. Like if you check my timeline, I'm always after this bat and whatever. You can't be speaking English, typing English, and still be supporting this man. Are you mad? Like your education is a waste. If you go to school, you have access to the internet, and you can't just do simple research. That okay, just check. If you are familiar with this with internet and you are familiar with Pablo Escobar and you know Colombia, when you had the word Colombia or that country Colombia, what comes to mind is Pablo Escobar, which is drug. That alone is a stigma. Imagine this man being the president, being the #1 citizen of this country. Like even if you think you are in one, you are safe wherever you are. You don't know who the international bodies, they are here with us. Like they are on most of this space. They are just one corner watching us. Like, okay, elect this man. That's when everybody will start feeling the heat. Then you will see how like the Great Passport is even here to be useless. It will be so useless that you will blame yourself bringing this man to power in the name of Yoruba. What is the meaning of Yoruba? Like, what is like we are human beings before anything. Like before we are human beings before tribe, before ethnicity, before religion, before race, before whatever you can mention. And for someone saying Showore or whatever, I don't have any problem with Showore. That's his own problem. If Showore thinks being tear-gassed or being bathed or being bathed with water or whatever is the best way to gain people's trust or anything. Festus Keyamo is an example. Like Festus Keyamo used to be like this. Used to be like Showore. Look at what this animal turned to. So I will now vote Showore just because you've been fighting or you've never tasted office. You've never been to a point whereby the last decision, the green pen is in your hands. I've seen this man. I've seen Peter Obi. I've seen him being the governor of his state, taking his state from 20-something at the end of the education rank to being 1 to 3 within the space of 4 years. Why would I vote this man? I've been sitting at home for over 6 months due to ASU strike, and you will still come defend someone who used to be the chancellor of Lautech, Laduke Akintola University. Then why this animal called Tinubu was the chancellor in Lautech, Aregbesola was the governor in Osun State, Ajimobi was the governor in Ibadan, in Oyo State. These two people are APC members. They are APC members, and you are an elder statesman in APC. You couldn't solve the rift between them. These people went on strike for over a year, and you still want to entrust our education, our economy in the hand of this animal. Fashola increased tuition fee. Last tuition fee. They went to this man. He said anybody that can't afford it should drop out. Is it the kind of person we want? That they will be telling you if you can't afford it, you should drop out. That is madness. When we say yes, one animal, they said is an intellectual person. Which intellectual person? You are saying education is affordable in Nigeria. What's the meaning of affordable? Nothing is affordable until the poorest person in the society is able to afford that thing. You don't just stay somewhere where everything is, maybe your father is a king somewhere, you have the opportunity, the liberty to serve, and you just collect money, you just open your mouth, wow, I've been paying, I'm doing this, and so what? You are paying, you've not been feeding me. I mean, I've been facing life at a very tender age. You don't just come and think because in short, Nigerians are giving too much relevance to these influencers. Unfollow them. Who make these influencers? Who make them? You are the people that make them. Unfollow them. Make them irrelevant. You don't just you don't make them and they start turning at you during election and they start turning at you, making you feel stupid, gaslighting you, making you feel like you don't know what you are doing. Like we are on the right path. As a matter of fact, I can on this movement, I don't even have a future. That's the fact. No future in this country. No future in this country. Me, I'm ready. I can die.
Temitayo, calm down. I understand your vent. I understand your anger. There is future in this country, yeah? It's unfortunate that...
Okay, let me just take that from you, please. Let me just take it. Let me just accept there is future.
There's one more. We have one shot.
Sasha said they should stay angry.
I'm coming. Temitayo. There's power in your tongue, yeah?
So okay, I understand. We've always been basing it on hope, on everything. Let's talk the fact to ourselves. Power of tongues. My great-grandfather has been speaking it. My grandfather spoke it. My father spoke it. It still never come to pass. And we are saying power in tongue. Let's speak reality to ourselves. We can't just continue saying it. Okay, you voting bad. Look, I attacked one animal this morning. You said you will vote a bad government. After you both vote someone with a questionable character, you now go to church or mosque to pray. Is that not madness? That's pure madness. Like, as a matter of fact, I'm not even afraid of my own life. I'm more scared of the life of Mr. Peter Obi. Like, it's the only hope I'm seeing right now. Like, it's the only hope. He should take care of himself. We've seen how they executed Bola Ige, how they executed Funshaw Williams. This man should just be very, very careful. It's the hope of a lot of us. It's not even about Yoruba. And to Mr. Saddam, you used to say, I thank you guys. Our South. You don't owe anybody any appreciation. I don't owe you any appreciation for supporting Mr. Peter Obi. You don't owe me any either. I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting for my future. So that's on the note where I will end. I just need to take it easy on myself. Like you guys have been amazing. I enjoy your space. I've always been on your space. As a matter of fact, my friend said I suspended everything. Like I ought to be doing something right now. I'm like me. I will be on this space. That is I used to phone to. I will be on it. I can't continue saying, yes, I'm building one future. Maybe I'll just be going on the road, a stray bullet will hit me at the back, I'll just die. That's all. This country is insane. This country is insane. No sane human being is living in this country. Someone should don't stay in one America or US and be telling me you have right. Okay, you don't have right. If we are in a country where gun is legalized, if I convince you and you are not listening, that the person is me, I can shoot you. I can gun you down. One man down by the one vote.
Mama de para.
Hey, VawulenceSpace. See, David, please don't think I'm laughing at your anger or your rage here, because I am. I think say I carry violence. I don't say you get way past me. You pass me, my brother. I hands up for you. I go shave my baby for you, my brother. You pass me. You too much, eh? You too much, my brother. You too much. Please, 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 and please. I dey beg. Thank you. I'll say thank you, but I simply thank people. There's nothing that you see. Two things I'm not scared of saying is I'm sorry and thank you. If I fuck up, I can apologize. If you do well, I go thank you. Yeah, it's not easy because I've seen a lot of stupid people that come on spaces to defend and this bad market. Yeah, so I thank you guys for being sensible enough to stand for what is right and what is true. Temitayo, thank you. Please, you're not going to do anything do any harm to yourself or do any harm to any other person. I appreciate the fact that you're going to see a good Nigeria. Believe it. It will happen. The time has come. Listen, prayers, they take time to answer. God don't come answer our prayers, but we have to do our part as human beings. God will not come down from heaven and elect for us to be. He has given us somebody. So we'll do our own part and do what is right. So thank you, my brother. Let us move on, please. Temitayo, please, no verse. Okay, let me give you 30 seconds to round up, please. Thank you. Then I'll bring Pomoman. Temitayo, you have this, please. 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Like, I'm just expressing it as pain as I am, because it doesn't really sit well with me. I'm finding it difficult to stomach how an intellectual person will be supporting someone that is urinating. Like, it doesn't really add up. Like, let me just, thank you very much. I'll just be somewhere and be listening. Like, I'm enjoying this space. If you like, stay 24 hours. We will be here together.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your presence. Thank you for always being on our spaces. Thank you for understanding the times you are in. Thank you for the anger. Stay angry. That's what I'm going to tell you. Everybody on this space, stay angry.
It's actually needed. Nobody can actually tell me not to be angry. Nobody can tell me not to be
angry. Remain angry, my brother. So that day, election day, any person will come your polling booth won't do anyhow. Go see anyhow. You understand?
It will take me 10,000, 15,000 naira to come to where I will cast my vote. I will go. 10,000, 15. I will travel to cast my vote. That one vote, if you tell me it doesn't mean, forget. Let me do it first. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Thank you. Pomo don't run. Pomo, let's say if you stand the heat of Temitayo. All right, let's move on real quick. Philip Sheyi, you've been here for long. And if you're up here and you want to speak, please, your hand should be up so I can pick you. We're trying to find you. Omar, please, I've searched for you. I can't see you. Abado boys are really fucking up with your network. I don't know what you've done to them since you're pressing their neck real hard. So please, Omar, I don't know if you, please request with your main handle. I brought Otumba up so Otumba can find you. And if Otumba say he can't see you right now. So Omar, if you're listening, please request with your main handle. So Otumba can find you. Otumba, also check, please, if you can see his People's Parliament handle also, please.
I'm looking for that also. Let me go check that.
Please, thank you very much. Okay, over to you, Philip. Sheyi, you have the space, please.
All right, great. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. It's nice to be given the mic to talk. Yes, Saddam, N6. I mean, you guys are doing well. You are doing well. Thanks so much for this eye-opening. You know, I've been listening to this piece now. Seriously, I would say I'm addicted to listening to you guys. Anytime I see VawulenceSpace, I forget everything I'm doing. I just want to be here. Now, let me sing this song for the Southwesterners, those from Southwest. My name is Oluwatobi, so I'm a Yoruba boy. And it seems like, when we talk of Peter Obi, you hear people say something like, he's an able man, just like we've all been saying, right? But then I want to say this. Let me sing this song. Don't mind my voice. Yorùbá ti dára bá o, ó ti dára bá o, ó ti dára bá o. Ẹ wo ìràwọ̀ rẹ̀ láwọ̀ sánmọ̀, ẹ wo dídán rẹ̀, ẹwà ńlá ni. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé Yorùbá ga, ẹ jẹ́ ká gbóríyìn fáwọn baba ńlá wa. Nítorí tẹ́ni àkísàtà tán ohun ànílànà ni. Kí ló yẹ wá bí kò ṣe ọpẹ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùwà. Àní ẹ jẹ́ kí a yìn Odùduwà baba ńlá wa. Fàdúnlá tí ń bẹ lédè Yorùbá, fẹ́wà ńlá tí ń bẹ láṣà wa. Listen again. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá nílé lóko, ẹ jẹ́ ká dìde ní gìrì fògo Yorùbá, yóò kúkú ṣeṣe lágbára Olúwa. This is the time for us to wake up. Let's forget about tribalism. This is the man we need to support for us to go or get to our promised land. Peter Obi is the man. Please, I don't know where you I don't know whatever you are having in mind to do on the election day, but please, I'm begging you. Yesterday I met a woman. We were just gisting, and then she told me how she was a classmate with Peter Obi. So I was trying to ask her that when you were in the same, when you were in school, this man, what kind of attitude did he have, or character did he have rather, that probably has changed today? And the woman said, see, this man, there's something called ABC character. So what does that mean? Even when you don't have money, you have that character. Even when you have money, that character remains. So he said that is the kind of person Peter Obi is. So he's not moved by whatever you throw at him. He's not moved by whatever riches that comes his way. And that is one thing. If you want to know someone's character, throw money at him, throw fame at him, throw power at him, and see what that person will exhibit. So I yield the mic here. Thank you. You are doing well. I love you. Saddam, you are doing well. NCs, you guys are just amazing. Otumba, I cite you, Baba. Nigeria is for us. We are taking charge.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. Only say I know go record label now for just sign you. This is your jam where you just drop down like this now. For just sign you, make you begin. They release banger for us. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with us on this space. Otumba, please, can you confirm if you can see Omar yet?
No, yeah, I still can't see him. I'm not sure.
Abado boys
handles.
Abado boys they mess with Omar. Today we Omar prepare for them. They have come out from Omar. Omar, don't worry, please just be calm, please. His Twitter glitch definitely is going to get resolved any moment from now.
He should DM you. Ask him to DM you.
Omar, please DM. Yeah, please DM Otumba, please. DM Otumba, please. So you guys, he can operate it better for you. Thank you. N6 network is also shaking. Abado boys are really working extra hard today. Please just have to do our job to. N6 account is also struggling. You guys should calm down. We're telling Nigerians the fact, the truth about your candidate. N6 can't hear or log in. Please, just try. In case, guys, please, I don't know what these guys are doing on this space. Whatever it is they are doing, if anything happens, we're going to come back. This space is still going to go on as long as we can. Omar, someone said I should tell you to restart your phone. Restart your phone totally. I don't know, N6, if you can do the same too. Well, let's understand what's really happening up here. But thank you very much. Let's take more speakers. Otumba, please, Otumba, please make your submission.
No, I just want to tell people that do your two-factor authentication. That's very important. Because believe me, these folks will go to any length to try to get people's account hacked and taken over. So, that's not what I say. Just great job, man. Everything I was going to say, people have said that and more. I can't wait for the Land Charge Act. I can't wait for Saturday because that would be explained where they actually added alpha beta to the act. And oh my God, if you break that down, that's an entire expose on its own. So thank you so much for this space.
All right, thank you, my brother Tumba. So let's move on real quick. Taiwo, you have been in and out. I don't know if the network is good enough for you to speak now.
Tyler, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Well, I don't know what is happening with this network. It has been fucking me up. I had to call MTN and they said they refreshed my line. And then I restarted my phone and I think everything is all right now. Saddam, I really appreciate you. Otumba, Omar, N6. It's a wonderful job that you guys are doing. I think what is paining most people, all those Batified and some Yoruba folks, some Yoruba, that their senses are not working, is because some of us who are Yoruba are actually fighting. In fact, more than any geopolitical odds on this Peter Obi, because we understood the fact that security does not know who is Yoruba or who is Igbo or who is Hausa. When the other guy was talking, he said if there is stray bullets, it can meet anybody. It won't ask for your tribe. So we understood the fact that good governance is it cut across everybody. It's going to affect everybody. So that as it may. This alpha beta stuff and the Tinubu candidacy, in fact, I don't still know why some people are still keen around this man. Seriously, personally, the candidacy of Tinubu and the APC in general has swept away some of our core values as Yoruba person. For example, in the days of my father, before you even become Olori Agboleyin, that's the way we call it in Yoruba, like a head of a community, the first thing they will ask you is, who is your father? Omotanie, who is your father? We have to know your origin. You can't just come from somewhere and we don't know anything about you. We don't know where you come from. We don't know your father. We don't know your mother. We don't know any of your childhood friends. We don't know. And you want to now lord over us. I was telling some people, if Tinubu, if Nigeria were to go into regional governments today, can all Yoruba unanimously say Tinubu should become our premier? The answer is no. So why some set of brain dead people now pushing this guy over all of us? That I can't understand. Somebody that wherever he goes, it's always enshrouded with death, with shady things, politically, economically. For example, in Lagos, there's no way we will talk about Lagos political space that will not mention Funsho Williams. He died. There's no way we will talk about Osun State that we will not mention Bola Ige. He died. There's no way we will mention Ekiti State that we will not mention Daremola. He died. There's no way you will mention Osun State, Isiaka Adeleke. He died under mysterious means. There's no way you will mention Ikogi, Abubakar, even after they've won. The guy died mysteriously. So I don't know why people will still be pushing down such a man. Such a man. That thing, it keeps irritating me. To be sincere, it keeps irritating me. And then some people who their brain is not functioning, that they need to even go for rehabilitation. We still be saying, it's our turn, it's one of us. Who is one of you? You know your father. Can you tell me the father of this person you are talking about? There are some questions that we need to be asking ourselves. If you are a Yoruba person on this space, we need to talk to ourselves, ask questions. Ask questions. This APC government has never done anything good that
Taiwo, have they attacked your own network too? Eh?
They just hang your mouth. Taiwo, can anybody hear me, please?
We can.
Okay.
I think, something's wrong with this. Oh, they're not reporting this place, I bet you.
See, I don't. That's the problem with these people here. Well, if you have anything that we have said here that is contrary to facts, you can come up. But you see, you people are so diabolic. People are so satanic. People are so evil. You don't want Nigerians to know about. You understand? Agent of darkness. You don't want Nigerians to know about what you guys do.
So you know what's busting my head the most? I think someone said it about education. Like, they call this guy Asiwaju. I did you know this? The real Asiwaju is for Awolowo. And the hallmark, and if you mention the name Awolowo, anybody in the Southwest would associate that name. Education comes to mind. Like, the first thing that kicks in your head, Awolowo. Forget his tribe, his drive towards educating the Southwest. And for years, people benefited for it. My parents and a lot of our parents here. And if you go look at the last 4 or 5 years, what Southwest has become educationally, you would weep. Chief Awolowo will be turning in his resting place. We have become we're second to the last in the region. In a region dominated by APC governors. The guy was talking about LAUTECH. I also attended LAUTECH between 2006 and 2010. They could not, we had 2 APC governors, both that had influences with Tinubu, could not fix our funding issue. Strike, I was saying Indian government, strike upon strike. Wahala, dialogue, Akala came, this one came. Upon strike. Ladaja tried it, but then, we know the story of Ladaja. Akala came, got elected. And then Ajimobi, Aregbesola. It took Seyi Makinde. There is not of that Tinubu ill-fated bloodline of corrupt thieves and blood-sucking politicians. If you look at, Osun State, it's not just on appointment. If everybody knows when 2013 or 2014, when Aregbesola invested billions, Osun State, my state doesn't really have much. We have gold, whatever. We don't really have that much. We're similar to what Anambra was, like in a sense when it comes to revenue. This. Amir, can you hear me?
Otunwa, Abego.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. They don't attack you too.
What about now? Hello?
I can hear you. Can hear you.
So I was talking about, I think I got cut off from the appointment. When the Osun State we're not as blessed as other states when it comes to natural resources in a way. Tourism and a few things are and then gold is one of, and agriculture basically is one of our strengths. So, but Aregbesola put us in debt. Borrowed money, spent money on that stupid appointment that they were touting would be the blueprint for education in Nigeria. Was it last year? Did we come 29th in the WAEC ranking? This is like, when I was saying that it's enough to us to file a class action suit against Southwestern governors, especially of the APC fold, with what they've turned Southwest to. Like, it's me, it bothers me a lot because, one thing you can stand for as a Southwestern is education. We've only started education. Now we're at the bottom of the barrel. And I don't see that changing until we change and chase out these blood-sucking politicians that have no... Like, those idiots who come and say, we are the people PWB trained. The governors, they will count Ambrodays and Fashola and Sanwo-Olu's achievement as part of Tinubu, but they'll leave out Dakpa Abiodun, they'll leave out Ajimobi in Oyo State, they'll leave out the nonsense they did in Ekiti, they'll leave out the nonsense they did in Ondo State, they'll leave out the nonsense they did in Imo. Like, they'll leave out the other governors he brought to, that it was part of how they became governors, and the havoc they wreaked on their state. Like, they act like we didn't live in Lagos before. I was born and bred in Lagos. Like, when they come and talk about 99, like, you'll be like, are you people crazy? The only thing I remember Tinubu for 99 is Kai, kick against indiscipline. And is it Lasma or Loma? No, I think it was Loma. Loma and Lasma. Those were the two things that I remember. The schools, it was adding buildings, not building schools. It was adding one block of building to a school. My road, the Ikorodu Road, it was not someone that fixed it, or either someone or Ambody. Like, for years, Ikorodu is a major hub. I think one guy talked about Limosho. Yeah, I know Limosho very well.
Alimosho is huge. Another very residential area in Lagos is Ikorodu. That road for years, they didn't touch nothing. The only one is the federal road. There are some interstate roads also. They didn't touch it for years. Ikorodu has become hell when it comes to security issues. Anybody can go read about violence when it comes to fraternity violence and so many the Bado boys. Like, go and read about how Ikorodu used to be a very peaceful place. Ikorodu has turned to hell. Hell. I've lost primary school mates, secondary school mates from violence. Just going to visit back, get caught up in bullshit. And they keep touting this Lagos like it's some foreign land that we don't know where Lagos is. So let me use my mic. All right, thank you very much. And Darren, thank you for coming up to help. I'll be having my my brother and sister Otumba and Darren here assisting me until we can fix the glitch going on with N6 and Oma's network. But meanwhile, you guys are still welcome to Violence Space. Let me remind you guys, on Saturday we'll be having the energetic, big Violence Mama herself on this space. Aisha Yusufu will be with us by 4 p.m. Saturday, and it will be also a North Obidient edition. We'll be focusing on the North Central, North East, North West. We have a whole lot of people doing a whole lot of work there. And probably that's why I'm not bringing up most of them here to speak, because I'm trying to be, if you guys have been here on the space from beginning up until now, I think everybody has spoken here from the Southwest. We have allowed them to hold and control the narrative here on this space. It is important people understand that this movement is a movement that cuts across every region in Nigeria, because every region in Nigeria is yearning for one thing and one thing alone: good governance. And I believe everybody here, probably for the bots, the government officials are here, the supporters of Abado that are also here that want bad governance, except for the few of you. We are in the minority. Majority of us here want good governance, and that's what we're looking for, and that's what we're discussing and trying to expose the man that is coming in, that is not even running on the achievements of his party. But he wants to sell us a lie that he built Lagos. As my big brother Kim will always say, the man that poured the cement in Atlantic Ocean. That's the man. Yeah, the man that turned Lagos to Dubai overnight. But can't give Lagosians clean drinking water. A city surrounded by the ocean. All kinds of water in that Lagos city. There's no reason why, for anything, Bola Ahmed Tinubu would have given Lagos water. Water, like on your tap and you get clean water. That's the least of what he could have done. He failed there. But they're telling us I had a 25-year plan. 25-year I don't vote. Oh my goodness. 25 years of one man holding Lagos, and they don't have drinking water. I don't know who's going to blame for this, but let's have the conversation going on. I heard that my brother, you've been here before, so let me just pick one or two people that have spoken, that have not spoken before you come back. Mr. Tayo, you're okay. OG, you've been on and off, so please let me allow you OG speak. And if you're up here, do you want Tayo to round up? Remember Tayo was... Yeah, Tayo should round. Yeah, Tayo will round up, please. Please, if you're up here and you want to speak, you answer. Please, you don't have to.
Maybe we should establish a queue so that we can take a queue. Sorry, Taiwo, please, 30 seconds. Establish a queue so that we can just take a queue.
Okay, then let me hand over to you. So I think after Taiwo goes, you take Savik. Probably just run it according to how the hands are up. After Taiwo have OG, then Savik. Are you jotting it down?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please. So after Taiwo, we'll have OG, then Savik, then we'll circle back to Ayodeji, then Mr. Olubumi, then Malam. Every other person, your hands are up, I have to drop you, please. Thank you.
Boss, my hand is up.
Okay, then please, then go down to, she'll bring up, then go down to Agbado and cassava is not, I don't know what they mean, but then circle back to you, please. Just take the cue from there. Tayo, please, you can round up in 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. I don't even know where I got to that I had network issues. Well, I will round up by saying this. First of all, the word Emelo Khan that the man even said is very, very selfish.
talks. And I liken him with the Lucifer inside Bible. Because the fall of Lucifer is I am the next. I want to do this. And he has come with this mantra, high. So, number one thing is he has failed with that one. Now, when they saw that they are failed with Emilokan, they now want to say our Lokan. What is our Lokan? When Yoruba race has been facing issues of insecurity, what did the man do? When Dr. Aborode was killed in Oyo State, what did the man do? When Pa Fashoranti's daughter was killed, what did he do? When protesters were killed at Lekki toll gates, what did he do? Nothing. In fact, he was even challenging the fact that people were there. But saying, where are they? Why are they there? Where are they? Is it a normal human being that is thinking right that will be saying that? In fact, this Tinubu and the APC, from their antecedents, they are nothing to write home about. They are not people that you should be associated with. Their first governor, our first governor in Osun. I think people from Osun, we take this thing much more than every other Southwestern state because we have seen shege from these APC people. We have seen shege. The first person that will come from them, Akande, somebody was praising Akande. I was just looking at the person. The Akande was the first person that.
I was laughing. So Akande that fired his legacy.
I was rolling on my, as in I was rolling here, say,
please, if you remember Akande, do you remember this phrase?
Anytime you pay salary, like you'll be touting them. Oh my goodness.
These people, they are set of evils. They are cults. You know, he was saying he increased salary of work and I said every
that means
federal government. Yes, federal government. It was federal government.
And he was taunting them on their money.
Yes. For people that don't understand that phrase, it means you have collected money. Now you bought a car and you are going to get an accident with it. That's how bad they are. And the first thing he did was to retrench so many teachers because they were teaching history, they were teaching social studies, they are teaching business studies, they are teaching CRS, they are teaching IRS. They don't need all those things.
He told those that were teaching CRK to go and open churches. He told those that were teaching education to go and be playing ball. When he was firing them, not because he was trying to reduce cost, though. Like, man, we've gone through some evil. Anybody associated to Bola Tinubu is evil. They are all the same set of occultic, evil, selfish leaders.
They used to call him close-up governor that time. Man, seriously.
Do you know that then secondary school had to go on strike? Secondary school, for that matter, had to go on strike. Primary school had to go on strike. It seems that people think that we do forget things in this part of the world. We do forget things. And after then, I can say that the only government that we even say, okay, in Osun State we enjoy is just during Oyinlola time. It's not as if I'm praising the guy. They are all bunch of fools. But that's the only time. The second person that came, Aregbesola, he started bringing appointment, changed all the school uniform. At the end of the day, Osun was ranked the lowest in education. There's nothing to write home about. Nothing to write home about. For the past how many years, they are even cutting salaries. They are doing all sorts of rubbish. And these people, they now came back and still be saying, somebody don't come, somebody. They are evil people. They are set of occultic people that doesn't want any good thing for anybody.
Saddam, I think they are reporting this space because I just saw a notification now that the host is having issues, so the space might crash. So just try to put it out there so that people can know, so that you can bring it up once anything happens to it. Okay.
Okay, noted. Yeah, they're probably. I think that's what it is. They're reporting, but I think that's what it is.
Okay, let me round up with this.
Please round up in 10
right.
seconds.
I saw one article that MC Oluomo is now ambassador of the NDLEA or whatsoever. People still think this drug of a thing is a mere child's play. With that's even a flag for us to know that this drug cartel exists, and they are really planning to make Nigeria the worst of the worst. If you think if everything happen, you are going to run out of this country, is a lie. You are not running to anywhere, because all the countries are going to ban Nigeria people from traveling. You can't be a drug country and now leave that country to that. You want to go to anywhere. We will all be here. So it is better that we all join hands together and vote for PO. Vote for Labour Party and let all of us have peace.